Next on this food tour, we have Gridlife Paddock Pops, run by somebody very, very special to the Gridlife family. Now, ice cream at the track is obviously a hot commodity, no pun intended, but Chris Stewart, who is the brainchild, this is the brainchild of Gridlife, has his son Eames right here. I shouldn't say that. You are here on your own fruition. This is your idea. You have something special for us. You, Eames Stewart, have created a custom flavor just for the people of Gridlife. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what is the name of this flavor?
Mint chocolate chicane.
I love that. Okay, well, Mr. Eames, may I please have one small mint chocolate chicane, please? All right, so guys, the flavors that you can find here, we have mint chocolate chicane, which is what I'm gonna try. We have peanut butter potato chip, which sounds actually incredible. Orange dreamsicle, blue moon, which is a vegan option, and all of them are made by Pretty Cool Ice Creams out of Chicago. Thank you so much. Yo, look at the packaging. Come here, get all tight on this. Dude, that's so sick. Okay, you wanna interview me?
So what it is it's a mint ice cream base with chunks of cookie dough in it, covered in a milk chocolate shell with sprinkles.
Oh, bro. That hits the spot like I was not expecting. Incredible. Well, let me pay the man and be on our way, because you guys should definitely come and check it out. You can't miss it. Bright blue ice cream truck right here next to the Gridlife merch tent. Thank you for being here, Eames. You'll find him and his brother Jack here manning the booth. I shouldn't be talking with my mouth full. We got stuff to do, guys. It's Gridlife. Thanks, bud.
Wisconsin at 160 miles an hour. A driver imposes his will and courage on his car in the course.
Nestled by Elkhart Lake in central Wisconsin lies one of the world's great racetracks.
Joining you today from one of the most picturesque and challenging racetracks in the world.
The quaint town of Elkhart Lake in the Kettle Moraine region of Wisconsin held its first motor race in 1950, and for the next few years held competitions on the local roads. After a fatal accident at Watkins Glen in 1952, the United States outlawed contests of speed on public roadways, including those in Elkhart Lake. In 1955, Cliff Tufte built a permanent road racing venue on nearly 700 acres of land just to the southeast of town. He paved a 4-mile scenic course that became known as Road America.
Road racing at its best.
In the years that followed, the Road America 500 brought the best sports car racers in an often unforgiving 500-mile endurance event. The circuit was fast, with trees, bridges, and other obstacles just feet from the edges of the course. It was a true challenge, with long braking zones and tricky sections earning names like the Hurry Downs, Carousel, and Canada Corner. Over the years, Road America began to appear on nearly every major racing series schedule. If you raced professionally in the United States, you raced here. IndyCar, kart, American Le Mans, Superbikes, NASCAR. They all have a chapter in Road America's history. The course remains nearly unchanged from its original configuration. Few courses have stood the test of time with their character unaltered. The same trees line the edges of the run down the backstretch. The same hill still rises to the start line, and the Corvette Bridge still stands over turn 6, as it has for over half a century. And there's a magic to it all, something special. In nearly 70 years of history, the track has become a part of the land that surrounds it, earning itself the nickname America's National Park of Speed. North America's racetrack boom happened in the mid-1950s, and along with storied courses like Lime Rock Park, Laguna Seca, and Watkins Glen came Road America. It's true that it hasn't changed much, at least not in character. But this weekend, Gridlife brings an all-new festival, Summer Apex, presented by Falcon. The story of America's National Park of Speed has many chapters, but this chapter is written with fresh ink in teal, purple, and pink. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Gridlife Summer Apex, presented by Falcon. Kyle Heyer, joined by Owen Horst for another day of road racing, drift, and time attack action at one of the fastest and most storied courses in all of North America. Owen, it is a pleasure and a privilege to be sat alongside you here for this afternoon's racing and time attack. This place is so special.
That's right, Kyle. Day 2 at Summer Apex, and I couldn't be more excited to go see some racing, man. I want to see some cars go fast. I want to see some cars attack some corners. I want to see some Apexes get destroyed, okay?
I think we're gearing up for just that here in a few moments' time. Of course, Gridlife Summer Apex is presented by Falcon, the official tire of Gridlife Track Battle, and NOS Energy, the official energy drink sponsor of Gridlife and the title partner of the NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack. And this is a 4-mile course, Owen, 14 turns around it, and it is a fast facility. It is a long facility, 14 turns as we mentioned, and all of it starts with this fast, crazy run down towards turn number 1, and it begins this lap around the 4-mile National Park of Speed. And take me through the first couple sectors here.
Well, first you're going to be coming down the front straight, and you're going to be carrying a ton of speed, so you're going to be wanting to get on the brakes early, turning in for turn 1. You're going to have a slight turn 2, and then again down on the brakes hard for turn 3, and then quickly on the power for turn 5.
Down towards the passing zone, through the rain sweep into turn 5. Hard left-hander, down a handful of gears, up into turn 6 under the Corvette Bridge. It's been there for decades. It remains a challenge as the car gets light up through that left-hander. Turn 7 almost flat out there as you turn back to the right. Turn 8, similar to turn 5, but not as far downhill into this carousel. A long, late apex corner that leads you into a short straight before the kink. This is the corner everyone's got to get brave to drive through at high speed. Just to tip off the throttle, down through the back straightaway to Canada Corner. Another huge braking zone through one of the most beautiful sections of racetrack in all of the world. Then up through Billy Mitchell Bend at 13 and back around to turn 14. All of that, if you do it right, in some of these cars, is under 2 minutes and 15 seconds. This is fast. This is fun. And this is the Gridlife NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. We're gearing up for qualifying 3 here shortly. This is the last opportunity for those in the Track Battle Championship to advance their way to the top 5 in their class for that podium sprint later today.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see a lot of these cars try to like this is their last opportunity to qualify for the podium sprint, so they're going to be honestly just leaving it all out there. Like yesterday we were talking about how a lot of these time attack cars, they have 1 lap to put it on. This is that time. These drivers really need to show up and show out.
Yeah, there's a look at Q3. So that's the top 5 in each category have to make it and continue their fast laps here. We've already had 2 qualifying sessions. This morning, the big news, Mike Dussault in the 1967 Camaro broke the Gridlife track record that was standing here from 3 years ago in 2021. Ferris Khartoumi's time of 2:04.877 is no longer the record. It's a 2:04.5 set this morning. Unfortunately, Mike Dussault's car ran that time and immediately found its way into the gravel trap at turn 5 with a little smoke and fire under the hood. Out of the car, he's okay. I don't know if we'll see that car again or if it'll be repaired for podium sprint. I sure hope it does. It was doing nearly 200 miles an hour into turn 1.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're going to have to move the speed trap from turn 5 to turn 1, Kyle. I think that's our plan.
It might have even been going faster into turn number 5. As it was actually better than 200? That's what we're hearing.
Yeah, we're hearing it's more than 200.
That's crazy on the trap down into turn 1.
Insane.
Just crazy fast. There's a look at the festival grounds tonight. It is going to be Dead Mouse playing on the big stage. Of course, the festival grounds last night were a total vibe, Owen. And that's all what we're bringing to the festival culture here. Bring people that might not typically come to Road America for any other event, giving them a tour and a view of one of the best racetracks in the country.
Yeah, Kyle, last night the festival grounds were going crazy with the karaoke hosted by T-Pain and Hurt. And even one of our drivers, Ito Waxman, he was his friend's hype man for the song Jump Around. And I've never seen Ito Waxman going that crazy, man. He was having the time of his life. I'm sure he's feeling real good after being still ahead of Andy Volkel, going into this round. So I feel like, or obviously not in points, but in this event specifically, he's ahead of Andy Volkel. So I think Ito Waxman was really feeling himself last night on that stage.
Yeah, and of course the festival grounds are fairly quiet right now. Everyone's found their way trackside for the moment as the on-track action's about to kick off again after our lunch break on this absolutely gorgeous Saturday afternoon. It's been in the mid to low 80s, and it's just been an unbelievable weekend with the weather, Owen, and I think that's a treat here. Central Wisconsin in the middle of July.
Oh, yeah.
It can be a toasty one, but this weekend it's been exceptional. The shuttles are bringing people all around the facility, and they get to explore. We call it the National Park of Speed. It really feels that way. It's huge. It's almost got biomes from one track or one side of the track to the other. You can have different weather in different places, but it has been gorgeous all over this weekend.
Yeah, without a doubt, Kyle. This place is really magical. Yesterday I was touching on it a little bit, but it feels so homey. This place is as grand and scary kind of as it is. It's absurdly inviting, and you really just feel at home when you're around here.
So there's the look around the racetrack at the sights and sounds here of Road America. For Gridlife Summer Apex, we're just moments away from the NOS Energy TrackBattle Q3, and this is again going to be the last opportunity to move forward. There's the car concourse down there, just past the tunnel on corner entrance, and this has been a big part of the show here as well this year.
Oh yeah, the car show is always a very kind of like integral part of Gridlife as a whole. With the other things that are going on that aren't just the racing or the music. As in terms of maybe the arcade or the car show. The car show is always a super cool thing to see, especially with the car culture. You can totally tell how car culture can be more regional, right? Like our CMP car show is very different from our Midwest car show. Our Midwest car show obviously features many more like Mopar and Detroit Big 3 cars as opposed to a lot of our other events, which is really, really cool to see.
So with that, cars are making their way onto the course for the NOS Energy TrackBattle Q3, and the race fans trackside will get an opportunity to watch it on all the jumbotrons around the course and see some of them waving to themselves right now as they are working their way around the golf cart. You see Eric Catil there working his way onto the racetrack. This is just a hardship lap for the 82.
Yep. Okay.
We documented the incident he had yesterday, and this morning had a mechanical issue while we had that red flag. So just going back out on track to make sure that car will run for race 3.
Yeah, I was able to speak with Eric a little bit earlier, and in practice yesterday, he had an axle come off. And then obviously during race 1, he had that crash. But then he was able to get his car rebuilt for race 2, and he had the same problem actually from practice as he did in race 2. He had the same thing with his axle slipping.
Got it. So that's at least good that he knows how to deal with it and sort it. I recall that being an issue with this car here in the past as well. So he's fought this in years past previously, and here he is heading down to turn 5, not a part of the NOS Energy TrackBattle Championship, but again, that car has been through the ringer here this weekend. We hope to have it make it the rest of the way.
Yeah, as do I.
Yes.
As do I. We got a couple extra Sunday Cup cars coming out right now.
So this is going to be a mix of everybody here. So how we're going to run this now, because of how tight the schedule is here this weekend, instead of running by category, which we typically would do in qualifying sessions, we're going to run these track battle heats by group, by pace, by speed. What that means is we'll be flipping and flopping the tickers around a bit, make sure that everyone's up to date with where the battles are happening on track. But because it's effectively the slower cars to the fastest cars, most of your Sunday Cup field will be in this bottom group. And then as we move up through the classes, we'll try to give you an idea of where things stand. As it stands, Richard Sawicki's the quickest in Falcon Sunday Cup, with Joseph King clinging on by a 1/10 of a second over the 428 of Smith.
My goodness. Yeah, and then in 4th, I saw him out there already. Sam dueling in the Abbott Auto Performance Honda Fit. That thing was it's a previous Sunday Cup car. It was previously owned by another driver, and then I believe it was crashed last year at Watkins Glen, bought by the boys at Abbott Auto Performance, and they've rebuilt it from the ground up. They've endearingly termed it the test fit. So Sam is literally just like testing all kinds of parts on it. He's throwing all of his mechanical and engineering know-how. He's a whiz. He's a whiz on the track. He's a whiz with tools in his hands, and I'm really excited to see what he can do with it.
Yeah, there's the number 67 Street Mod car at the moment, and again, we can check in on all of these battles throughout the day. One of the cars that I see on track right now is Charles Miller in that 55. I don't see him on this list at all, so he hasn't gotten a clean lap yet to have in any of the qualifying sessions, and this will be an important session for him to get up into that top 5. We know the car's capable of getting there. He's got to beat a 235, 450. Nope, I lied. 232.071 to get in and knock Sam Bosnian out.
Okay, which car was that, Kyle? Sorry.
The Miller?
Yeah, but
that's the blue Evo.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I just didn't want to say anything. All right. Yeah, I've always seen that car around, and it's always a very nice car to see, and always looks really good on track too.
It really does look great, and unfortunately, again, I don't know why he hadn't gotten a lap time, but he'll be working on it now as we work our way down towards Canada Corner. You see the camera's been rotated around here today to help us see the corner entry. There's Miller working his way down into turn 12. A couple of Sunday Cup cars in behind. So because Sunday Cup is the one that's most likely to see some shifting and shuffling, we'll have that ticker up on the board for most of this session, and we'll check in if we see anything else. But there's that 55. This is coming to the green flag after a warm-up here, so no times just yet, but there's that Rad Hangs Racing 55 car.
Yeah, that's just a great design livery. So he's been coming up the hill for his flying lap now. A little bit of a puff of smoke coming from the exhaust.
Just Evo things too, right?
Just a couple Evo things, you know.
And I imagine that because he didn't get a lap so far, that's why he's in this group. But that car should be much faster. And Lucas Schar in the Yaris, that's bottom of the screen that just went by. He's actually all of the cars down to, I think, Lucas included yesterday in practice, I think, went quicker than the previous track record in Sunday Cup, which is just indicative of how fast everyone has been pushing.
That's super awesome, especially for Schar and that Toyota Yaris. That's a brand new chassis, especially for Sunday Cup, right?
So let's just put this in perspective. Look at this ticker. So find me where 3 minutes and 1 seconds .392 is.
All right, so that would place you around 12th place.
So all of the cars above that broke the track record.
What?
From last year. Or 3 years ago, rather.
Oh my goodness!
So yeah,
so Sunday Cup cars that are sub 3 minute. That's insane.
Michael Smith ran the previous track record time, which was a 3:01.392. There's Lucas Schar, and everybody from Schar on up is now faster than the record from 2021.
That is amazing.
9-second improvement, where Richard Sawicki is in that MX-5.
9 seconds from like 2,400 pounds of 100 horsepower Fury is just that's impressive, and that's just truly telling of the class that Gridlife has been able to provide for these drivers, and they're able to adapt it and change it and just find all the pace that they need.
Yeah, and Schar has driven this event to this event, as many of the drivers in Sunday Cup do. Drove to this event, drove to CMP, actually got in an accident on the way back from CMP, had to replace his front bumper, then took the opportunity to put a brand new livery on it as well. Car looks like $1 million. He's having a blast. Great to have him here in this field.
Yeah, that's a super cool car to see, because it's he knows what he's doing. He's trying to shake it up a bit and upset the fits.
Whoops.
Oh,
it's the 360 car. Uh-oh. And that is
into turn 5, I wonder.
It looks like it could be. That right front suspension doesn't look great.
Gloves are off. Driver seems to be okay.
It's Mr. Ramchand in that car. Yeah, it looks like the right front suspension is not doing the things that it should do.
Yeah, doesn't look like it.
If your parts of your car are at different latitudes and longitudes, it's not usually going to be sufficient. You see a little damage on the right front there, probably just from things banging around up front.
Yeah.
Look at that tire, actually, interestingly. It's off. Is it off the rim?
Oh, yeah,
it is.
Did he have a flat?
So maybe it's not suspension, but it could be a puncture of some kind.
Yeah, but then I think the reason that his airbags and that the fender kind of got messed up, misaligned, I think he hit that bump, and then I think that's why it just dropped it.
Yeah, so interesting.
That's
so
too bad.
Come to a stop, and let's see were you right about this being at 5? I think you are. And if that's the case, yes, he is at turn 5. So that should be an easy enough pull to get that car off the track. You see the yellow flags waving there. And there will also be a yellow up the straightaway as well, warning drivers that they cannot pass. Again, time attack is not about positioning on the racetrack, so you just have to back it down for a moment. And there's a look at the festival grounds again. And all the drift paddock as well. The Briggs & Stratton Motorplex been getting plenty of use here this weekend. And Nick Swan called it the best little drift course he's ever seen.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? He's definitely he's seen quite a few, I would imagine.
Yeah, and I think for him it was, and Charlie Enslin, who's one of our Gridlife Core staff members, was talking about how much elevation there is there. Yeah. But just in scale to how long the track is in duration, it's a lot. It'd be like if this track went up 25 stories, so just in relation to how long it is. There's Juan Johnson in the Falcon Club TR 142.
Kyle, I was able to talk with him during tech, and he said that is the self-proclaimed loudest Club TR car, and I'd have to agree with him, I think.
It does make a lot of noise, doesn't it? Nice bright colors as well.
Too.
Loud not only in noise, but in the visuals as well.
It's loud in many ways. Good for him.
And down at a 246.752 is his best time, just outside the top 20, but still chasing after it here.
I don't think I've seen. I would imagine James Houghton's probably just still in the pits with that
Correct.
time. Yeah.
Yep. And then these are all times. Again, this ticker is seeded from the prior 2 qualifying sessions, so it doesn't necessarily mean that they've been on track in this session, but their times will still apply for the podium sprint later today. So that's why you see all these times on the board.
And remind me, Kyle, if you said like a very fast time in Q2, can you improve on that time into Q3? Okay.
Yep. So we just take the best of the 3, and you don't need to run in all of them. You just need to get a time, and that time will carry through. So if you don't run any times, then you won't qualify for the podium sprint. But as long as you have at least 1 quick time, and we'll take your quickest, that's what will put you in the podium sprint.
Cool. Nice.
We've never done the podium sprint format here before.
Right.
And because of, again, for those that just missed the top of the show, because of the challenging tight schedule here, we were not able to fully separate the categories. Now, Sunday Cup has a handful of cars, but we can put more cars on track than the Sunday Cup group has, and so we can't give them their own dedicated group. And so it ends up squeezing a lot of very, very fast cars with cars that aren't quite the same pace. It creates not as good of a scenario for those on track. So that's why we're running in groups. We'll try to keep everyone updated as far as where the class battles are happening. But really right now it's the Sunday Cup group that has the possibility for some shifting and shuffling.
Now, I haven't seen the number 216 Honda Fit of Nick Berg. I haven't seen him out there right now, but I know that's not normally the car that he drives, but still, P3 for this weekend, he's doing really well and showing that he can still drive no matter what car he's in.
Up the front straightaway, that's Jason Davidson in the 122. Now, he works with a GT4 team, NOS Sport, if you're familiar with that team, who's very, very talented in the sports car racing realm. Also works for a couple other teams. I believe he was here actually earlier in the week helping them test. And he just drove his car here, and he was ready to go compete here this weekend. And next week, I'm sure he'll be back here again when IMSA rolls into town.
Yeah, Kyle, I think it was like Wednesday morning. I was sitting in the staff campgrounds, and Hunter, one of our ops guys, he was looking or sitting down, and he goes, I think I just saw a Honda Fit with a Gridlife door card. And he and I looked at each other, and I was like, nah, you're crazy. You're crazy. And then sure enough, we found it, and we were so confused for a whole, 2 hours. And then I think you told us that he works there or works for a team.
I had the same feeling last year when I went to VIR for the first time with SRO. I rolled down into the paddock, and there's a Honda Fit with Gridlife stickers on. I'm like, what is going on? I thought we weren't allowed to be here. Anyway, it's down into turn 3.
Don't tell nobody.
You got Juan Johnson working his way down. Still working on that Falcon Sunday Cup improvement, but again, I think some of the quickest cars in Sunday Cup will be in the next group up, but that was Sam Dooling, was it not?
Yeah, I think Sam Dooling just improved his time.
Okay, so 2:55.2.
Yeah, he's going to be him and Nick are best friends, so they're going to be having a little bit of a rivalry, I'd imagine, with these lap times.
Yeah, Bob Miller's in the Kia, and one of the great things about Sunday Cup is it's a power to weight category, so you can run anything that you can get to 25 pounds per horsepower. And that opens up a lot of potential. Honda Fits are a popular choice, but we see Lucas Schar in the Yaris. We've got the Mazda 2s in this group. We see Ford Fiestas in the past. And, if you want to talk about time attack and the sport that it is a race against the clock. I don't care if you're racing lawnmowers or RC cars or airplanes. This is a time attack category. And I think what's so great about it is that it can let anybody get into this sport and learn the ropes of battling against the clock, battling against their competitors. And then should they choose to move up to something faster and bigger and whatever, they have the experience of driving a slow car fast. And they always say driving a slow car fast is way more fun than driving a fast car fast.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
There's Volkswagen Jetta heading down into turn number 12. And I have to remind myself, it's been a little while since I've seen this car.
That 142 of Juan Johnson moving through Canada. To Canada, passing a couple of Sunday Cup cars.
And the Sunday Cup cars are grouping up together also and gearing up to work with each other and slipstream and draft a bit. There's no rule against that. It will certainly be a powerful thing to be able to do.
And some little bit of bump drafting.
Jetta's going to give a point by here to the 122, and Jason Davidson will climb the hill.
Is that Jetta in Club TR, Kyle?
I believe it is. Okay. It's been floating around a couple different categories from what I recall, but I think Club TR is where it should be. and
Now,
across
Kyle,
the
if
strike.
you could, if you just had one car, what would you put Sunday Cup? What would you use for your Sunday Cup car?
Well, so this is weird because I have a Fiesta.
That's right.
But I think I would be,
top heavy.
I would be a little less afraid of the fit. I think just
Yeah.
the Fiestas, they've had a tendency when they get off track to roll over, and makes me a little nervous. I've tracked my FRS before, and I feel a lot more comfortable in that car on track, but I like it too much to beat it up.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, as far as Sunday Cup goes, I think you really can't go wrong with a fit, even if it's got 250,000 miles on it.
Yeah,
They just run forever. The only thing you can't do is run the AC when the car is revved above 5,000 RPM. You'll blow the compressor out.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Yeah. There's the 144 of Mukherjee. Now, that's an interesting car to talk about, the black Honda Fit, because I believe he was at one point and still is leading the championship standings with a first at Rev Up, a second at Midwest Festival, and fourths at Mid-Ohio and Carolina Motorsports Park. So that's your championship leader.
Oh, yeah. Getting after it.
In the first-gen Honda Fit. And right now, the challenge he's got is he is not in the podium sprint. He has work to do.
Yeah, he does.
So as far as your championship goes and the battles that you have in that title,
James Smith, he's in second for the standings, so he would be probably overtaking him in the.
Well, that's the thing, right? So the difference between them in the points right now is about 5 points. So, when you finish fourth, you get 15. If you win, you get 25. That's a 10-point swing, even in the podium sprint. If you miss the podium sprint and James Smith gets into it, it's very possible that we would see a championship lead switch 4 rounds into the season.
And even third and fourth place, Chris Rice and Mike Jansen, I think both of them aren't here. So if Sam has Sam Dooling, if he has a good finish in that Abbott Auto Performance test fit, he could certainly see himself getting up to the third spot.
Well, the other thing to consider for him is that he's got 2 7ths as well, and he's already run 4 rounds. So if he runs this, he has run this round. Once these results go in, he's going to drop one of those 7ths and replace it with something better than that. So 16 points in a fourth would not be a bad way. As we get the checkered flag here on this session, Charles Miller, let's check in on street class and see how that has gone. And he has put himself in.
Oh, guys.
And knocked out Sam Bosnian. So now Sam will have an opportunity because he's running in a later group. He'll have the chance to work back in, right? Because we're split by speed, not by class. So Bosnian will get a chance to go a little later in the day here and try to get back up above Charles Miller. The challenge for Bosnian, he's got to find over a second to get to Mike Coons to knock him out of the top 5.
Do we know if Ryan was able to improve on his times, Kyle?
Let's have a look. Ryan Mukherjee was not 256.27.
I think he did improve on his time, but I don't think he did.
Not good enough. Yep. And he needed only 0.4 of a second. I mean, it's not like it was a ton of time to find.
Yeah.
Around 14 corners, if you are off by a 1/10, that's 1.4 seconds around the track.
Yeah,
I mean, if you're off by a 1/10 in every corner.
That's a shame, especially in a Honda Fit where, like, you're not going crazy fast, so there's not many places to make an error, so you really got to be clean and consistent in a lot of different places with these cars.
Yeah, here's a look. The unofficial now, because I don't know that we've seen Richard Sawicki yet, and I don't think we've seen James Smith yet in this session. I don't think, were they out there?
No, James Smith, I don't...
I did not see James.
I don't think I saw him.
Yeah, so they're going to be in the next group then, so they'll have another opportunity to go quicker. That's why I say unofficial.
Yeah.
But Robert Miller, Lucas Schar, looks like those guys will be out. I think anyone that is that didn't make it into the top 5, they've lost their opportunity now to do just that. Now, the 2 cars that are left to go will have an opportunity to improve their time, but they're already in. They don't even need to run if they don't want to.
Yeah, this will be a very interesting... like with having these cars split up, it's always very interesting to see where their times merge, right?
Yeah, and as far as Falcon Club TR, no changes in this session despite a few cars out there running in that category. We did document the street class with Charles Miller moving into 4th place in that category, which will shift Sam Bosnian out, and he'll need to find a full second in this last session to make it into the podium sprint.
I mean, if there's one 350Z that I know can find a second, it's the Hard Times Racing 350Z out of Sam Bosnian.
Yeah, so he'll give it a go, and other drivers like Munzer Habibovic and others. Aladdin Klitschik just went a little faster, but not quick enough. Klitschik went quickest. That was a tongue twister there. Mike Bryant was out there as well in his K-Swap NC Miata.
Seems to be a very popular swap, Kyle. K-Swap Miata.
Yep, and I don't think it was enough to push him back into the top 5, and it was not. But it was close. Let's have one more look at the Club TR results. Mike Bryan at a 2:35.443, see him 7th. And the difference between this category is a full 2 seconds between Ian Flavin and Graham Gaylord. So we've still got the meat of this group coming up, so we could still see a lot of shuffling, but there's a pretty sizable gap.
Maybe James Howden wasn't even in that group, potentially.
He wasn't.
Okay, yeah, then I think that whole top 5 wasn't out. So they definitely have plenty of room to still improve.
Right, so a lot still left to decide as the next group is going to get rolling. I do see some more Club TR cars on grid here as well, including Peter Granberg, who's one of the top seeds coming in. So this is going to be an interesting group here. I see Josh Powers rolling off on grid. It looks like Peter Granberg, Ian Flavin, a bunch of those front runners in the Falcon Club TR class. So this is going to be that session where we're looking for a lot of movement in that group.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be a fun time.
Yeah, Graham Gaylord as well. And a few more street mod cars, a couple street GTs.
Yeah, I'm also really interested to see where the number 50 Turn-In Motorsports MR2 ends up, because I was really interested in that chassis and seeing how, because honestly, it's a notoriously bad motorsports chassis, and I'm always really interested to see what people want to do and how people want to get rid of a lot of the problems that those chassis have.
So tell me about that. I don't know much about it. So what makes them not ideal for motorsports?
I'm pretty sure it's it's mainly they have really bad the snap oversteer. So when you get off throttle, the car just wants to turn around. It just wants to pendulum and keep going. And I'm almost positive that's the main problems with those MR2s. And I think it's probably
MR2s. Sorry,
yeah,
I was thinking something different.
Oh,
I had heard BMW and I was like, I didn't know BMW was bad. No, MR2s. You're right. Okay, now I'm in the same mental game as you. Sorry, I zoned out there for a second. Anyway, we've got Falcon Club TR on the racetrack primarily. There's some other groups and categories out there. But let's watch this fight because we've got some front runners in here. So you see a few more street mod cars. So the cars we're looking for are the ones with the gray, trouble, turn 6.
Oh, is that an engine?
Looks like it.
Oh, yeah. Dang.
Big smoke out of one of the Corvettes. That, I think, was Jeremy Selenius.
Hopefully we don't have any oil down.
Doesn't look like it's laying anything down, but
looks all right.
It's always hard to tell.
It is always hard to tell, especially with the smoke. The smoke really messes it up. But hopefully he finds a cutout over here. There's one at the exit on the outside of 8.
Yeah, so he'll hopefully just try to pull that car off course. And he's been putting a lot of work into this to get it sorted.
A shame.
Yep. To be honest, I don't know if he can see that it's making smoke.
Maybe, but he's going slow enough to where he probably knows.
See Graham Gaylord giving a left-right, just trying to make sure there wasn't any oil down in that spot. That's really heads-up driving by Graham just to feel out the grip level and make sure that there is grip there.
Yeah, certainly. That's probably very treacherous when you see a car with a big old puff of smoke in front of you. Oh, you can much slower, yeah.
Great sounds as we work our way through the kinks. So it's not smoking anymore, which is usually a bad thing because it means all the oil's gone, but he could have also shut it down and just is coasting. He's got a little power.
Yeah, it looks like it's driving. Oh, there we go.
And he's going to pull for a cutout. Nice work there. Keep the track green.
Maybe we could probably reverse into there too.
Well, either way, they might be able to leave him there.
Yeah, I think they could.
We will see what they do. Anyway, we've got the next group on the racetrack there. I think that's Aaron Rekadal in your primary vision there, and then a few more cars creeping into the shot. I think the ones that we're watching on the timing and scoring screen are Peter Granberg and Ian Flavin. So Granberg's in that blue and white BRZ, middle of the screen, and you're right behind him.
Another blue BRZ.
Well, that's another blue BRZ, and that one is Ian Flavin. That's the 2.4-liter FA24 swap.
Oh, that's that one you were talking. We were talking about that yesterday. So these will be very interesting cars to see how they match up against each other with a 2-liter or 2.4.
No, 2-liter versus a 2.4.
Yeah.
Sorry, you might have had it right.
Yeah.
The K24 is also a 2.4.
Yep. Yeah.
So 2.4-liter engines, one from Honda, one from Subaru, both in Subaru chassis cars. So this will be a pretty interesting matchup. I mentioned this yesterday, but I spoke with Ian prior to the weekend, and the gains in the torque from the new 2.4-liter FA24 that comes from the new GR86 and BRZ, there's a lot of torque there, but you don't have the revs that the K24 engine in the Elite BRZ has. So a lot more RPM versus a lot more torque. It's probably a pretty even fight. We see them right next to each other on the timing screen and next to each other on the racetrack.
Yeah, I actually got a chance to speak with Pete Granberg, and he obviously he's very very consistent driver in that car. He loves that vehicle. He knows that chassis super well. Obviously, we talked about that before. He's owned it for so many years at this rate that, like, he knows those chassis much better than most people.
I mean, he's seen so many iterations with this car. It's been supercharged. As you point out, it's seen so many different setups that he's kind of become one with it and has got it really dialed. But he asked me this morning, I ran into him this morning. He goes, should I put some stickers on and try to go for the record over Houghton? I go, isn't that the whole sport? Isn't that what you're trying to do? Absolutely go throw some new RT660s on and go for it.
You're in Falcon Club TR, man. Go get yourself some promo.
Yeah, so I think there's a yellow still there at turn 11 for the car off, but they'll probably leave that car there.
Yeah, I think it's in a good enough spot where it's not going to create any problems because people are super far to the left when they're approaching the kink right there, and that's about where he is.
Braking zone for turn 12. See Flavin leaving a little margin there on the left, and then up through Billy Mitchell Bend, and then into turn 14. And they're just aiming to beat their lap times. And for Flavin, it's just in defense, right? I mean, you just have to keep going here. Traffic for Peter Granberg. I don't know if he's going to have to navigate it or not. A little awkward there,
but Pete was going for the inside, but Corvette wanted to give him the outside.
And now he's going to drive away. So that was not as efficient as it could have been, I think.
That was a bit strange too, because he seemed to be dogging it towards the last sector, and then it kind of maybe indirectly messed up Pete's lap. That's too bad.
Yeah.
He'll have time to get another one, though.
Yeah, I think he'll get an opportunity here. So off into turn 1 to 19. It's a track mod car.
Josh Powers, right?
Yep. You got it. I think he wanted to give a point by, but then just realized maybe it's just easier if I just drive away.
Seriously. I don't know. It looks like Pete's just got just as close again.
Graham Gaylord made up some time. It's the 2:35.069, so he's made up a little ground on Flavin. Still about a second and a half.
Yeah.
But it is getting closer. And when I mean drive in defense, I mean, yeah, Flavin's in, Granberg's in. But if Gaylord or Brian or any of these other drivers, Daniel Persing, if they find a good lap, they could knock you out. You have to get a better time than one that puts you 4th or 5th in class.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I'd imagine that the number 11, that's the new GR Corolla. So Gaylord's going to be really wanting to push that car and just really find its limits. And obviously, I think a lot of us are very interested to see where the limits of that car is.
Yeah, I think when that car, came out, there was a lot of discussion about where it fits in the class structure, and there were some concerns maybe that it would be an overdog in Club TR. I don't think that we've seen that in particular, but it lands right in the middle of the pack, and I think it gives the opportunity for drivers to kind of tweak on it and find some speed.
Yeah, and I think on paper it's in between Club TR and like Street GT.
Right.
And kind of depending upon which dealership you go to, how much of the markup you're spending.
See Peter Granberg make a huge gain in the carousel.
Goodness.
Going to go around the outside of Josh Powers in the Corvette, and that's what lightweight will get you.
Oh, yeah.
Even though the arrow on that Corvette.
There'll be a lot more arrow on that thing, huh?
Yeah, but Peter's got a pretty big wing as well, and he's going to blast through the kink now.
Oh,
and the 26.
Turn 5 exit again?
Yeah, it looks like just pulling off course there. No harm, no foul there.
Now, Kyle, does that person in that Corvette who's off on the side of the road, should they stay in their car? Should they try to get out and get behind a barrier?
The rule of thumb is always stay in your car unless it's on fire. We've seen that already today. Never leave your car. Car is the safest place to be.
Yeah.
If you can get your car behind the wall, then you can consider getting out and trying to find a way back to the paddock. But otherwise, stay put, stay harnessed up, helmet on, belted in. That is the safest place to be on a hot racetrack. Okay. So, and that's as long as the corner workers see that staying that way, they won't bother going out to retrieve that car, knowing that the driver is about as safe as they're going to get belted in like that.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's just great heads-up awareness from our driver. Then awesome. That's great.
Across the stripe, let's see what Peter Granberg's got. It is not an improvement. And let's see what Flavin's got. No improvement there. And again, the ticker has been quiet in this Falcon Club TR group, but it's a little warmer than it was earlier today. See Selenius not able to back in. I don't actually know that there's anywhere for him to go.
Yeah,
if you look back here, I don't think he can get out of there. So he might just be waiting for the track to find an opportunity to tow him back down pit lane, because that's just rocks and debris over there.
He might just be waiting for the checkers in this session, I think.
So off into turn 5. Last opportunities for most of the front runners in Falcon Club TR. Now, 2 cars we haven't seen, Fez Bobber and James Houghton. Those 2 cars still will be going in the next group. Granberg really deep on the brakes.
Yeah, another car, Kyle, we haven't seen is the number 126 out of Jake Abbott. His K-Swap BRZ. Is he in another session, you think?
It could be, if he's got the pace to be in the next session, absolutely. Chris Nahill picks up some time in his BRZ, up to 11th. See the green on the timing and scoring wipe there. Granberg, I think, is going to be on a flyer, and he has got this car sorted where he can make 3 or 4 runs at it.
I mean, he's walking around a Corvette the last 2 laps, so I'm sure he's probably looking to improve this time around. Yep, still got that Corvette looking at him in the review.
Yeah, Granberg is going to be getting after it for sure. And this class, the Falcon Club CR category, is all on the spec Falcon RT 660 tire, and gives everyone a level playing field as far as the grip to the racetrack.
It's great that there's a tire for the series, or for the class rather. That's really awesome.
Yeah, I mean it's really neat because a lot of our time attack categories are just based on a treadwear level basically. So you can run 200 treadwear tire or 300 or 100 or whatnot. But in this class and in Sunday Cup, the same tire for everybody. And I think that it's really cool because you know that, all right, it's not because he has better tires than me. It's because he drove better than me or built a better mousetrap than I did, and that's cool.
Yeah, it makes for much better racing.
See if Granberg can finish this lap off at turn 14.
Got it real centered before he had turn in. Looked real good.
All the racetrack on corner exit and up the hill. Again, he's in right now. He just is in defense mode. But I know he wants to go faster.
Oh, yeah, he always does. He's hungry for it.
And across the stripe for Granberg. And yes, it's a pickup, a 2:31.818. And Peter Granberg goes to second in Falcon Club TR.
Nice.
What a lap. He put that one together, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. That's definitely just sitting behind that Corvette or in front of it, and now he finally got some clear track that he needed, so he's not distracted or anything.
Knocks Stan Feingold down to 4th, and Flavin still on the bubble. And here's a street class car. I think this is Aaron Reckadal, if I believe. Let's have a look at the street class running order. It's the 38. And was I right? I sure was. Gray Civic Type R. Reckadal's trying to get into the podium sprint. Needs to find actually over 3 seconds. See if he can do that.
Oh, yeah.
Cross the stripe. No pickup. Civic Type R's, though.
They're really cool.
Really cool. I
mean, the new ones, the FL5, looks amazing.
I'm on Team FL5 for sure.
Dude, seriously, it's so it's obscenely matured for a Honda Civic, and it looks so great. Like, I mean, I did love this one. I did like it. I wasn't one of the people who was like, nah, there's too many angles and too many splitters and grills and vents that don't do anything. Nah, I liked them.
So I didn't dislike it. I also understand that a lot of grills and things are not always have to be real. I just think that the new one is, I would call it more mature looking. Even though I didn't think the other one was too far, I think that the current one is just, it's so much more muscular, lower, wider. It just feels more aggressive in some ways, but without having to resort to an over-aggression.
Or over-styling.
Or over-styling. But I still think it looks good.
Yeah, it
does. It's the performance level that you get with these cars and the daily drivability you can get out of them as well. 4 doors.
One of the only things I've heard about these this generation of Civic Type R was that they have automatic rev match when you downshift, and sometimes like the downpipe, I guess, is right next to the transmission tunnel, and it heats up the transmission in some ways that the downshift rev, like the automatic rev matching, just doesn't work anymore. So that's a super small little tidbit, but I can't imagine it's much of an issue for a street class race car. Yeah,
also our buddy Patrick has one of these, and he brings that out on occasion and goes for a rip. So it's always fun to have him here in the paddock. But Aaron Reckadal, I don't think he picked up the checkers last time. It came out just after he crossed the stripe, so he might be able to finish this lap. There's a few other cars that are making their way around, but for the most part, this session is coming to a close. We've still got a couple more groups. I think 2 more groups. Woo, someone went blowing by that. I think that was the Civic.
That's definitely a modern Civic where it's definitely just,
yeah.
Unless it's got like a super loud exhaust.
Through Canada Corner and up into Billy Mitchell Bend. Aaron Reckadal trying to keep his weekend alive. Now, tomorrow he'll have an opportunity to improve up to 6th place in theory, but not able to get a trophy if he cannot get into the podium sprint.
Wow, I can't believe there's like a path all the way down around the racetrack, all the way over there.
Yeah, that's a. Have you gotten a chance to walk that one yet?
I was not that one, but I was at the outside of Canada where we went like earlier.
It's a cool place to walk around. Here comes Rekadal across the stripe. He does pick up, but doesn't improve positions. Stays 7th at a 2:34.130.
Some of these people still haven't gone out, right, Kyle?
That's correct. So there's a handful of drivers and teams that still have yet to go. Street class in particular, there's a lot of cars still left to make their way around.
Yeah, now they're picking up that Corvette.
So while we've got a moment, let's have a look. Again, this is pending some more drivers running, but another look at our Falcon Club TR running order. You see Peter Granberg has now jumped up to 2nd place with that 2:31.8. Fez Bobber down to 3rd. Now Fez is going to be in this next group, I believe, and when he is in this next group. So when he goes out, his goal is to try to get ahead of Granberg so that he can be seated after him. If you're quicker, you go later in the podium sprint, and then you get an opportunity to see what they do and set a target in your mind for how to get there. It's always hard to go out first and be the one to set the pace.
Yeah, it's definitely more nerve-wracking, especially because you don't know how the track is going to act, or how the track was changed or evolved from the last session, what rubber was laid down in what places, or if just anything else anywhere.
And here's a look at the rest of the runners in the street category. We mentioned Aaron Rekadal making up some time, but not enough to advance into the podium sprint. But there's still a lot of these cars as well that have to go. So we're a long ways from having this completely sorted.
Oh yeah, we definitely got plenty of racing still to come.
I think we've got 2 groups left. So we're going to have the next group, which will have the very pointy end of Club TR, as well as some Street GT and Street Mod. And then our last group will be effectively unlimited and track mod cars. And that's where we're going to see some real fast times get laid down, as we talked about the track record falling this morning with Mike Dussault at a 2:04.5. Wow. And deep into triple digits.
Yeah,
so
that's 200 miles an hour at Road America is just an obscene pace.
So while they're retrieving that car, we're going to head out onto the racetrack here in just a couple moments' time, Owen. And it's been a beautiful day, and we're going to continue to see that.
Yeah, without a doubt, Kyle. It's been a beautiful day, been a beautiful weekend here at Road America, and I'm really excited to see the rest of this group go out.
So the next group is going to move on to the racetrack here in a couple minutes, and we're going to see the next handful of cars. We've seen a handful of track records fall in a few different categories this weekend, and we'll update you when we have all the stats on it. But as far as we saw Street GT, I think, drop yesterday. Was that true? Yeah, we saw Street GT go down by a couple seconds with Ido Waxman. And then Track Mod, I think, also we've seen, and then Unlimited as well.
Yeah, and Sunday Cup, too, at the
And Sunday Cup in a big way, by 9 seconds, by the way. So it's been a big weekend for speed at the National Park of said word. So, man, been an exciting one so far.
Without a doubt.
Of course, this event is brand new to the Festival Tour for 2024, but we have some more Festival Tour events coming up. And the next one is just in a little under a month. It's at we call it Circuit Legends. It's at Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut. That is a special event for us, Owen. It is a motorsports-focused event, but I think as far as the history of racing, but also the history of JDM cars in American car culture, it's a big celebration there at Lime Rock.
Yeah, without a doubt. You took the words right out of my mouth. It's a celebration of car culture, and more specifically, the late 80s and early 90s JDM cars, right? So you obviously your R34s and R32s, R33s. Can't forget that one. People do. I don't like it, okay? It's my favorite one. FDs, RX-7s, all that type of stuff is at Circuit Legends. And it's just, we celebrate what made those cars great and what made people love them. And so that's just a great event. And also, Lime Rock Park is like Road America, and it's one of the most magical places in the country. It's beautiful. It's like if you took Road America and squashed it down to be 1.5 miles long. It's got a really similar feel in some ways. You can just sense the history when you walk in. And man, if those trees could talk, right? I mean, it's just unbelievable. As we see, I think it's Selenius getting towed back around. We'll be just a few moments away from restarting this next group. But while we continued under this short delay, the next and final stop on the festival tour is WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, Gridlife Laguna, at the tail end of September, and this will be our second year doing that event, and it's a long way from home for us, Owen, but it was a really great turnout last year. The vibes were great, and what another special American racetrack to do battle on. Yeah, without a doubt. Definitely one of the most famous corners in motorsports, definitely top 3, and it certainly is 2 or 3. But yeah, Laguna was an awesome event. We had a lot of very, very, very fast cars out there. Probably, you know, it wasn't the same as like our regular like S2000s and Supras like that. It was just some LMP3 cars. Some people brought out their, someone had like a dirt track oval car that was converted to be, it was a sprint car, right? That was converted to be used on asphalt. And then we had obviously Robin Shute bring his cars out, and that was amazing to see. I
went out and rode with Matan Rosenberg in his Corvette in a session on Sunday. And we were passed by an LMP3 car, a Mercedes-AMG GT3, and then we passed a Honda Fit and a Honda Civic. And I was like, this is like an open Forza lobby. It is great. Like, just anything that you could pick off the shelf, Laguna Seca had it. So we're very excited for that event as well. As the next group rolls onto the racetrack here, and we've got a smattering of different groups here, but Street Mod and Street GT, and really a little bit of everything in this
Club
group.
TR too, I think I see in there.
Fez is rolling out, so this is going to be a fun one to keep up with, though. And so
this is going to be a fast session.
It's going to be a fast one. Stan Feingold is rolling out as well. He's top 5 in Falcon Club TR. Kyle McHugh, who's running in 2 different categories this weekend. That's kind of been a topic of discussion, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
Throughout the paddock. So running street mod and in track mod.
And Sam Bosnian, he's also headed out. He's in second in the class for street. So his 350Z is definitely going to be looking to improve on a time and get up into the podium sprint.
Yeah, because he got knocked out just now, so he's got to get right back up on the horse.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at track mod, because the lead car in this group is one of those track mod cars, and it's the 33 of Chris Boersma. And interestingly, I don't see him on this. Oh, there he is, 9th. So he's got work to do to make his way up the order in that 33 car.
Yeah, that's right, he does. But I didn't see Jackie Dink go out. He's probably maybe
the next group, I would imagine. So we'll have one more group after this with the pointy end of really every category short of Club TR, because I think we kind of got into the pointy bit of that group now. I think it's Nicholas Hendricks in the gray Corvette, one of those Z06 C8s.
Oh yeah. Oh, Kyle, yesterday I messed up on the ZR1. It's just twin turbo V8 that makes 1,000 horsepower. It's not hybrid. It's just
well, you can fool me.
Yeah, well, you know, I just don't want to get it wrong. I want to respect the bow tie around here.
Okay. Yeah. Gray said the same, actually, interestingly enough. Different context, but I guess everyone's a bow tie family around there. But
it's got to be, man.
Or Hyundai. Can I interest you in a Hyundai?
You know what? You can.
All right.
I actually would love a Kona.
Man, I'll tell you what, that Elantra N we got last year, I got to lap at Watkins Glen with that, with Greg Kramer and Creature in the back seat. Oh my gosh, that was so much fun.
Yeah, that thing was a super cool car. And then also, like, another car that's really super, super cool from Hyundai is the Ioniq 5N. I love that car.
That's a sweet car.
It is no slouch around a racetrack. Like, people are obviously going to want to doubt it because it's like a CUV that's also an EV. But if you see that thing muscle its way around a racetrack, you'd be like, oh, my mistake. I didn't know your game, sir. I didn't know you knew that.
So cycling through all the different categories on the left-hand side of your screen, see Nicholas Hendricks in that gray Corvette. He's P5, and defending from Christian Aranja, who's in that white white Camaro. That is a tight battle. Only a couple tenths of a second between those two cars.
That's right.
Hey, here comes Chris Boersma. He's starting his lap and heading up the hill towards the flag stand. He'll be the first driver in this Group B to come across the stripe.
Yeah, that's one fast car, Kyle. And we've always talked, I feel like we talk at length about, you know, how much aero do you want to put onto your race car. And weren't you saying that last year Boersma, you know, kind of pulled back a lot of the aero that he was running because it just became too difficult to, like, for the setup, right?
Well, so Chris started in a drag racing background. That's how he got into motorsports initially, and they just threw motor at it and made it faster and faster and faster. When he moved to road racing, it was sort of the same thing. He threw motor at it, motor at it, motor at it, and then it was aero, and then, you know, bigger wings, bigger splitters, bigger everything. And over time, he realized that you kind of need a suspension engineer to come with you to every event to get the most out of the aerodynamics of these cars, because it gets complicated. It's not, you can't just bolt apart on your car and expect to maximize the performance. It does not work like that. There are aerodynamicists at motorsports teams that have been there for 20, 30 years that are experts in the field of aerodynamics and fluid dynamics. You need to know those things. You need to have suspension engineers that understand how to keep those wings in optimized places. Chris just said, I don't want to do that. I just want to have fun. So they backed it this year. They've taken some of the aero away. They've added some motor power back. And the goal here is to simplify the setup so that he can focus on driving and not just working in a spreadsheet to get the thing dialed in.
That makes a lot of sense. You know, I can't imagine how stressful it would be if you're just like, oh man, I got all these big wings and I just can't get the suspension set up just right, and like you need to have those, like you're saying, just those 2 trained professionals to help you eke out an extra 1/10 in the lap times, which, you know, isn't very necessary because at Gridlife, we're here to have fun.
Right, and if you're not having fun, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, time attack, and Dewey will tell you this, James Houghton will tell you this, time attack is a serious business as far as, you know, like, it isn't fun to work for 80 hours a week and then blow up on your only lap opportunity, right?
Yeah.
So just once you get some laps in and really actually do the attacking part of the time attack, that's when I think it makes sense, and it's what everyone wants to be doing. So
yeah,
it looks like Boersma backed it down a bit. I think he bailed out on that lap. There is a Street GT car packed in behind him, though.
Yeah, it looked like he was flashing his headlights at him into the braking zone. Maybe he's going a little too slow for his liking. Yep, and it looks like they switched.
Yeah, he's slowed down, and this is a Chevrolet Camaro, number 187. And this is Keenan Prusank. Big wiggle out of turn 14, and he's throttling up. He's already in the podium sprint, looking to improve. Prusank's come with us all over the Gridlife calendar. Was at Watkins Glen last year, had a blast there. He's followed us here to Road America as Boersma hits pit lane. Prusank across the line, no pickup for him.
Yeah, Kyle, the Camaros, the Chevy Camaro, there's one thing about those, and that's the suspension. The GM knows what they're doing when it comes to suspension, all right? They are going to have a great setup every single time, just out of the box. And then with things like the SS1LE or like a CO1 1LE that adds the performance pack with the canards and the different suspension, those are just those little step improvements for something like Street or Street GT, where then you can then add those parts because they're OEM, so then you may also make more improvements.
Right, so just, I think Street GT in general is a really cool category. You get the big, loud muscle cars in it. You see the Toyota GR Supras in here a lot. This weekend it's been Corvette versus Corvette, but then there's a Porsche Cayman and a couple of Camaros hanging in there. Christian Aranha just outside, Keenan Prusank just inside, and Hendricks again, another C6 Corvette lingering all around that 1/10 and a half that separates the cut line.
Is that a green Camaro?
Is this green or gray?
Black? Or yeah.
It's green. Nice. It's a really, really dark green.
Yeah, it's a nice green color, though.
Yeah.
I must admit.
So down towards turn 8, Keenan Prusank getting on the loud pedal here. Might have gotten held up a touch at turn 14, so he's going again. We saw Peter Gramberg get a nice quick lap.
Yeah, and I don't know if you missed it, Kyle, but he scrubbed turn 1. He was real wide past the second curb, so he's probably going to want to, doubly improve again.
Stan Feingold passed the stripe. I didn't see any pickup there for Stan.
Oh, sorry, Kyle.
Go ahead.
If you see in the top of your screen, you can see Chris Boersma off in the paddock. He's probably trying to see what was happening with his car. So maybe he had
the hood up?
Mechanical. Yeah, I think it is.
So in that case, something must not be right.
Yeah, and then you got another car coming down the pit lane right now. That is the Supra of Kyle McHugh.
And have a look at the running order in Street Mod. Kyle McHugh right behind Dewey DeWitt, who ran a 2:16.337 this morning. And a 2:16.337 is a new track record that Dewey ran, so that's by a second.
Look at that, that's awesome.
Over Jackie Ding's prior set time of a 2:17.453.
This is just a record
actually,
weekend.
that is, not only is that a class record, that beats the previous all-wheel drive record by 5 seconds.
By 5? Oh my
Yeah, Mike Omick had that back in 2021. It's we haven't really been here in full capacity since then, so it seems like it's been a little longer than it actually has been, but regardless.
Yeah, so that's definitely going to make sense as to why a lot of our records are just like continually just falling and falling and falling.
Nicholas Hendricks across the stripe, and then there is a track mod. Is this the GT 500 or 350?
398 is the number. Oh, yeah, that's what car it is.
Yes.
I can't tell.
I struggle with this.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mustang folks.
Yeah, I know. if I see the front, I know if it's a 500. The 500 is very distinct in the front.
It's Viniparin is the driver who's behind the wheel of that.
And then Z06 C8 rolling through turn 3 behind him.
Yeah, it's just listed as a Mustang on my entry list. Help me out, Ford people. What we got? They'll tell me.
Yeah, they'll let us know. They'll tell us it was built in the 7th month of 2023.
I mean, when in doubt, the reality is that the chat always knows more than we do. I mean, that is just a fact.
Mm-hmm.
But big breaks here for the 966 car. This is another track mod entry. sounds fantastic.
Yeah,
that flat plane crank engine.
Yep, that new
Lovely
C8
sounds.
Z06. Those things are awesome.
I don't have this car on the list, do I? In track mod.
Oh yeah, I guess not.
Kyle McHugh, 216.7 in the 29X car. That's the one running in the track modified category. I don't know what he's running as right now. That's the trouble spot I have. Is what group is he running with?
Yeah, so because he could be running with both. So how does that work? Does he come into the pits and does he have to do it in the hot pits? Can he do it? I can't imagine. Can he do it in his paddock?
I think he's been running in 2 completely separate groups, so he might go out of the next group.
Oh.
Because he has 2 tickets, which didn't. I suppose there's nothing preventing you from doing that. I mean, if you would like to, go for it.
Sure, go ahead. You want to double up? Go ahead and double up.
Double dipping, track battle style. Haven't seen a lot of motion as far as changes in the running order in our group so far, keeping up to date as best we can. Z06 down there at turn 12, and then of course Nicholas Hendricks in Street GT. And Falcon Club TR, just a quick update there because Fez Bobber was out on track, but no major shifts or shuffles in that running order just yet either.
Doesn't really seem to be that many cars on track either.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet right now, actually.
Except for that Z06.
Hear the rumble strips in the background as well, charging up the straightaway.
Shaking that car to bits.
Revving all the way to the top of the tack and across the stripe. And don't have it recording a lap unless you've got one on Race Hero. Owen, you know better than I.
I do not. It's a shame.
And no changes in Street GT with those that have run. Hendricks, Aranha has not been able to make any progress in roads there. A little smoke out of Hendricks actually, leaving turn 1.
Will that be the 3rd Corvette engine that we lose this weekend?
I don't know if it's an engine necessarily. It could be something smaller than that. The Selenius' car was certainly something in the driveline. That didn't look good, but just a little smoke. It could be oil leak or something else.
Yeah, or a little bit of oil just dripping onto a header or something, just causes smoke, or a light lockup, but that didn't look like a lockup.
As long as it doesn't get worse.
Yeah, right.
And here comes Ernestus Pizelis rocketing into the shot there. That is a track mod. Is that an unlimited entry this weekend?
It is.
Let's check that out.
Yeah, that's that GT4 Club Sport MR. So that is a full-fledged race car, pretty much, from the factory of Porsche in Stuttgart. But it does have a VIN, so it qualifies it for unlimited and not super unlimited.
How about a great sound out of that car?
Yeah, Ernie's always got super loud cars. You remember his C7 from last year? That was the loudest Corvette I think I'd ever heard.
Yeah, he changes his cars more than pants some days, but I mean, I'm all for it. Bring something different every time, right? And he's working his way around in 8th right now in class. He would need to find about 3 seconds. And between Jeff Gordon and Andreas Bertulis, it's only 0.6 of a second. No, it's not the Jeff Gordon. And like I said yesterday, I'm not going to harp on it being Jeff Gordon because I know he's going to get that every time, all the places. But Jeff Gordon P5, Andreas Bertulis P6, and it's only 0.6 between those 2 cars.
Wow. What a very close class, especially for unlimited with unlimited doesn't necessarily just mean that it's like one of the fastest cars that we have out there. There's a lot of things that can make your car unlimited if it's not crazy fast, right? So it's super cool to see this unlimited category very close this time around.
Kanan Prusenk into turn 14. And here comes Ernie, charging hard. Look at the turn in, how quickly that car changed direction. You just see the as it shifts gears. Great sounds.
That Camaro up the hill.
So you see if Prusenk can continue his defense of 4th place in Street GT. No pickup there. How about Ernie Pizelis? No pickup there either. Warmer than it was this morning. A lot of the quicker laps we saw in the AM. Tricky to go faster once the air temp heats up and the track gets a little hotter. We've had some drift cars on course between then and now as well. So that makes all things a little more challenging. But that's the great thing about the Podium Sprint format, is that later today, despite the track being slower, we're going to get to see everyone still fighting for position in equal conditions, which I think is excellent.
Looks like we have a checkered flag in hand, Kyle, across the front start straight.
And Keenan Prusank he's back on a fast lap, I think. So let's follow this Camaro.
That thing looks so good onto the brakes. Hard down into turn 5.
And left rumble strip on the exit. You don't need to clobber them around here. They're not comfortable either.
Nah, they don't like your car.
No.
They don't like you.
And he's done a nice job so far, just nibbling them at 5. A little more at 6.
And then he takes most of the curve right then.
At 7 on the apex and on the exit. Looking very tidy, though, I have to say. And he would be in, but remember, there's still a couple cars. Well, we saw Kahuzak in the BMW earlier, and Christian Aranja was in this group. So Prusank and Hendricks should be safe with this checkered flag.
Yeah, Kyle, all I can think about now when I'm looking at turn 9 is what Matanya said yesterday before race 1, which is patience, 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 patience. Now go. And then he's going to get onto the power and try to just throw it into the kink.
See how much you can trust yourself. Use some of the aero that he's got and the chassis balance to rotate through the kink at well into the 120, 130 mile an hour mark.
Wow.
And then down towards Canada corner. Here comes Keenan Prusank.
Listen to that flat 6 sing.
Great sounds here into turn 12. Unbelievable audio through, I mean, with the trees echoing it back. It's all a part of the experience, isn't it?
Seriously, just some magnificent downshifts just echoing through the trees of Road America.
Prusank and Ernie Puzelis, last corner. They'll be coming back to a checker.
Ernie might be getting a little bit of a toe up the hill from him.
To hard a downshift, kind of late in the corner, just to get some rotation out of it. Maybe charged a bit too hard into the corner. Will Prusank improve across the stripe for the green Chevrolet Camaro? He's already in the podium sprint. He will not improve. Puzelis does and jumps ahead of the 966 V2 or P1 Corvette, but only to 7th place, so he will not get into the podium sprint.
That's too bad.
Well, job well done for those out on course. Let's have a look at the Street GT results, which I think was the ones that we were following most of the time. You see Christian Aranja was not able to catch Hendricks or Prusank, so he will just miss out on the podium sprint. Advancing, though, are these 5. Now, Magnussen, Volkel, and Waxman still have yet to go. They can't they can't lose their spots in this top 5, but they certainly can shift within it. So we'll see them coming up here fairly shortly. As far as the street mod results, I don't think there's a lot of change in this category here. Jerry Lou still 5th, Cal Fortner, Matthews, McEwen, DeWitt up to the top 5. We saw Alex Moss there. That number 150 not improving enough to get to podium sprint. And then in track mod, not a lot of shuffling in this category either, but in unlimited, Ernestus Puzelis moves up into 7th place, but just shy of moving off into podium sprint. Well, with Group B out of the way, the next cars on track will be Group A, the fastest time attack cars in North America for the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. Fans have gathered trackside, and if you're down at turn 5, you're down anywhere next to the fence, you're about to get a show. Hi, guys.
What's up?
How's it going down there? Enjoying the Summer Apex Festival presented by Falcon. Thanks for being here. And you might need to get yourself another beer there, sir. But
get yourself another drink, my friend.
Get ready for it because you've got Time Attack Group A on the way. Cars reaching nearly 180 miles an hour on the run down to turn 50, and this is when the real fast stuff gets out.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. And, I mean, one of the main things, if you're not looking at the track, you can hear when these cars are getting on the track, though. There's so much more pop, 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 a lot more anger in those engine notes.
First car out on track is Justin Peachy, and we were just looking just a moment ago at the track mod running order, so here it is again. And Justin Peachy is currently qualified into the podium sprint, but I wouldn't consider him safe. He's about a second and a half away from being knocked out.
Yeah.
But Puglisi, Boersma, well, actually Boersma already ran, but Puglisi, Brownfield, they all have an opportunity to knock him back out. Brad Perkins is second in track mod. This is the BMW at turn 5 right now. Then Peachy, and then Brandon Hodge. And Hodge is the one on the hot seat here. 218.705 to a 219.363. So Brownfield in the 250 car is less than a half a second away. And then Puglisi's there as well.
Yeah, Kyle, and then another shot in the background right there, I think that's the number 426 BMW M3 of Alex Roy. That's a super interesting car and a super interesting build in the way that he's tuned it and built that car. I was able to sit down with him during tech, and he actually comes from more E36 and E90 BMW, so mainly the naturally aspirated models. and he actually tuned this thing as a more linear power curve, so then he drives it and tunes it as an N8 build. But other than that, it's built for the track. It's 600 wheel horsepower. It weighs around 3,500 pounds, and I still think that's one of the cars to look out for with that longer wheelbase, and it's an M3. And
the performance is there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the capability is there. And Alex Roy, I think he has also worked in support of Louis Chatroop on the GLTC side as well at times. So explains the E36 background that he's got. So we'll see what he can do in this track mod category. That's the primary front runners here in this group. Of course, you have some street mod cars. I saw Cal Fortner out there 5th or 6th in line. But slow outlaps here, Owen. They're just warming up tires, warming up brakes. They need to have maximum performance when they get to turn 1.
Yeah, without a doubt. And you don't want to obviously go off on your outlap, right? You don't want to ruin your tires on your outlap, scrub them, and go wide into the dirt or to the grass. That's not going to be a good time for your flyer.
Up onto the front straightaway, Brad Perkins accelerates away. The Chicane Motorsport BMW will be the first one to trip the timing and scoring for the first time.
Let's take a look, Kyle. Coming up the hill. Yeah, as it passes us in the broadcasting booth, that thing is very, very fast.
Braking zone for turn 1. Let's see what Perkins has got. Tracking out to the edge. Nice line through turn 1. Let's see what we can get him on the speed board at down here. I'm not sure if this car's strength is all in the straight line, but we'll see.
Yeah, it looks to be like a car with a ton of aero and a ton of movement in the corner.
I love this. This is one of my favorite features of this racetrack is a radar speed trap at the entrance to turn 5. I was told it's a little further up the straightaway than absolute max speed because it would otherwise be shooting uphill. 168 miles an hour for Brad Perkins before he slows it down and brings it into 5.
You know, we said that he might not be built for straight line, but that thing was no slouch in the straight line.
168 for Brad Perkins in the BMW. Into turn 6 now. This car has got interesting proportions. It's got so much aero on it and wide body fenders. It's actually kind of wide and aggressive. And look at the diffuser on the back of that thing, creating low pressure under the car to suck the car down to the road. It accelerates air out from underneath the car, helps stick it to the racetrack. And again, those aerodynamic bits, they take a lot to dial in, but the diffuser in particular is once you start putting those on your race car, you're getting into serious speed.
Yeah, without a doubt. And Kyle, I'm almost positive that the fenders, not like the canards and the wings and stuff, but I'm pretty sure the fenders is a kit from the E46 M3 GTR, which was a race car that BMW built and raced in the earlier 2000s. So I think that's what it's based off of. And I think that's what he was trying to replicate with also putting the V8 in the car. Because that was one of the main things about that car was that BMW put a V8 in it, even though the road car had a straight 6. And it was a big problem with it. Yeah.
Into turn 12. And Perkins, we heard a little wheel spin on corner exit. Justin Peachy charging Canada corner.
Hard onto the brakes.
See what Perkins has for Jackie Ding. And look at their times. They're only a 10th apart between these two.
I didn't even notice that.
I didn't either until just now. Let's see what Perkins has got.
Yeah, I'm also going to be interested to see if what Kyle McHugh can do. I haven't even seen him out yet either.
I haven't either. Let's see. Brad Perkins in the 27. Can he knock Jackie Ding off the top step for Podium Sprint later today? He cannot, so he will stay in position there. And the next car was Justin Peachy, but now it's Brandon Hodge. Brandon Hodge picks up to a 218, 234, and adds a bit more gap back to Brownfield in the 250. So just giving himself some buffer, just in case.
Just a little more cushion, you know.
Justin Peachy came on in, and Street Mod, Cal Fortner to 220, 248, still P4 in class. But he's got an opportunity to make his way up. Now, he's fairly safe, I'd say. About almost 5 seconds clear of Larry Moore. I don't think that he's going to get knocked down. Now, here comes Kyle McHugh. I think this is track mod trim now for Kyle. And here he's third in the 29X car. Just you can tell how hard he's charging, how much nosedive it's got into turn 12.
Seriously, it looks like the splitter's just riding on the ground right there.
And up into Billy Mitchell Bend. Let's see what Kyle McHugh's got.
Hopefully to keep it composed through to turn 14. Hard onto the power. Ooh, pretty good off the curbs.
Interesting. seemed like he might have pushed a bit. He went back pretty far center track after leaving turn 14. I don't think that was the lap he was hoping for, but is it quicker? It is not. So 2:16.27 is where he's going to stay. Unless that was his street mod trim.
Yeah, I was just thinking, yeah.
This, I don't like this. It's hard to follow.
Look, he's got a street mod sticker and then a track mod sticker right under it.
Yeah. I mean, hey, it is Road America.
Yep.
Do whatever you want.
It's big enough, man.
So, yeah, looking at his street mod time, didn't see any shift there. But, again, running with the 29X moniker.
Are his track mod and street mod times, how close are they?
So you notice here that his track mod time is recorded as a 2:16. He has a 2:19 street mod trim.
I was just curious as to how different they were. You know, maybe someone, or maybe the other drivers would want to know how different his times are, even though he's switching classes, right?
Saw brakes glowing into turn 5. So when you can see brakes glowing in the daylight, they are hot. A little wide at 6.
Oh, it doesn't even go to the exit curves of 6 either.
No, I think that didn't happen the way that he had planned it. Now down towards turn 8. Across stripe, Brandon Hodge makes another lap, but not a faster one.
Man, that Briggs & Stratton Motorplex is popping.
It is busy down there. It's really cool to see from the aerial shots.
Oh yeah, it's awesome to see all those people moving around, especially like in the drift community, in the drift paddock. They're just having a blast over there.
And all the while, the ring road around the campgrounds and the festival site is the carousel that's been there since 1955. And on track right now is Andy Vogel, and in Street GT, it has been a pretty fun fight to watch. Pink Corvette's down at turn 1, and Cal Fortner is on a cool down. I think I see Alex Roy back up to speed. But there's Andy Vogel, and look at this, 2:21, 2:93 for Waxman. Vogel is slower than him. Vogel has outperformed Waxman at every event they've been head-to-head so far. This could be the first time that Waxman outperforms Vogel. C6 versus C8, H pattern versus your paddle shift gearbox. This is going to be a fun fight to watch here.
Yeah, without a doubt. And like I was saying, Ido Waxman was definitely feeling himself last night at the karaoke, so he's definitely going to be on a little bit of a kick. But let's see if Andy Vogel can come out and improve his time and beat him.
Adam Jabay always fist out the window, so he's going straight here at turn 5. But Adam always jokes that car's got better cruise control than half the field's tow rigs do. I mean, that C8 has got so much technology packed in it.
Well, I bet if it had the stock seats, it'd probably still have the air-conditioned seats, huh?
It probably would, and I'll bet you he's used them on track before until he had pulled the seats out.
I mean, I certainly would be.
Why wouldn't you at that point? He had performance to spare at previous events as we get a look at Alex Roy working through turn 7.
Yeah. We're a little early onto the brakes for turn 8.
And behind him, I think, is that
a Porsche?
Appears to be. Larry Moore has gone off course, and that's, where is this at? Is this 5?
5? It might be 5.
Yes, it is. So we went straight at 5, and they're just looking under the hood there. And again, he's been chasing Street Mod Podium Sprint here this weekend. And here's a look at your Street Mod standings. And look, he's in. He bumped Jerry Lou. So this is important now, because if Larry Moore had something going wrong under the hood, he's got to get that car sorted. If he does, he'll make his first Podium Sprint appearance in a Gridlife competition. So I hope, for his sake, that whatever is going on down there at turn 5 is minor and he can get that car sorted out.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Brett, that's a super cool car. I would definitely would love to see that C4 further in. It's I was able to talk with him a little bit. It's literally just he threw the kitchen sink at it. He went full aero, turbo LS. It's a updated transmission. I think it was a T56 is what he was saying. But yeah, that's a really well built car and a really well done build.
And it's got the classic Flying Lizard inspired livery as Alex Roy improves, but it's not a Flying Lizard, it's a Flying Clarkson on the side of that car.
The Flying Jezzer.
So big fan of that livery as well, having fun with it, and it looks good, which I think is half the battle.
It does look great. That's certainly half the battle is showing up, because if you look good, you're going to perform well.
I mean, how many years do you have to go back to find a year of sports car racing without a Flying Lizard car in it at Road America?
Yeah,
probably
seriously.
a lot of years. Famous around the country and the world. It's seen the sides of so many different race cars over the years. So Alex Roy on another fast lap here. Down into turn 5, the white BMW. Throttled up a little early there, I think, but
then a little apprehension got off right away.
On the brakes again, was all the way to the right side of the track. Actually dropped the tires in the dirt on corner entry. It's tricky there because, again, the track flattens out as you get to the crest, so when you pull it back left, the car gets light and it doesn't really want to do it.
But it almost feels like at the crest, the track goes down a little bit. So like when you're at the top of the crest, you still feel like you're looking straight at the sky and not like the ground or the rest of the racetrack.
Yeah, a little wiggle out of turn 8. Got the car kicked out sideways. No replacement for displacement. Put your throttle down.
That's what I always say.
And now through the kink, high speed in this car. One thing that's nice with this is because he's not shifting manually. He's shifting manually, but not with his feet. You get the you have a lot more mental capability to turn in and make that corner rather than having to heel toe downshift. And I think it just allows you to focus on your attack.
Yeah, it's certainly faster, as much as anyone would like to say it is.
Yeah, faster doesn't mean more fun. It just means it's faster.
Yeah, exactly.
But when you're here competing, I think a lot of drivers would look at the speed it does, and that's all they really will care about.
That's true. But Kyle, within the same vein, we say that we're not here to compete.
Maybe we aren't, you and I.
That's true, we are not here.
Maybe all these guys, though.
They certainly are.
They really like those trophies, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Up the straightaway, here comes Alex Roy trying to make his way into podium sprint. He needs a few more seconds. By a few, I mean 5. It's going to be unlikely to get there, but he will not improve that lap either. I don't see any other cars that are really threatening here. I did see that Porsche working by in Unlimited. And that's Jeff Gordon, I believe, in the 324. And he will be in podium sprint right now as it stands.
Nice. That is a good time, then.
2:24.004. It's less than 0.6 of a second. Back to Andreas Bertulis. I haven't seen Andreas out on track. Is that purple Lexus RCF?
Oh, I saw him take his out lap, but I didn't see him hit a flyer or anything. So he may have exited turn 5 or something. We just didn't see it.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, we're looking for that 966 in track mod. It's in Unlimited. That's why we were having trouble finding it earlier. There he is. P8.
There it is.
Man, look at that beautiful Porsche. I am a big fan of this generation.
Yeah, seriously, that's in my opinion, that's the best looking one. That's best looking front end. That's the 991.1 GT3 RS, and I think those are the best looking ones, especially in the front end.
Gordon works his way through turn 7. You hear the rumble strips there. You also notice the brake calipers on this car, where you got one caliper. The front calipers are towards the rear of the rotor, and the rear calipers are towards the front of the rotor, and that is all to bring the weight and the center of gravity inwards from the front and the rear, and so you can get everything as low and as centered as possible.
Yeah, without a doubt, especially on like the GT3 cars that are always thinking of ways to try to get weight down or move the weight around, to make it more manageable.
Into the kink for Jeff Gordon. We're using a lot of rumble strip on exit there through the kink. That's a scary part of the track.
Seriously, you're inching closer and closer and closer to that concrete barrier. Is there safer barrier on the exit of that, Kyle?
Yeah, there is on the exit on driver's left, so that is there. And for those that aren't familiar with the safer barrier, it's a steel and foam energy reduction system. So you've got 4-inch square tube steel stacked on top of each other, and then you've got a foam block that is secured between the steel and the concrete. So if there's an impact there, it will, whoops, and he's going to pull off to the right, which is not typically where you would exit, so he must have a problem.
Yeah, maybe, or he knew that you saw his deltas, knew he wasn't improving, and just didn't
but you wouldn't. I mean, the pit lane entry is right a corner away. I think he had something he didn't like or smelled something, or he darted pretty quickly off to the right there.
Yeah, it looked like it was definitely out of avoidance.
And the track is quiet. I think that might be it.
Yeah,
Jeff Gordon leaving us hanging there at the end of that session.
Jeff Gordon just dropped the mic, dude, and he dipped.
Just hung a right. And honestly, he's in, though, right? 0.6 up on Andreas Bertulis. So he is sitting pretty. So with that, I think let's wrap up qualifying 3 and have a look at our unlimited results first. Mike Dussault, again, if that car is fixed for Podium Sprint, he'll have a run at it. Steve Luca, Nick Gardner, David Calzada, and Jeffrey Gordon all in the top 5. Those are the drivers advancing to your Podium Sprint. Of course, the Track Battle Track Mod results, Brandon Hodge is in by a second. Peachy, McHugh, Perkins, and Ding are the rest of the runners up in that top 5, Owen.
Yeah, that's looking good. Really excited to see what all these drivers can do once they get to the Podium Sprint.
And as we work our way through, I don't think we don't have any Super Unlimited cars. I was going to take a look. I thought we had the 36 out there as well this weekend, but we did not. Now, there's one car on track. We haven't gotten a checkered yet.
Yeah, we haven't.
But I don't think by the time Jerry Lou makes it around, I think we will have one. So I don't know that there's a lot of...
Because that was the last session, right?
This is the last group. Yeah, GLTC's already gridded. I don't know that Jerry Lou's going to get a lap in. So I think we're going to take this opportunity. We're going to step away, get set up for the Gridlife Touring Cup race. And we'll be back with GLTC race number 3 right after this.
Welcome to our world. A world of dirt, drift, and dodging fate. A world where all of motorsport collides. A world of digging deep, of grit, glory, and bitter defeat. Inhabited by the strong, the fearless, the barely sane. Welcome to our world. Welcome to the world of NOS.
Blake, we need a commercial for Gridlife. Team Ibach drivers, go.
What about Ferris?
Oh, you mean Mr. I'm the fastest Corvette time attack driver in the world? He's too busy in the spotlight right now.
What about Jackie? He's pretty good on camera.
No, he's finally got an actual BMW now, so we don't have any footage.
Essa?
Nah, he's retired now, and he's super YouTube famous.
Gutierrez?
That guy lives under his car doing tutorials, not interviews.
I don't know, dude, fine. Just run like B-roll of coilover springs or something.
The Falcon Azenis FK510 tire is engineered for today's high-performance vehicles. Built with added tread rigidity for precise handling and an advanced rubber compound that inspires confidence, rain or shine. Get more out of your sports coupe or sedan with the Azenis FK510.
I love you, T-Pain! I love you too, my dude. Guys, are we ready to do some karaoke? You wouldn't think so. Not with that attitude. Are we ready to do some karaoke? This isn't doing too good. Turn it inside out, find nothing but faith in nothing. Woman. Peace, love, and hair grease. Thank you guys for participating.
I would smoke a joint with Willie Nelson in here. And when I say Willie Nelson, I mean Charlie. Because this is the vibe. Guys, I'm in a cowboy hat, sitting in an 87 bus, custom made, wearing a Stetson, drinking a beer because it's 5 o'clock somewhere. It's giving like boat. It's giving boat.
These buses share a lot of running gear with yachts because you're off the grid, so to speak, right? So even like my switchgear says shore power. That is when you pull up to shore and you stop your generator and you hook into shore power. So, yeah, a lot of surfing yacht forums to find answers to things. My problem with this is like when your car breaks down, what do you have? An E36 BMW. When you have a problem, you type that into Google, and everyone's figured out every single thing possible with the car, right? You can do a noise. Oh, it's this. When I type something into Google to help me figure out a problem on this, I come up because I asked the question on the internet somewhere.
Yeah, but it's also like my grandfather was an architect in, mid-century modern, like proper real mid-century modern, and it feels so nostalgic for that because there was wood finish over everything. I mean, even just these chairs, these aren't mid-century modern, I wouldn't say necessarily, but like I would argue that this side table is a little mid-century. Like, I don't know, it's late mid-century modern. It's just cool. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mother Ducker. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, baby. She's 8 years old. Guys, if you have been paying attention with Gridlife for the last several years, you've seen Mother Ducker at the track, in the pits, walking around. Look at her. She's got little booties on. That's right. She's got, I have the pleasure of holding her. She's got new feathers coming in just for her birthday. How do you feel? She's speechless. And here we have the wonderful owners. What are your names again?
I'm Devin.
Devin and Katie. And Katie. Devin and Katie have been longtime Gridlife fans, very loyal, just like Mother Ducker here. Which one do you like better? Do you like Gridlife or FD better?
Right, Gridlife.
You don't have to say it. I know you don't want to pick. You want to pick favorites? You want to tell me? That makes sense. Okay, well, you heard it here first. Gridlife wins. The last question is, what is Mother Ducker's favorite thing to eat?
Ooh, tacos.
Same, dude. I had about 4 of them yesterday. I don't feel so good today. Good girl. I love you, Mother Ducker. All right, y'all. Wonderful as always. Good to see you. We'll be around all weekend. You know the deal.
Partying later.
That's absolutely true. All right, guys. See ya.
Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin's Road America is steeped in racing history. And today it's a new chapter for Gridlife and the Summer Apex Festival presented by Falcon. Welcome everyone to the first ever Summer Apex presented by Falcon Tires here at Road America, America's National Park of Speed. 14 corners and 4 miles around this track, built in 1955, and it's Gridlife's first time here in full force. Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst and Matan Rosenberg. Owen, welcome aboard. This has been a fun weekend so far, and we're about to get race 3 underway here shortly.
Yeah, it's been a super awesome event. Sadly, not much GLTC race running. Hopefully that's going to be a little bit different with race 3, though.
Gridlife Summer Apex is presented by Falcon, the official tire of Gridlife Track Battle, and NOS Energy, the official energy drink sponsor of Gridlife and the title partner of the NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack. And Owen, you mentioned that we haven't had a lot of green flag running this weekend, and Matan, you were here this morning. A fire from Jake Jornstad's car halted our second race. We ended under a yellow flag condition, unfortunately. But take me through a lap of this racetrack, because hopefully we're going to see more than a couple revolutions around it this time. It's a 4-mile racetrack, 14 corners. Take me through it.
Yeah, that fire was definitely unfortunate this morning for Jake Jornstad, but glad he got out okay and all good. So coming down the front straight here, fast straightaway here coming into turn 1. You got a fast right-hander here. We get the car slowed down a little bit. Short straight stretch between 1 and 3 here. Get back on power out of 3 for the middle straightaway here. Long straight here coming down the hill into a hard braking zone for a tight left. Short little straight stretch up the hill under Corvette Bridge. Tight left-hander again for a short little right-hander. Down the hill again into a tight left-hander here. Another hard braking zone here. Coming into the carousel. Fast, patient corner. Wait. Get on power. Take your way onto the back straight, into the kink. High commitment corner there. Into Canada Corner. Canada Corner's hardest braking zone on the track here. Very hard on brakes. Get the cars slowed down. Some of the time attack cars doing over 200 miles an hour here. Make a nice little left here when GLTC car's almost flat. And then back onto the front straight where you power up once again.
That's a lap of Road America. And we've got a 50-plus car grid here in GLTC race number 3. Let's kick things off with the front row. It's Luke McGrew and Eric Meadows, 2 black Corvettes that will lead us to the green here. Owen, take me through row number 2.
Yeah, you got your number 2, the car number 212 of Andy Smedegard and number 19 of Aaron Lichty.
Andy Smedegard will be replaced by Robert Thorne for this one.
Oh,
so
really?
He's jumping in that 212 car. Then in row 3, it's Ryan Power in the 245 and Brian Tyson in the number 10.
And behind them, you got the screaming V8 E46 M3 of Eric Magnuson and number 40 Jeremy Boysen.
In row number 5, it's Matt Walbaum in the number 90 from ASM. Emil Tabb starts 10th in the MX-5 Miata, number 374.
And in 11 and 12th, you got the 72 and the 109 of Scott Eckert and Dana Wazinski.
Tony Marchev starts 13th in the number 17. James Houghton would have started 14th, but hearing a brake issue for him might have ended his weekend in the 41.
That's too bad to hear. But in 15 and 16th, you got Salil Shukla and Peter Zhang.
Then in row number 9, it's Louis Chatroop in the 26. Brand new livery on that car here this weekend. And Carlos Mendez with the Condor Speed Shop car starts 18th.
Behind them, you got the number 77 of Hans Horpedahl and the number 46 of Ryan Kristoff.
I do see Houghton out there, actually. That's great to see.
Oh,
so
nice.
he's got that car sorted. Lena Chin starts 21st in the 917, and Brian Leonard rolls off 22nd in the 337.
And then behind them in 23rd and 24th, you got the number 98 of Andrew Raines and the number 136 of Austin Cobb.
Kerry James starts 25th in the 44. ND Miata with an LFX V6. Jake Price, 26th in the 202 Miata.
With James Forbes and Adam Aldrich behind them in 27th and 28th.
Alex Moss starts 29th, and Roy Deitch starts 30th in the number 630 Miata.
And then the 32, and then the number 5, you got Jake Jornston and Kevin Bandy.
And Michael Pagano rolls off 33rd alongside Andy Sundin in 34th.
And 35th, you got the number 1 of Gary Wimble, and then 36th of, and in 36th, the number 144 of Vitas Aranauskis.
Kyle Hale starts 37th of the 222, and another all 3-digit number, 888 of Dai Win.
And then you have the number 43 of Joe Tulo and the number 71 of Joel Morrison.
Jason Kanakri starts 41st in the 78 BMW. Nicholas Fuller 42nd in the 25.
And then in the 84, you got Thomas Lathrop. In the 67, you got Matt Beck.
Then it's Nathan Manning in the 860 and Christian Duchesne in the 881, who rolls off 46th.
And then our last 3 drivers is the number 2 with our youngest driver in the number 2, Ayrton Grimm. And then 48th, we have Eric Catil. And then 49th, rounding out our grid, we have Jeremy Ziegler.
Well, that's our grid for GLTC race number 3, and that's Matt Beck in the 240 that I think is a little slow. And I think he's just trying to either try to catch up to the field or find a place to get off course, because that doesn't look like it's running great, Matan.
Yeah, hopefully he finds a cutoff here or is able to get up off track, and we'll be able to start the race here like normal. I think it's going to be an interesting race start here, Kyle. You know, we have Luke McGrew and Eric Meadows, and they've been friends for a very long time. Very, very, very similar builds here. So it'll be interesting to see how they race it out. I'm not sure which, if Luke picked inside or outside in this one. Then they also have Robert Thorne right behind as well, which Robert has a ton of racing experience, you know, including professional series as well as now competing in Formula Drift. So it'll be interesting to see if he can give them a hard time or not with that S2000 here.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch here. And Owen, in race 2 earlier today, Eric Magnuson led the first lap or so over Luke McGrew. He's not going to be starting on the front row, but as Matan mentioned, a very similar build. Do you think Eric Meadows will be able to leapfrog Luke for a few laps?
I could definitely see that, but also Luke McGrew is just a very consistent driver around here. You know, as Matan has touched on before, his starts aren't the greatest and the most consistent, but he is a great driver with all-out race pace, so I'm sure that'll be much better.
A little confusion at the back of the field there.
Oh, yeah.
With one car trying to slot back in. Is that Kerry James? So they're just not quite doubled up just yet. We'll see if they get it sorted by the time we get to turn 13. And Billy Mitchell Bend for Gridlife Touring Cup race number 3. Lights are out on the top of the pace car, and it's 2 black Corvettes on the front row. Trainer 3, one of the most successful GLTC builds of all time, in the hands of Tom O'Gorman, at the hands of Andy Smedegaard earlier this weekend, and now in the hands of Robert Thorne for this 3rd race. 2x2, and Matan, this is the penultimate race of the weekend. There's a lot of energy going into this one.
Yeah, I hope it's going to have a good, clean start here, and I'm really excited to see Eric and Luke battle it out here. I think they're going to have great starts. It'll be interesting to see if Robert Thorne can hang on that start. I know those Corvettes really power up and get on real quick.
All right, field is just finishing stacking up here as we head up the hill. Eric Catil's got still a lot of work to do after the crash in race 1. Time to go racing in GLTC race 3, and we are not going to get a start. No start this time through. The field was not packed up, paired up as cleanly as they should have been. So now we get to pace another 4 miles at Matan. So false start this time.
I don't think we see Eric Catil out here. I think he had another axle problem in race 2. Did he end up in the back?
He is here.
Oh, he did make it back out. Okay, so yeah, in race 2, he had another axle problem.
Oh, here's why we didn't get the start. It wasn't because of the packing up and pairing up. Kerry James is not going anywhere.
That's too bad.
Yeah, so that's that LFX V6 we were talking about the other day, Owen, packing a lot of motor into that ND Miata, but mechanical issue on the pace lap here. Hopefully, we'll be able to get this car pushed to a cutout pretty quickly, and the next time around we can take our green flag Matan.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate to see. Kerry spent a bunch of time, you know, immaculately putting that car together, so mechanical failures are always a bummer.
And Well, because I don't know that we've started the clock just yet, but again, we don't really have much of a clock. We have a 12 to 15-minute window, so in some race series, when you get a no start, the clock might begin to run, and you'll get down to your 0, and then your white flag comes out. Here in GLTC, Owen, you just get a block of time to race in, and we will fill it with as much racing as we can, so it doesn't necessarily mean that we've got less time to race, but if any other holdups, this is going to count against us as far as getting some green running in.
Yeah, that's right, 100%. And it's also like one thing that I would also like to ask Matan about, especially with like, you have this problem with your car. You have a mechanical on track, and we also saw it in the last rounds or last sessions with the time attack cars, with the cutouts that are on the track. Matan, how hard are those to see, like as a driver? Because obviously we have the bird's eye view over here, and we can see them everywhere. But for a driver, how hard is it to see those and then to think, oh, I need to get to that, and then maybe reverse my car and do it?
At a facility like Road America, they're pretty well marked with orange paint, and there's a bunch of them all over the track. The biggest thing with mechanical issues is, your first thought is where is everybody around me? You got to make sure that you're not going to cause another pileup because you're slowed up off pace, So that's the biggest thing. So it looks like he might not have been able to get to a cutout here. But as long as you can look around you and you have enough time and you have enough speed where you can maybe coast your car into a cutoff, this track has plenty of opportunity to do that. So that's great at a facility like this. Not all the tracks we go to have that luxury. So this is a pretty nice facility, and their response team has been amazing this weekend.
100%. Yeah, this response team from Road America is always great.
What's great about Kerry James's Miata is it had a tow hook on it. That's a lesson for everyone else in HPD and Time Attack. Get a tow hook on your car. It makes the recovery process go so much faster.
Oh, absolutely.
So with that car getting towed around, we should get our green flag opportunity next time by and get this race up underway. As far as our schedule, it is a tight fit here today. But we have until, in theory, about 2:30, which gives us 22 minutes from green to all the cars back in pit lane for this race to happen. So that's enough time to get a full race in still, Owen.
Yeah, totally. And also, Kyle, I'm not going to say it because race 3, you can't say that we've only got one lap in so far because we haven't gotten a lap in at all.
This one doesn't count.
This does not count.
Yeah, if you never go green, was there really a yellow?
Yeah, exactly.
It'll be interesting to see here since we are starting by fastest lap, and race 2 we really didn't get that many laps in. So I think there's definitely some cars here that are kind of shuffled in grid order. So I think it'll make for some interesting racing, and hopefully everybody sorts back into their lap time spot here smoothly. But it'll be interesting to watch.
So here's something that gets talked about in the drivers' meeting all the time. Kerry James was in one of these 2 rows. Now, because he dropped out on a pace lap, we waved off a start. You still have to leave that space, correct?
Correct. Yeah, you have to leave that spot open for that car as if it were there, right? That way, because if you pulled up, your basically entire line would get an advantage. So I made that mistake one time in Kansas. I learned from that. I only did that once. But yeah, that's very important to make sure you keep that in mind. If somebody doesn't make it out into the pace lap, you do fill their spot. But once you're split, you stay on your side.
All right, we'll see. And again, this will be tricky as well because you've had now almost 6 minutes since the last time we were here in this spot. So as a driver, it's tricky to remember where you are necessarily, especially when multiple cars drop out. We saw Matt Beck also slow as well. So make sure everyone's back where they should be.
I think it's also worth noting is that the ability of our drivers, we don't even have a pace car out there right now, and they're still gridded up under like some sort of slower delta, still getting ready for this race to start. I think it's just great to see that our drivers are very aware of that and still not just taking off,
Yeah, and I think there was a bit of confusion at the back of the field, and I think it was because of the cars dropping out, but now that we've gotten a lap, everyone seems to have sorted out quite nicely here, Matan, and the field's looking good.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at these 2 black Corvettes looking great side by side. Beautiful row of cars here we have here, Kyle.
Yeah, great diversity in this field. Porsches, Hondas, BMWs, Mazdas, Chevrolets.
Mazdas with Chevrolets as well.
Mazdas with Chevrolets.
BMWs with Chevrolets.
BMWs. Find a combination. We probably got it here.
Subarus with Hondas. We got everything.
It's going to be a fun one here. Gridlife Touring Cup, Race 3 from Road America. The first ever Summer Apex Festival presented by Falcon. So far this weekend, trouble in Race 1 and a red flag in Race 2, but it's time to go racing in Race 3. Here we go. Green flag flies, and we're racing at GLTC 3 wide as Aaron Lichty finds a hole next to Eric Meadows, and they storm down towards turn 1, Owen.
That's right, Kyle. Aaron Lichty's definitely gonna be looking, trying to make a pass down to the inside for turn 1.
All coming down to the brakes here into turn 1 here. Look at that, a little bit of a squeeze.
Tight. 3 wide with Tony Marchev, Emil Tab. Dana Basinski there as well. It looks like Matt Waldbaum's off a little wide, Owen, but down towards turn 3, pretty orderly, all things considered.
Yeah, looks like Eric Meadows is trying to make it look down to the inside of Eric McGrew. Doesn't hold.
A little dust flying in the back there, Matan, but through turn 3 that time, nice and clean.
Looks like Aaron Lichty was able to take advantage of that braking zone in turn 1 and pull away with a little bit of an early lead here.
Now he's got to be on defense. There's Dana Basinski looking drivers left to Tony Marchev, Emil Tapp, James Houghton, Scott Heckert, and Peter Zhang just outside of the top 10 there as well. Look at Brian Tyson. Look at the 10 car. We didn't talk about him. How did he find his way up to the front this well?
He's moving right, gets right in front of Eric Magazine on the brakes into turn 5.
Tight squeeze down here. This is really your first passing opportunity. Everyone driving very tentatively. They want to get green flag racing as much as we do. Here's Eric Cattell making his way past Tyler Pappas and Tulo.
It looked like the hood of the Seems Legit Garage 1 Series hatch wasn't fully like fastened, I swear. Once it hit a curb at outside of turn 5, it looked like it jolted a little bit. Might get a black and white flag for that, right?
Potentially. Yeah, he potentially will get a meatball flag for mechanical.
Look at this, side by side, Robert Thorne, Eric Meadows, that's for 3rd place. In the background, you see Jeremy Boysen, that's that camouflage Cayman, and Thorne clears Meadows on the outside of the carousel. And he might put up a fight with these front two, but Matan, some of the most experienced drivers in GLTC at the front.
Yeah, Aaron Lichty, you can see how strong his car was into the carousel. And on the exit there, Luke getting on power. I think this is where he's going to reel Aaron back in. You could tell Luke was very, very excited to try to get back around Aaron, so I think that's going to make for some great racing here.
Into the kink. One car a little wide there. Off. Maybe dropping left side tires. That's a fast area of the racetrack. McGrew reeling in Aaron Lichty, but otherwise single file down here towards Canada Corner. And behind, I think that's a little Shukla. There's Ryan Christoph on the attack, Owen.
Yeah, that's right. I was actually able to sit down with him and talk about his build a little bit, and it's one of the older cars that we have here at Gridlife, so he's actually able to do a little bit different modifiers, and it's a full tube frame chassis up at the front.
There's Jeremy Boysen, Scott Heckert, Tony Marchev.
Marchev had a little bit of a slide there into Canada Corner. I'm not sure if he maybe locked up the brakes or something, but that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, there's Shukla in that silver BMW. Ryan Christoph. There's a big old Honda motor packed into that 1987 CRX. Lichty leads.
Powers up.
Oh, yeah.
But not for long. Here comes the 7. And Lichty's going to tuck back in line and try to get some slipstream here. Maybe outbrake him here into turn 1 and maybe cross him over here, Matan, through the first corner.
Maybe going for the undercut. Nope.
Luke McGrew going defensive there into 3 here. This is going to be real interesting here.
We'll see if Aaron Lichty is able to slipstream back by him on the back straightaway, but the strength of that 7 car has long been the runs down the straightaway. Have to give a shout out again to Brian Tyson. That number 10 is up in the mix here, battling with some of the best in GLTC in this 3rd race, and Boysen as well holding his ground back there in 10th.
Yeah, without a doubt. Andy Smedegard seems to be or who was in?
Robert Thorne.
Robert Thorne, yep. Thorne seems to be falling back just a little bit from that front 3. Eric Magnuson might be making some improvements to pass him.
Ryan Power on the brakes, really late on the brakes in that 245 there, Matan, but he got it done.
Nice polite pass there, left room in the braking zone.
Tyson crossed him over though, up to turn 6. That little Honda Civic that could is up alongside him again, battling for a top 6 spot. And Matt Waldbaum, sequential transmission added this season, and this is a racetrack that we thought this car might be really good with the changes he's made. Although I think he still feels like the best tracks on the schedule are yet to come.
Oh, Dana making a move on Matt there as well.
Dana Basinski in the orange BRZ. It's only his 3rd GLTC event.
We're going to go side by side through the carousel. This is going to be a tough one. You're basically going to be compromising both their lines and exits there onto the back straight, Kyle.
Yeah, and compromising a run here. If you can't quite do it flat, can you? You have to be lifting and braking, trail braking to get the nose pointed, Owen. But 2 drivers, they've got similar liveries, but very different builds. K-Swap BRZ versus the K-Swap S2000. But again, Matt's car with that sequential transmission. Dana's a much simpler car in that respect.
Yeah, without a doubt. And Dana's car is also kind of be serving double duty at times where he might want to use Club TR and not just GLTC.
Eric Cattell, where's he up to now? Charging through the field past Vitas Aronauskis. That would be about 29th place. Maybe even better than that. He scored 31st at the stripe, but he continues to make up ground.
Looks like he's looking for the inside now right here, or the outside of the corner rather.
Back there, Alex Moss is there as well, and looks like Robert Thorne is closed up to Eric Meadows, and that's going to be a battle for 3rd place. As Lichty is just trying to keep touch. How about Basinski and Waldbaum still side by side up the front straightaway?
You know, they're going to battle this out, Kyle, but it's going to allow the group of cars behind them to catch them. So it'll be interesting to see if they single file out, work together, and try to catch the pack in front.
And going right by driver's left of Brian Tyson, who's gone defensive. And here comes Eric Magnuson around Robert Thorne. The Thorne outbrakes Magnuson into turn 1.
If I had to guess right about now, Luke's probably lighting up a cigarette.
I mean,
without a doubt.
It just, Luke McGrew, we knew coming into this weekend that his car would be one to beat. But he has just made it undeniable, hasn't he? As we watch that battle for 6th, 7th spot. Tyson and Pasinski ripping the outside lane. The Larson line there rolling around the outside.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Dana is probably going to be, I would imagine he's going to be ahead once we see him next.
I think Matt might have tried to follow him through on that move, which would be very beneficial for both of them.
Battle for second brewing.
Look how strong Meadows is on this part of the track. The first quarter of the track, he really closes that gap on Lichty. Seems like the back half of the track a little bit, Lichty's car might be a little bit more favorable, but I think it'll make it interesting towards the end of the race, as they start working in their tires and everything. We'll see how the cars react.
Tom, would you say that's the reason, or that's due to the types of car, like Lichty's in a mid-engine rear drive car, and Luke's in a front-engine rear drive car. Do you, as you're driving, do you approach maybe a pass or a battle differently based upon where the tires are being driven and where the engine is in the car in front of you?
Not necessarily, but I will say, knowing that while you're racing this person, you might wait up a little bit and wait for them to maybe degrade their tires, because some cars are very good on the race start. Their tires light up quick, where other people, they might take a couple laps and then they're really in on their pace and they're running their race. So maybe they're very quick on the start, but you just have to be consistent and kind of hang out and wait for them to overdrive the tires. So if I had to guess, Meadows is going to kind of hang out there and maybe wait for Aaron to make a little bit of a mistake here, which is not likely. Aaron's a super responsible driver. He drives within the car's limits and he knows what his car will do.
Saw the 155 of Michael Pagano off to the left under the Speedville Bridge, so he's had a mechanical problem, but pulled far enough left that there'll likely be a local covering that. How about this battle? Marchev, Hecker, and Boysen chasing each other into Canada Corner, and right behind them is Carlos Mendez, and there was one other car there. I just forgot who was there, but we'll see him again here in this shot as Houghton is hounding Matt Waldbaum here in the battle in turn 14. And the other car was Emil Tab, who I was thinking. And look at this, scrap cars everywhere. Cayman, S2000, MX-5, and BMW. Find you a better combination than that in a single class series. Emil Tab has had a phenomenal weekend. I know he hasn't had the results that I think the pace of the car is capable of, but give him a good starting position and a strong car. He'll be in good shape, and he's going to get a push from Carlos Mendez in the background. Look at the size difference. The BMW about to swallow the Miata whole, but a big push towards turn 1, Owen.
Wow. I bet Emil's smiling in there just like the front of his car.
Yeah.
Yeah, without a doubt. I bet he's just going, whee!
And Mendez going to work his way by Jeremy Boysen in the Porsche Cayman. That's that sort of dazzle camo car. And Heckert just outside of the top 10 in that yellow Corvette. But it's been some good battles inside the top 10 now. But McGrew has put 1.7 on Aaron Lichty. And it's another half second back to Eric Meadows, then Magnuson and Robert Thorne, the rest of your top 5. And down into the 5th corner, Brian Tyson has just been phenomenal in this drive. Got a great starting opportunity because of a little bit of chaos that's happened earlier in the weekend, but he has fully taken advantage of this opportunity.
Oh, absolutely. He's hanging on there. It looks like he's having a good time. Holding his own.
He'll be beaming. A little wide there for Houghton at 6. And here comes Waldbaum around Tyson on the outside lane. That's tight squeeze there. And then Hecker and Tony Marchev going back at it. And there's Emil Tab from the winning formula. Spends most of the year building and assisting in the building of other people's race cars. Does a lot of testing at a track near him, Putnam Park. And has really sorted out the tracks that he wants to come to on the Gridlife calendar. This is one of them.
Yeah, without a doubt. We've obviously curated some great racetracks for Gridlife drivers to come to, and it's always fun to see how those drivers react when you have different racetracks that they don't always get to go to.
Yeah, like Eric Magnuson, as you mentioned, he's never been here this weekend. I believe he bought an HBD ticket as well and was doing HBD and racing to get some extra seat time on the track here, and clearly he's picked it up quite well.
Yeah, that's a great idea to do that, especially at a place like this, not just because you haven't been here, but this is the big boy.
Scott Heckert on defense from Tony Marchev. Marchev is going to break late around the outside there at turn 12. That's a tough pass to make, but if you can hang on there, Matan, you can get that left side lane into Billy Mitchell Bend.
Yeah, as long as you can stay flat out through there, you might be able to stay ahead onto the front straight there. I think Marchev's probably going to have a little bit of difficulty at this track, which probably just a little bit less power over that Corvette. But, it's worth to say Marchev's been amazing this year, putting in a lot of work and really improving his driving and racing.
White flag, 1 lap to go here at Road America. Last time around, everyone in the top 5 just ran their best lap of the race. Here comes Eric Meadows on Aaron Lichty. That's for second place into turn 1. Lichty slightly defensive, but he'll hang on for now.
Yeah, Eric Meadows is probably going to try to reassess and see if he can get him into turn 3, or if he needs to. Oh, looks like he's going to be looking for turn 3. Can get it done.
Nice crossover there, and that's tight down into 3. Tricky corner, but they're going to hurt their exit, Matan, and that's going to allow Magnussen to get a big run.
Oh, definitely. I think Eric Meadows just looking for that opportunity to power up and maybe take that pass on Aaron. I think if he can wait and be patient, he might be able to get it done here before the checker.
Down the back straightaway towards turn 5. Meadows looks left. See if Lichty goes defensive. He will not. He's going to stay straight in line, and Magnussen now encroaching on this battle here, Owen, for that 3rd spot.
Yeah, seriously, he's probably been sitting in the back waiting and waiting and waiting. He was able to pass Robert Thorne, and so he's obviously just going to be chilling and waiting in the background.
James Houghton just ran the best lap of the race in 8th place. Just a note as we make our way around the final lap here. Lichty and Meadows, 3/10 between them. And Magnussen just watching these two battle. If they get side by side again, I think there's an opportunity for Magnussen to slide on through and take both of those spots. And he is a multi-time champion in other series. He is fully capable of doing just that. And Ryan Power in 5th place lurking there as well.
Look how well Aaron's car does through the carousel here. It's just really, he's got that car dialed in.
Yeah, looking absolutely phenomenal. And Magnussen closes in on Meadows. And he might have a shot, Owen, into Canada corner.
Yeah, let's see if he goes for it.
Into the kink.
Yep.
I think Magnussen's probably going to work together with Eric and try to close that gap on Aaron. Maybe they can get 2-for-1 pass for that. That would be ideal in this situation.
Down towards Canada corner, the gold BMW closes in on Meadows.
Crazy visual pace right there.
Deep on the brakes into Canada corner. No overlap, no passing happening just yet. Setting up for the last run down towards the finish line. Up through Billy Mitchell Bend, Luke McGrew has won 8 races so far. A handful of races this weekend, but this time he had to fight off Aaron Lichty, repass him in the early moments of this one. And Luke McGrew is batting 1,000 here at Road America this weekend. Up the front straightaway, checkered flag is in the air, and Luke McGrew's powerhouse of a Corvette will win again at Road America. Race 3 is McGrew, then it's Lichty, Meadows, Magnussen, and Power, the rest of your top 5.
As Luke would say, that was another fabulous win for Luke McGrew.
That was a job well done. Then Houghton, P6 with the best lap of the race. Robert Thorne 7th and 3 wide. Andrew Raines in the middle. That's Peter Zhang on the left and Eric Cattell on the right. How far up did Eric Cattell make it? He drove all the way up inside the top 25, but how far did he get? Top 20 for Eric Cattell. Wow. 25 places in, how many laps did we do? 5 laps at Road America.
That was impressive.
So that was an unbelievable drive for Eric Cattell in the number 82 Hybrid Racing EG. And there we go. We got one all the way through with a little bit of a delayed start, Matan, but Luke McGrew has been unstoppable. But the feature about race 4 that is unique from all the other races is we have that random invert of the top third of the field, Matan. So it's about to get interesting later this afternoon.
Yeah, we'll have to see how he rolls the dice there. But that car is so strong. I think it's going to be hard for him to take another win in race 4, but definitely possible with how strong his car is here at this track.
Let's have a look at our race results. Provisional, as always, pending the dyno. Luke McGrew, Aaron Lichty, Eric Meadows, Eric Magnussen, Ryan Power in that front group. It's Corvette, Cayman, Corvette, BMW, BMW your top 5, then Acura TSX, S2000, BRZ, S2000, Civic, the rest of your top 10, Owen.
Yeah, and then in your 11th spot, you got Scott Eckert, followed by Tony Marchev, Carlos Mendez, Emil Tab, Salil Shukla, Jeremy Boyson, and then 17th, you got Ryan Kristoff. 18th, you got Peter Zhang. Eric Till made it all the way up to 19th place, dude. And then in 20th, you got Andrew Raines.
Just unbelievable drive there by Eric Cattell to make it back to the top 20. Great run there. And look down the rest of the order, those that didn't have as fortunate of a day. Alex Moss still working his way forward, and a couple that fell backwards. See the battered and bruised Hybrid Racing EG make its way back to the paddock. Jason Kanakri, maybe not having the weekend that he was hoping for. And at the bottom of the order, you'll see some drivers and teams, Matan, that just didn't have the day that they were hoping for. Maybe race 4, they can turn it around.
Yeah, race 4, especially when they invert that front of the field, it basically makes it so the entire field gets a little bit checked up because you have some new racing that's basically introduced because it's people who haven't necessarily raced all weekend. So with that flip around, it basically makes some opportunity for everybody.
Let's have a look at the highlights. It was a frantic start, 3 wide for the lead. Aaron Lichty powered through to take the top spot. Still more 3 wide down the back straightaway as we worked our way down towards turn 5. Car off there. That was Ryan Power finding the edge of the road. And then back here, there were some great fights between Carlos Mendez, Salil Shukla, and Ryan Kristoff in that 87 CRX. Then the pass for the lead. Luke McGrew, Matan just motoring by that Cayman.
Really showing the strength of that Corvette there.
And Ryan Power laid on the brakes past Brian Tyson, who had a top 10 start. He took full advantage of that. Eric Cattell charging his way through the field. And though the nose of that car took a hit yesterday, all through the night they worked to get that car sorted. And Robert Thorne jumping into Smedegaard's car for the race here today, past the 330. In the battle there for a while. Then it was the Cayman of Jeremy Boysen, Scott Heckert battling for a bit, and then this side-by-side scrum between Brian Tyson and Matt Waldbaum, and onto the front stretch. Emil Tab getting the shove of a lifetime Owen up this front straightaway.
Yeah, seriously, I bet that was a good time getting a nice little what do you call those?
Little bump draft?
Bump draft, that's right.
Then across the checkered flag, Luke McGrew picks up his 3rd win of the weekend in the Corvette, extending his championship lead as they were 3 wide behind him coming to the stripe. And again, we mentioned the 82 getting that top 20. Job well done. GLTC Race 3 is complete. Still plenty of racing left to go. And up next, it's Rush SR Race 3 from Road America.
I'm Chris Forsberg, and I want to tell you about Valvoline's Flex-Fill Gear Oil, which is designed by car people for car people. It comes in a pouch, which is specifically made to work in tight spaces, and it saves me time versus the old pumping method, so I can focus on things like keeping my drivetrain running clean. Unlike the pump, the Flex-Fill pouch leaves no wasted oil and no wasted time. Plus, it keeps my garage nice and clean from any spills. All you gotta do is put the nozzle where you need some oil, give it a squeeze, and you're ready for the road. That's why I protect everything in my garage with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Welcome to our world. A world of dirt, drift, and dodging fate. A world where all of motorsport collides. A world of digging deep, of grit, glory, and bitter defeat. Inhabited by the strong, the fearless, the barely sane. Welcome to our world. Welcome to the world of NOS.
High performance, year-round traction, long tread life. It's one tire with multiple personalities. Introducing the Azenas FK460, Falcon's all-new ultra-high performance all-season tire. With an advanced rubber compound that delivers confidence through every curve, in any condition, all year long, making the seemingly impossible possible. Learn more about the Azenas FK460 at falcontire.com.
One of the big challenges of road racing is a phenomenon called brake pad knockback, and it's a phenomenon where the brake rotor will actually shake and shuffle with flex in things like the wheel bearing or even at the spindle. And what will happen is on big rumble strips or curbing or anything like that, or even just vibrations from the racetrack, the rotor will actually flex back and forth, moving the pads away from the rotor. And as the pads move away, the next time the driver goes to the brake pedal application, it'll actually require more pedal travel to initiate the brake input. So that will give you a long squishy pedal, something that's not desirable when you're looking for braking consistency. So to avoid this on the racetrack, going down a straightaway after hitting a curb or a rumble strip, the driver will just tap the brakes just enough to reseat the pads against the rotor so that the next time they go to the brake pedal, they get a nice consistent feel and they can be consistent and fast on the racetrack.
All right, guys, we are here at Road America. And if you've ever been to Road America, you know that it's known for its amazing food. We're going to start off with a food tour. Number one, the Gearbox. If you know about the Gearbox, you know that this is actually some of the best concession stand food at any track that we've been to. So much so that one of my homies this morning told me that it is damn near Michelin star rated. We're going to find out. There's one thing that I'm going to order here today. What do you think it has to be?
Well, if you're not from Wisconsin, you have to try a brat here.
Okay.
All right.
All right. She made my decision for me.
Make sure that you have it with pod, P-O-D, which is peppers and onions.
Okay.
Dressed, grilled peppers and onions. All right.
Okay.
Another one is the Gearbox Melt, which is like a hamburger between a grilled cheese.
Oh my God.
And of course, we do our own pork. We do our own brisket. And we have pulled chicken besides. So we have a full line.
And what is your name, my dear?
I'm Judy.
Judy. Come and see Judy at the Gearbox and get any of those things. I don't think that anyone's going to be disappointed. Thank you, Judy. All right, guys, and in continuing this food tour, I am here at the Buzz Hut. We have espresso, we have smoothies, we have shakes, regular coffee. They have non-dairy options because I know that you guys need it. It's 2024. I'm personally getting a triple shot of espresso over ice because I don't need any more caffeine, but I have a problem. Ryan, you're going to get the iced chai. I had a dirty chai this morning. It was delicious. So, guys, come on down here. We know how hard it is to find a good cup of coffee. So thank you to Road America. Thank you, darling. What is your first name again?
My name is Ava Carrera.
Come down and check out this Buzz Hut accommodations, Ava Carrera. The coffee looks amazing. Look how fast she is. Holy crap. This is the chai latte with oat milk and my 3 times shot of espresso and oat milk as well. Cheers. One last thing. These lids, highly underrated. Like, it's like a sippy cup, and you all know everything's better out of a sippy cup. So thank you, Ava. All right, and we are here with T-Pain. We're standing in front of Pickle Rick.
Yeah.
Where are we today? Where are you driving?
We're at Road America, racing on the Motorplex. Got Pickle Rick V2 out here. Feels good. Feels like a track that I've never been on before because that's exactly what it is. And no, I mean Rick is handling well, so I mean this is great, you know.
Honestly, at first it threw me for a loop. Not only the kit on it, but then the livery and everything. I was like, what the heck is this? So explain to me what the chassis is in the kit.
So this is still the part. This is the actual original Pickle Rick that everybody knows and loves, and that got destroyed. So we put a boss kit on it. Rocket Bunny provided me with a boss kit. It was obviously had to do that. Haltech came threw an R3 in there and just completely redid the whole car. Got wise fab all around, and it's just a completely new car. And I mean, a lot of people don't know this, but the original Pickle Rick, I never got to drive it on the track before. So it's been about 4 or 5 years of me, you know, just having this car and never driven it on the track. And now this is my first time having it on a real track, and my predictions were right. If I had more power, I'd be a better driver.
That's what every drift driver says. So, okay, so for anybody who doesn't know, how did the V1 of this get destroyed?
The V1 of this got destroyed by, you know, it was a mechanic that wasn't really truthful about a lot of stuff. He took it on a TV show and kind of crashed it, kind of on purpose, I think. But, you know, it took me years to get my car back. And, you know, everybody's heard the story. Everybody knows about how that happened. But also everybody has that story. Everybody knows a mechanic that does that. And sometimes it's just what it is. You know?
Back and better than ever.
Yeah.
That's what we love.
Ready to go.
That's it. All right, cool. Well, we're going to go catch up with Hurt. We're going to see what he has to say about it. He has all this technical information to share. So we'll see how he feels about you and the driving and everything. Sure. See if he talks any shit.
He's gonna. He's gonna. I know it.
The last time I saw you, I think, was in California at the LZ World Tour. That was sort of a skid pad layout. Now you're on a kart track, which is sort of a mini version of a track.
Yeah.
What's this experience been like for you compared to something like a skid pad?
It was such a different ride because I was in my stock Mustang. And, you know, coming here in a real, you know, a real, like, laid out chassis, I think it's definitely different. It's definitely a tighter track. Not a lot of room for mistakes. And I haven't been making any because I'm a great driver. So, you know, that's kind of what I want to do. I do want to get my TJ Hunt rematch out here, though. So.
Okay, wait, I have a wager to make with you. If I can maybe try and help you get a TJ rematch in some capacity this weekend, would you do karaoke with him tonight and sing Up, Down?
We can do that. We can arrange that. He has to let me win the rematch, though.
Okay, all right, that's fine. That's fine, because we're making dreams come true.
Perfect. That's how we do it.
TJ, run it up. Thank you. That's it.
Word.
It's an absolutely perfect afternoon at Gridlife Summer Apex, presented by Falcon at Road America, America's National Park of Speed. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to Gridlife Live. Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst for Rush SR Race 3. Owen, welcome. This has been a fun series to watch. We were treated to an amazing race finish yesterday, and 40 Rush SRs heading out on track for their third and penultimate race of the weekend.
Yeah, seriously. Yesterday, Kyle, race 2 was amazing. Just to recap, if nobody watched race 2, but we had two drivers, changing positions before they get to the braking zone of turn 5, and then in the braking zone of turn 5, they're changing position, and then again they're going too wide into the kink, and then having a jostling of position again when they get to Canada Corner. This is going to be an amazing race. I'm very excited.
We're thrilled for it. Gridlife Summer Apex of the broadcast are presented by Falcon, the official tire of Gridlife Track Battle, and NOS Energy, the official energy drink sponsor of Gridlife and the title partner of the NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack. And still the tail end of Time Attack is yet to come here, but it is Rush SR heading out on the racetrack. And Gridlife Rush SR, it's a new series partnership this year with the Rush Auto Works Group, and we're so excited to have them, Owen. These are 1-liter sports racers. They're very lightweight, very inexpensive to buy and maintain, and the whole idea behind this is affordable wheel-to-wheel racing in a single-class environment. They have put on a show for us here this weekend. We've got Nate Hamilton out there in the Sunoco Rush SR as well, but it is a big grid. So let's roll through that, and up on the front, it's Ryan Leach and Nico Bratson, the number 7. They'll be that front row after they put on a heck of a show yesterday.
That's right, and then behind them is going to be Alex Chang, who will be chomping at the bit to try to get to that first position. Right next to him will be Rob Radman.
It's Ethan Lowe who will roll off in 5th place alongside storied sports racer prototype driver James French.
Behind those two is the 7th and 8th position of John Ulmer and Michael Schneider.
Then in row 5, it's Cole Gamma, the 95, the bright yellow Rush SR. Sheldon Rosenbaum rolls off in 10th and the number 87.
Behind them in the 49 and the number 9, James Wheeler and Nick Billingsley.
Then it's James Williams and the Team and Alzheimer's Racing Group in row number 7.
And then behind them is the number 10 of Sueli Alameda, and then 74 of Jason Oler.
Then it's Sam Reed in the number 17, and Brett DiGiacomo will start in 18th and the number 12.
And then in 19th and 20th is the 27th of Jacob Gailey and the 98 of Logan Hadel.
Tyler Reed rolls off 21st alongside Matt Wilson in 22nd.
And then in the 13, you got Lee Keller, and in the 19, you got Kelsey Billingsley.
Larry Brady rolls off 25th in the 59, and then it's Vilas Saldana in the 26th spot in the number 30.
And then the Team 144, you got Team Rapscallion behind with them, the number 58 of Bill Wright.
Yeah, and that 144 car, by the way, is the Nate Hamilton-driven Sunoco car. Jeff Hughes rolls off 29th, and Tom Burns in 30th.
And then behind them, you got the Team Rush Central Texas, the 26 car, with Jake Sanders in the 77.
It's Michael Hadel in the 47, Bill Lesueur in the 21. He'll roll off 33rd and 34th with J.D. Kroll, Chuck Desjardins, John Howe, Fred Thomas, Bruno Papura, and Kaylee Countryman, the rest of your 40-car running order for the third race of the weekend. These cars, again, you can find more information on grid.life/RushSR or the Rush Auto Works website. They have a new model coming out next season, the Rush SRX.
Oh.
It almost doubles the horsepower, adds DRS and push to pass, and they'll be running them in a multi-class configuration here next year. So if you're interested, go find out more on the Rush Auto Works website. It is a really cool, I want to call it an evolution, but in some ways it is, but it is a whole separate car. The Rush SR will be continued to be made alongside, but it is time to go racing here, Owen. These cars put on a show, and we're excited here to bring a third one to you.
That's right, Conan, the pace car, he's got the lights are out, so the drivers behind him, they know that the racing's about to get going.
So the cars work their way down through turn 14, an even set of 20 rows all the way to the back of the field. A little smoke coming out of there, maybe a lockup potentially as everyone was stacking up as the smoke has gone away. And now...
Kyle, I want to point out the number 4 car, that Speed Racer Mach 5. That's my favorite car.
Man, I didn't put that together until you just pointed it out. I used to watch the show all the time.
Yeah, it's the Mach 5, man.
Oh, that's awesome.
Speed's out there driving,
Great
racing.
story, and that is... the number 5.
Yeah, hopefully we can get some acceleracers and Teku out there.
Yeah, so anyway, let's work our way up towards the start line. Gridlife Rush SR, race 3 of the weekend. 2x2, 20 rows deep. Green flag flies, and we're racing at Road America. Dead heat across the stripe for the front 2 rows as the drivers that fought yesterday are off to a strong start.
Alex Chang immediately looking to the inside, but decided better of it.
3 wide down towards the first corner. Look at the field fanning out. They've got a lot of racetrack to use. Cole Gamma, that yellow car, but here comes Chang to the inside, pushing out wide against Nico Prats in the 7.
That's right, a little bit of a 3 wide through that turn 1, but real clean from everybody else.
Yeah, strong start there, and as they make their way down to corner number 3, they're almost 4 wide in the background, trying to make things work.
Yeah, it looked like Alex Chang lost out the Brats into turn 3. Yep, he did. He's losing a little bit of space, but he's probably going to get it back at this braking zone of turn 5.
Now the chess match here, side by side, Cole Gamma falling through as they're 3 abreast. Here comes the 49 up the middle of everything. This is going to get dicey, 3 abreast into 5.
Yeah, hard on the brakes from everybody, trying to get it nice and slowed down for this corner. Because yesterday in race 1, this is where we had our first caution. We had a car spin out, and then we had a little bit of a pile-up, and so luckily didn't have that this time.
Yeah, it was Wheeler in the 49 that made that big move to the inside. Charging through turn 7, there's that green and white Wheeler-driven car. The 5 of Rob Radman's in that mix. Started 4th. He's gone back a few spots since the drop of the green flag. Big lunge into turn 8.
Yeah, Alex Chang also still holding back a little bit. I don't know if he doesn't have as much pace this time around, or if he's just really trying to let Leach and Brats just take each other out.
A little side-by-side deeper in the field there. Look at Rob Radman trying to work the outside on the 49 of Wheeler. And we saw a side-by-side pass in the kink. I don't love seeing that from a race preservation perspective, but it is fun to watch.
Yeah.
And Radman runs out to the edge of the rumbles there as the field streams through the kink the first time through.
Let's just have a listen, Kyle. Whew. My oh my.
Wheeler on the attack there, trying to hold off Radman still. Double wide in the background, and we're going to try 3 down there late in the Canada corner. That got dicey.
He was having a look. I can't imagine that worked for him.
Into turn 14. Now there's a battle for 4th. Queuing up, that I think is Ethan Lowe in the 1. There's that white car trailing, or just leading the Cole Gamma-driven 95, and we'll see as the order updates this time around. Keep things in line for you. The front 2 nose to tail. 83 thousandths between them as they're trying to push away perhaps from Alex Chang and keep it a 2-horse race. Then it's Schneider, Lowe, Gamma, Wheeler, Radman, Ulmer, and Rosenbaum the rest of the top 10.
Yeah, it looks like maybe Brats might try to have a look down into turn 1.
And the 87 on defense down there at turn 1 as well. Little stack up leading into turn 1. That's Rosenbaum, by the way, in the 87 car.
Oh, 2 wide there.
I think a lot of this, you're going to save your opportunities for the ends of these straightaways, but you're going to use the other corners to get yourself in position. And we were starting to see little groups of cars. This is kind of how I figured these cars would race, is you're going to get grouped together. Ethan Lowe chasing Schneider. They're going to be side by side with Gamma, trying to pick a lane. He will stay to the outside behind the 2 of Schneider. Big wiggle on the brakes, and Lowe deep on the brakes into turn 5.
Yeah, that red and white car looked at it like it had some body work that was maybe misaligned or something. I think that's the rear clamshell. That rear clamshell folds over the front of the rear fender like that. So it could be that rear clamshell.
Oh, he's in the marbles. In the marbles at turn 6, Schneider. And you're right, that body work, if it's not clamped down all the way, it could be causing some drag, which would not be of assistance to his straight line speed, but he lost now 4 or 5 spots there.
Mm-hmm.
But he was out of the marbles at 6. Got sort of...
Brats has gotten by Leach.
You're right. So new leader, the 7. But it's far from over. As we saw yesterday, it didn't take long for him to start throwing everything they could, plus the kitchen sink.
Yeah, especially with these 2, they are only throwing bows and haymakers at each other.
A little side-by-side back there behind Gamma. I think that's Radman and Wheeler. Are they still going at it back there?
Probably.
Gosh, they've just been relentless. Alex Chang was a lonely 3rd, but again, they're beginning, as I said yesterday, to separate the gazelle from the rest of the herd. And if you can just take down one at a time and get rid of Leach and then work on Brats, you're going to be in a good spot. But little Schneider still under fire in the background there from Rob Radman in the 5. Ulmer and Rosenbaum just clinging on to the top 10 as well. And now, how desperately does Ryan Leach want this lead back, or will he play ball stay in line.
Yeah, it looked like he was getting a little squirrely under braking, but he got it settled before the corner. Oh, I think someone has smoke in their background a little bit.
And full course yellow.
Uh-oh.
So that will be slowing the field down. They just got that at the start-finish line there.
Yeah.
And car off. That is, I didn't get a great look at that. Is that at 5?
That might be 5, or is that 7?
Nope, that's 14.
14.
And so maybe the smoke that you pointed out maybe led to another issue. So he is deep in the kitty litter. That's the 29.
That's the 29. That's the Team End Alzheimer's racing car.
So unfortunately, their run is going to come to an end here at race 3. But now we're going to get collected behind the pace car. Quick work there by the pace car to get out of pit lane, get that car on the road.
Seriously, whoa.
They were coming down the front straightaway. That yellow flew as the cars had already passed the pit entrance. So great work there by Mike Cohn to get out on the racetrack and get everybody in the cone zone.
Yeah, he's using the personal. he's using his personal safety car, so he definitely was a little bit more confident in probably getting the power down in something that wasn't his.
I would say so. And now we've captured the field here, and I can't speculate, but I would assume that the reason for the yellow is the car in the gravel. So as we saw yesterday, the safety crews will go and put that thing on the hook, and they just pick it up like a cat by the scruff of the neck. They just lift it right up and drop it somewhere else that they need it off course.
I was yesterday after the races, I was actually hanging out with some of our box office team, who's great people at Gridlife. Some of those hardest workers out here. You know, they're really putting in the time. But they said that they saw that Rush SR car get picked up, and they said they likened it to like a toy claw machine, like from Toy Story. It's like their claw.
I don't know why that's so funny to me, but it just is.
Okay, now imagine one of these as that livery of like one of those little aliens from Toy Story.
Yes, bring it on.
We need to do that now.
Well, the Rush SR guys are great, and
they are.
I was chatting a bunch with them this weekend about the future plans for the next car and the Rush SRX, and how successful the Rush SR series has been in its first full year of competition at Gridlife, and they just have so much motivation to continue, bring all their drivers from all corners of the country. They're expecting a grid this size or even bigger at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca later this year. So I think they're just really energized by having a place to race where they get, they're all grouped together and running as a race group, and we're energized by the fact that we get to watch more wheel-to-wheel racing. So it's just a partnership that has worked out really well. And I really enjoy these things, and I liken them a lot to sort of miniaturized open-top prototypes. They remind me so much of like the early, I don't want to say early, but the LMP2 cars of the early 2000s, but just like a scaled down, 60% scale version of it. But the whole idea behind this car is to provide an affordable, easy to work on platform, and the small size is a part of that, because you can get 2 of these cars, sometimes 4 depending on the track, in one garage stall. So when you're going to a racetrack with your friends, we saw this at Laguna Seca, you can get a bunch of them in one garage and save money, not only in transporting the car, because you can put it on the back of a Corolla probably, but you can also share paddock space, you can share garage space. They're lightweight, they don't use a lot of fuel, so there's a lot of advantages to scaling everything down. What's the old rule? Simplify and add lightness. These are about as light as you're going to get for a car like this.
Yeah, and also like with this new series coming into Gridlife, obviously some people may have been like, oh man, who are these guys? What is this car? This doesn't really look like a Gridlife car. But, it does, because they're not just white or black or gray or silver. You can tell with this series that there's so much personality behind everybody with all of their liveries. Everyone's got a super fun color. Everyone's got tons of different things. Like we've got tons of F1 inspired liveries. We've got the Mach 5 in there. Like there's a lot of these cars are really fun to look at, not just because of like the engineering behind it.
And I think part of it, right? I mean, the example that the Gridlife Touring Cup field sets with making a livery your own, really having your own personality. These drivers have full force begun to do the same thing with the Rush SR field, and even last year to this, a lot of the field had just body in white, and this year they're just absolutely killing it with the liveries.
Yeah.
The Sunoco car that Nate Hamilton is driving is a work of art. You should go look up Nate Hamilton's Instagram and see it up close. Or if you're here at the racetrack, go check out the Rush SR paddock. It's up top in the competition paddock. It really is a neat thing to see.
So without a doubt.
29, the Team End Alzheimer's car is being pulled out of the gravel. And they did not use the claw in this one. They're just going to use the hook. And slowly but surely, they're going to pull that car out. And
oh, he's looking right at the camera.
Well, it's not fun to be in the kitty litter, but I have to imagine that something went wrong because it just went straight.
Yeah.
And so if there was a puff of smoke or something had gone amiss.
I can't imagine you like.
He's off there deep, too. I mean, that's far off in 14, so I'd have to imagine. And the funny thing, you can't even see the tire marks it left. I mean, it just skipped right along the top of that.
So you think that's why they went straight full course yellow, Kyle? Because it was at the outside of 14. Like that can be, if he stays there can be another car that goes off. It can just cause a very big problem.
You really don't want to have cars on what we call an impact zone, which are the exits of corners traditionally. So typically in the drivers' meetings, you'll be told that, all right, if you have an issue, if you have a problem, pull to the inside of a corner within sight line of a corner station or find a cutout. But what you don't want to have a car placed is you don't want to have them on the exit of a corner where if someone has a mistake or a slip up or another accident, that the momentum would take you to the same place. So the Road America safety team and the race control team here is very experienced. They know when they should throw a full course yellow, when they can do what's called a hot pull and send a team out when the track is still green everywhere else. That's a privilege, and you don't always get to do that, depending on how the drivers are around the safety vehicles. But this is a situation where absolutely I think the right call is a full course yellow, just to get the car out of the gravel, out of the impact zone, and hopefully we'll get a couple more laps of racing.
Yeah, so and then another thing, Kyle, does once that full course yellow is thrown, does the 15-minute timer still continue, or do we pause it in any way?
Nope, so we effectively, and I said this earlier with the GLTC race as well, but we get a time block to run in. And this is, part of the compromise of having so much stuff to watch this weekend is the schedule is packed full.
Oh, yeah.
So unfortunately, as much as we love to, to continue past 6 p.m., there's a hard stop on the racetrack at 6. That means everything has a window to fit in. If you can't fit it in the window, you don't get to race. So as far as the timer will continue to tick down. Now, we don't do a standard 15 or 20-minute or 25-minute race. It's just the time block that we have. So the white flag comes out when the white flag comes out. So we saw earlier in the GLTC race that we had a red flag. Timer kept ticking. We just didn't get to finish that one. So, we don't get to run all day, but within the ability of race control and the ability of the schedule planners, we will always try to get the most racing possible. And sometimes that means if you have a little extra time, you get a full course yellow, maybe you can get another lap or two in that you wouldn't otherwise do. So when you put fuel in the car at a Gridlife event, always consider that it's a time block and you can always go a lot more than you think you might.
Oh, okay. That's very interesting.
So it's all part of, again, the idea is to have fun racing, right? So if we are ahead of schedule, which doesn't happen a lot, but sometimes we are, if we're ahead of schedule, then why not race for another lap?
Yeah, totally.
Right? So I love that strategy to it. And it keeps a little bit of I guess, unpredictability about it, right? Because when you're a fan watching trackside, you never really know when that white flag's going to come out.
Totally.
So it creates a bit of pressure on the drivers as well. You come out of 14, you come up the hill, you're waiting and trying to see if that flag, and when you don't see it, you're like, all right, I got at least 2 more.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what everyone's hoping for. Hopefully, with that car picked up, we can speed up the pace car and have another lap or 2 to finish this one up.
Yeah, I think he got picked up real easily and just got him out of the way, so probably going to be, maybe even this lap will probably get green.
Yeah, and as far as other caution procedures that we have in the toolbox, right? The Time Attack group has experimented with what is effectively a Code 60. It's a safety car procedure where you don't have to catch the pace car, but your pace isn't monitored. We don't have the ability to break down the track into sectors and really monitor speed anywhere other than the control line. But what that process is the safety car comes out. You can catch the pace car and ride in a line, or you can just maintain a safe pace anywhere on the track that you'd like. And when the pace car pulls in, we can get back green, and that prevents the Time Attack cars from having to pull into pit lane, do a whole other warm-up lap. It really has sped up the procedures. It's a little trickier, though, in a race environment because if everyone's going to slow down, why wouldn't you just catch them? And we don't have a fair way to regulate speed anywhere other than the control line, right? So that's why we don't do a Code 60 or anything of that sort. It's a full course yellow when we need it. And again, Road America gives us some tools to play with, like the hot pulls and things of the sort, but only in specific scenarios can those be used. Yeah,
I've been also talking to a lot of the drivers about that new addition in Time Attack with the Time Attack safety car, and they love it. That's probably one of their favorite recent additions, I think, to the series would be that safety car.
And it was a mid-season rule change. Every year, Gridlife's got rules that come out in the fall and winter, and then about halfway through the season, you'll have a rules revision, and sometimes you'll see just little shifts and shuffles. And honestly, the time attack caution procedure was one of the best improvements I think that we've made in recent years, and that is an excellent drone shot there. Look at that. I mean, that is like...
That is a beautiful tracking shot. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, the corner and the way that the track looks and the way that the camera was following that so beautifully. Job well done.
Yeah.
A big thanks to the crew and the Road America staff. This is a big racetrack, and this is by far the most coverage we've ever had at this track, and the effort has not gone unnoticed. Just an unbelievable job getting us some angles even deep on the racetrack where we haven't had them before. So, and a big thanks again to the Road America staff. There was one of them that was helping run some fiber and things. Hey, where do you need it? And helping run it, which I think is fantastic, and probably unlikely that, there's another...
Was that another? Maybe was that the reason for the full course?
Possibly.
Ah. Well, that one's getting the claw.
Yeah, that's interesting. So maybe they're just looking at the wall. Maybe whatever was going on over there is...
I don't know. It looks like there's something on the back because they mount it from the teapot, and then they will also secure the bottom of the car to the back of that truck.
Yeah, interesting. So, well, that would also explain the need for a full course yellow, but
yeah,
we'll let them continue to work. I thought we would get to go green next time by, but...
Is that a car on a flatbed?
It is.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so...
Okay,
well, okay, now we really know what...
Yeah.
Again, we didn't have a good idea or understanding. I figured that the impact zone in general would be a reason. You see some fluid dry there, Owen, potentially?
Like, I think that white line, it looks like maybe some fluid dry or something, I would imagine.
Yeah, so... Well, fluid on the racetrack and cars in the kink. That's where your yellow came from, car in the gravel aside. So Road America safety team, as always, A+. I mean, they do an exceptional job.
Yeah.
It is a hard job to keep this track covered within 15, 20 seconds
without a doubt
of any accident. And at work right now, working their way around course with a car on a flatbed and one on the claw. We will head back to the paddock, and we'll see if we get maybe one more. I'm not trying to give it away, but the flagman does have a green and a white. So we'll see if maybe we get one more green flag lap.
Yeah.
So if it's a last lap dash, Owen, the energy and intensity is on from the second they leave turn 14. Can't accelerate till they see the green. Then it's game on, draft battle. We saw it yesterday. Bratz is in the lead. And here we go. We're restarting towards the green flag, and they're side by side already. White flag, 1 lap to go. And Leach has pulled through ahead of Bratz, who tucks back in line, and here comes Chang.
Yep, Alex Chang dummies to the inside. Bratz goes for it. Leach in the front. Let's see what can happen in here.
Oh, big lunge in the background as well. I think that was Ethan Lowe maybe making a move here. Here's Wheeler back to the right on corner exit.
I think they were touching a little bit. Oh, wow. Still side by side real hard into turn 3.
Cole Gamma's right in the middle of all that as well in the 95. And Ethan Lowe and Schneider is at the back of that group in the red and white car. Down the back straightaway, though, Bratz and Leach, just as they did yesterday in race 2. It will be a last lap bare-knuckle brawl between these two. And Leach got it. Here comes Bratz to the outside, but doesn't have overlap, though. Into turn 5.
Alex Chang still looking from the background, still seeing if he can make a move into the first position.
Well, they're 2x2 in the background. Rob Radman on defense from a handful of cars. Leach a little wiggle out of turn 6, feeling some heat, feeling some pressure.
They're still 2 wide through 6, Kyle.
They've gotten it sorted out now. Schneider chasing the yellow car. That's Gamma in the 95. And Bratz trying to do what he was unable to do yesterday, which was defeat Leach on this last lap pass. He tried to do it in the kink last time. Can he do it this time? Through the carousel, Owen.
We're going to see another pass attempt through the kink, Kyle.
He's going to give it a shot, I think. Big draft here, leaving turn 10 towards turn 11. He's not close enough to have a lunge here, but maybe into Canada corner.
Yeah, maybe into Canada. He's definitely going to try to hold up his speed a little bit more and really attack into Canada.
Down towards Canada corner. 3 corners left. Bratz tucked in line behind Ryan Leach. They'll be coming around to the checkered flag as the battles continue behind them.
approaching up into turn 14. Let's see if Bratz or Leach has made a position change. And it's Leach who's got him still.
Well, Bratz is going to try to set up this pass. He lost the lead on the restart. I don't think he's willing to give it up now. Ryan Leach has won 2 of 2 races so far. Can he win a third? Bratz is a little far back to get a draft. He might have a shot. I don't know if he's going to get there. Checkered flag is waving, and Ryan Leach goes 3 for 3 at Road America. Then it's Bratz, then Chang behind, and the top 3 continues to just run the same way every time, but they get there different ways. A little side-by-side in the background. Schneider on defense from Radman, and James French who grabs the top 10. Job well done for those drivers. And looks like Billingsley in the 19 dropped a few spots on the last lap as well.
Yeah, that was a super impressive race by those 3. Where else do they go from here? Like, how does anybody else catch up to those guys?
Suelio Almeida, 13th place in the number 10. We haven't seen him be quite as pointy end as we saw at Carolina Motorsports Park, but he's still in the conversation. And the 144, Nate Hamilton, up to 23rd place. And he started tail of the field, I thought, Owen, didn't he?
Yeah, he started 27th.
Okay.
So, but his, like, I think still his, like, 3rd race of his entire career, doing it at Road America in such a little high downforce car like that, very impressive to just make up positions, let alone start the race.
Down into turn 5, the field cools down their Rush SRs. And after a full course yellow early on, we get a lap to the end, and it's Ryan Leach again, 3 for 3. Bratz, Chang, Wheeler, and Ethan Lowe snags the top 5 in the number 1, continuing his racing career. Then Cole Gamma, Billingsley, Schneider, Radman, and French as we documented your top 10 here in Gridlife Rush SR. Look at the festival grounds. They were treated to some great racing in GLTC and in Rush SR. And in just about 2 hours, the main stage kicks off, but let's have a look first at the highlights from Rush SR Race 3. Early start, Ryan Leach sprinted to the lead, but battles behind Schneider, Gamma, Radman, and Wheeler going at it here in the top 10.
Yeah, that's right, Kyle. And
let's see the 29, the 9, they had a bit of a battle. The 29 car later was off in the gravel trap there, but Gamma, Radman, Wheeler continued their fight up in the top 10. Schneider struggling. There goes the 29 off in the gravel, but it was an accident at the kink that brought out a full course yellow. On the restart, though, it was a 1-lap shootout, and Bratz never really was able to get alongside the 56, despite being there the whole time, Owen.
Yeah, seriously, it was not much different. Like, the starting order stayed relatively the exact same. Alex Chang was really trying to get up into 2 or 1 that whole entire time, but just never could.
Well, he gave it all he could and was not able to do it, but it's Ryan Leach that wins the 3rd race of the weekend. Well, that'll do it for Rush SR Race 3. One more Rush race to go after GLTC, or before GLTC later today. Of course, so we've got some drift action coming up shortly, followed by the NOS Energy TrackBattle Podium Sprint. We'll finish things off with more wheel-to-wheel racing from Gridlife Summer Apex, presented by Falcon.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has won the Daytona 500. You spend thousands of hours on the road.
Can he do it again?
Feel hundreds of horses under the hood. But every race, lap, and victory you get starts at 0. New NOS Zero Sugar. Zero sugar, 100% NOS, get after it.
Falcon Azenas RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance, engineered for predictable handling and stability. The RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falcon Azenas RT660.
Well, the solstice has passed, but this is our apex. It's Summer Apex at Road America. It's our first Gridlife festival here, and the festival experience means bringing drift to places that drift has either not been or hasn't been in a very, very long time. Hi, everybody. Kyle Heyer joined by Gray Sitton for another drift session on course, on full course again. Gray, this is big sense here, and Kaufman's already at it.
Oh yeah, last road session of the day. All the drivers got all of their tires ready. As you can see, Matt Kaufman giving a smoke show to the carousel in that LS 240. Doing the same thing that he did last run. Just saucing it. Just saucing it.
Absolutely sauced, dude. I mean, this is so much sauce. This is like when you reach in the Taco Bell bag and there's just like 50 sauces. That's how much sauce
you know, you can get lost in the sauce.
Almost.
Or you can get lost without the sauce.
No. Anyway.
Looks like Kaufman's lost in the sauce. But yeah, super stoked to see all these cars out. Looks like we do have a bigger lineup than before. A lot of local guys coming out this last run trying to do their best. And you can see Chelsea Denofa here in that drift Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday, and he was working up to pace. Forsberg's back there getting chased by Larry Chen in the Super Chase vehicle. Fun story behind this car that we'll talk about later. And yeah, Larry back on track, giving us some awesome views with the camera mounted on the front bumper.
Actually got a funny story of Larry at the kart track just not 30 minutes ago. We were watching Vaughn's car go out for the day, and we're like, huh, he's hitting a lot of cones. Comes back around. Larry Chen's in the driver's seat of the RTR Mustang. And there's at least 10 cones just scattered everywhere. But yeah, he gave it a shot, and Kaufman blazing down the front straight.
Yeah, I think Kaufman just did 150 miles an hour past the commentator booth here.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, he is just absolutely sending it, and I guess he's just trying to shorten the amount of time he's out there not shredding.
Oh, yeah.
Or what did you say earlier, shripping? That's your word of the weekend? I'm stealing that. He's stripping it, dude. And Kaufman, there he is, entering turn 3 now, downhill right-hander. Not a lot of folks over there watching. All the energy is kind of focused down in the festival area at Carousel, turn 8. And I think that's where most folks have been saving their tires for. Pollock.
Yeah, Pollock's been a treat this weekend in his Falcon Mustang. I don't think I've seen a session without him this entire weekend on the car track and the main track. That car's a seat time warrior.
Yeah, look at all the marks from all the big sends. Here comes Kaufman again.
Nice little feint entry. Will he kiss the rumble strip? Won't do it, but listen to that LS bang off rev limiter.
Gosh.
He shows that thing no mercy.
Just watching him slide sideways over the rumble strips on X, I'm like, ooh, because I know how rough that is inside the car.
Yeah, you just see the crowd just locked in and just admiring the moment that's taking place before us. Setting up his own little line. Here, looks like he might be cooling down tires.
For how long, we'll see.
Probably not long. Looks like it. Oh yeah, he's going deep into that carousel.
Big long.
Locking up those fronts.
Whoa!
Ooh, too much sauce. He's lost in the sauce.
I thought he was going to recover from that and be a sick backy and we'd carry on, but nope.
Nope.
Got overly sauced, dude. Too much mayo.
Oh, yeah.
Into the carousel now. That's what you call getting back on the horse.
Oh, yeah. Tie yourself up by the bootstrap, buddy.
On all the horses. All how many?
I think this one makes 800. Looks like an popped a tire and shredded that over fender.
Didn't need it anyway.
Yeah, it looks like he learned the hard way that a pair of tires will not last a single lap at Road America. Cole Richards, though, coming in hot right behind him on the carousel.
This is such a perfect corner for high power drift cars.
Oh, yeah. And got all the FD drivers, Talaska, Corey, Kaufman. See the spectators stacked up. Just
look at that. I mean, find you a weekend where the spectators are packed like that in the carousel. The carousel's not, I mean, it's a great corner, don't get me wrong, but it's not typically where the energy is focused in a race. Usually it's down at 5, 8. The carousel is packed to the gills right now watching this. This is cool.
Yeah, and it's a different, line that drift drivers drive,
It brings energy to different places on the track, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's just grip cars, you're going to where the passing zones are, right?
Right.
It's not really a concern in drifting, right? It's the long sweeping corners that in a grip car are probably, they're fast and exciting, but you're not passing there, so the action isn't there. This is where the action is here.
You're full throttle, not trying to drift, but these guys are laying down a smoke show in those corners.
I saw someone commenting earlier that said, man, doesn't look like the fastest way around the racetrack. I was like, I don't care.
That's not the point.
Yeah, we've got plenty of that this weekend. And the whole idea behind Gridlife is to bring different experiences for the fans, for the drivers, kind of a pick your own path, sort of Willy Wonka's Wonderland of motorsports.
Exactly.
I mean, anything that you like, if you're into, show cars or things of the sort, if you're into grip racing or time attack or drifting or just being at Road America, there's something here for everybody.
Oh yeah, there's a taste for every single car enthusiast here at Summer Apex. I've walked all over the site, and it's so cool seeing all the niche subcultures that get involved with us. And
TJ Hunt, sorry, just
on the hunt.
TJ Hunt is on the hunt.
On the hunt.
Heading to turn 1 at the moment.
That Valvoline 2JZ car has been super fast this weekend. He's been ripping on the kart track. Larry Chen behind him most of those runs, but yeah, him and Grant Anderson in those Valvoline cars have been doing a great job this weekend.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch them. They're really great to hang out with as well. Saw a couple of his boys last night up by the karaoke. Heard TJ Hunt singing a little bit as well. I did. Sometimes I wish to undo some things, and that might be one of them. But hey, he's a heck of a drifter.
Yeah, don't quit your day job, TJ.
I have a feeling he won't. So, Chelsea getting back after it.
And that drift came in such a cool, unique chassis, flying a little bit too much. But that's just clear observation of Chelsea's no-care style. He's going to give it full throttle wherever he goes, even if it's off the track or on the track. Off the track again.
To his credit, I mean, he's not going off the pavement.
Yeah, he's still on solid ground. Yeah. I've watched this thing a lot this weekend, and you can see it kind of takes shallow angles, and I think that's because of the weight distribution in that car. You can't get too much angle, or it's susceptible to snap oversteer. But yeah, he's making it look super easy going through this carousel, going so wide every single corner.
The edge of the runoff is the clipping zone, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Love this shot. This has been an excellent perspective all day long, and we're going to see Chelsea right there ripping into the shot.
Frame it, put it on a wall.
Yeah, it's on my wall. Along with 2013 Scion FRS.
Greatest car ever.
Yeah, well, anyway.
To some.
Maybe not to others.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's all right. Into 6. I see fans gathered trackside there with their typical Road America spots in the trees there up on Fireman's Hill. And then
Forsberg being kicked by SN95 Mustang, giving it his all. I think that thing's stock motor, so he's probably putting his heart into all of that driving right now.
Big Sens. And SN95s. Tell me about those as drift cars. Are those sort of a popular platform?
Honestly, since the start of RTR, you've seen an increase in Mustangs in the drift community, as well as Corvettes. They're easy power. You don't have to mess with the driveline a lot. You don't have to mess with the suspension. All you have to really do is get your e-brake figured out and maybe coilovers. Most of them, the diff maybe. I know on some earlier Mustangs you do have solid rear axles, which aren't ideal for drift cars. Independent rear suspension is a big plus. But yeah, a lot of these are super cheap alternatives as opposed to Nissan 240SX, which are skyrocketing in price right now. So instead you can just go get a little 3-valve Mustang.
There you go. Colin Zielinski heading back out on track. Love these boys. They're always a big help to us.
Midwest heroes right here.
Yeah, I remember bringing them. They have a wrap shop, and we brought them some vinyl into our Hyundai N Pace car last year at WeatherTech Race in Laguna Seca. I said, "Can you help me?" And they said, "Absolutely no problem. Drop off the vinyl. We got it for you, boys." And boy, did they. Great folks over there.
Just another showcase of the community. You never may know who you may meet. There may be a fabricator in there that can weld up a broken part for you, or a rapper who can fix some vinyl. But yeah,
big ups also to Race Treads here this weekend. Free tire changing for everyone here at the facility. That's been amazing, especially for the drifters.
They have been so busy this weekend. I walked over by there, and Nick Swan was running hot laps on the kart track, and so we were getting through tires pretty quick. And so yeah, big shout out to the Race Treads boys. They have their hands full.
Wow,
we'll give them some love. Colin
getting after it. Saw the whole body work shaking when he got on those rumbles. It was rattling that thing loose.
For about half the tires being changed right now. He's no mercy on those rear tires.
Well, clutch kick there to get it some more rotation as the knockoff down here through the hurry downs to turn 8.
Yeah, size matters.
It sure does. Well,
size matters. Don't bring no 295s to the main track now.
Into turn 8. I mean, what was really cool is earlier in the show we got to see some of the classic moments from Road America's history. And, could you imagine bringing someone from 1955 here on Cliff Tuffy's original track and seeing this?
Their brain would spontaneously combust watching what we're watching right now. 2 cars side by side on the carousel in drift, making power that is
unheard of.
Yeah,
I mean,
unheard of.
Imagine, I was just looking up earlier, our flagger here has given me some great knowledge from some programs that Road America's got. And the first stock car race here back in 1956 when NASCAR came here, 59 mile an hour average in the race. Average. So, I mean, yeah, maybe see triple digits, but like it was not that much going on.
That's about the kart track average speed this weekend.
They were driving Bel Airs probably, but
whoa, you got Jason Barrett with his Barrett swapped R31 wagon, keep it read down from down under.
Well,
Backy King, he's
just full send, dude. I mean, that wagon's got a lot of rear end on it, and he brings the rear end in first most of the time.
He throws that rear end.
He's
heavy,
got it
every corner.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you might as well just put steering wheel in the back and look out the rear window because that's where he's going most of the time.
Might as well. Oh, looks like we got some hazards coming from him. Might be a breakdown.
Yeah, pointing Larry Chen around, so he will make his way around course.
Hey, mate, me engine's blowed. That was terrible. I'm sorry, Jason.
Well, we've got a story on Larry Chen Super we'll talk to you about a little later. But as they work their way down towards Hurry Downs and Turn 8, we still have the session green, although I think some of the cars have returned back to the paddock to get a fresh set of tires before they head back out. Looks like Zielinski is making the hard right back to the paddock as well. But this is a big place, 4 miles around. You're drifting maybe 30% of it, but it's still, 30% of 4 miles is still a long way.
That's almost more than a mile of drifting on tires.
Right.
It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, I mean, what would you consider to be a lot as far as linear distance? Quarter mile, half mile?
Honestly, 3/4 of a mile. That's a long drift track. Most drift tracks you don't see more than even quarter of a mile. They're very tight, easy to run, easy to hot lap on. Not huge road courses.
SE4
could be a 400, could be a 300. I went and checked this car out, and it looks like it's a 2JZ GTE swapped ST300, which drops right into these cars.
All right, here's something that people at home might not know if they're not familiar with drifting, is to see that car slow up on the exit of 5. The backwards graphics on the right, what's that all about?
Backwards so that's an homage to the older days of drifting back in Japan in the early 2000s. Instead of just adjusting the graphics for the other side, they would just put it into their vinyl cutting program and just flip it. And at first people were kind of confused by it, but you've seen it grow into this cool little style hint that is still being pulled from the early days of Japan and all those grassroots drifting.
I know. First time I saw one of those liveries in a Assetto Corsa, I thought the textures loaded wrong, and then I learned about it. I was like, oh, that's actually pretty cool.
Is this thing broken?
C5.
Yeah, more of these things popping up all over the place. LS platform, super popular with drifters, especially C5s.
We've seen this across the entire Gridlife community with C5s, whether it's Time Attack or GLTC and now Drift, where these cars offer a really high level of performance at a pretty affordable dollar amount for what you get. And you don't have to do a lot. You can leave them in pretty stock form. Of course, they have a big aftermarket as well.
Oh, yeah. I was talking to Nick Swan about it earlier, and he runs all of our drifting here at Gridlife. And I was like, man, I need a car. And he goes, Corvette. I go, he goes, Corvette. That's the one answer, just Corvette.
Yeah.
So simple. Get some drive time in. Don't work on it. Go drive.
Right. I mean, Ferris Khartoumi showed up at Midwest Fest with a C6 Corvette. Didn't even bring a toolbox. Now, that didn't go so great. But
that's a little bit too unprepared.
Yeah, I mean,
bring a Phillips head or something.
At least. Or just bring a hammer. That'll probably solve most problems on American cars.
Oh, yeah.
Give it a whack.
Look at this car Modify S14. I forgot his name, but yeah, this thing's super gnarly. LS swapped S14. Hitting that carousel.
I think the S chassis have been popular for the same reasons that we're now seeing FRS BRZs be popular for the same reason that Corvettes don't really need anything different, but they're just you can put so much in them. They have a big engine bay. You can really do anything you want. It's a blank canvas, and that seems to be why they're so popular in this community.
Yeah, Burger King, have it your own way. Those cars are about to take the drift scene by storm, especially those GR86s. You see drivers like Nate Hamilton buying them and ripping them apart and turning them into pro cars. And super cool to see the evolution and what they'll look like in 10 years.
Great look at the crowd there, the Speedville Bridge. What a beautiful facility this is. And when you rolled down there last night with the karaoke going on, the campers all filing in. It was a special, special place. And it was great to see Tricia, one of our operations and really core staff that helped build Gridlife to what it is today. Yeah. She was down there hanging out, and she was not stressed at all. And that, that's great because
Tricia's happy. We're happy.
It's just, these events are not easy to put on, right? And so, especially when a facility like Road America comes preset with so much already here, you don't need to build the floor. You can just build your house on top of it. And I think that's the exciting piece about this event. And we're really stoked to be here. And a big thanks to all the fans and all the people that have turned out here. Road America regulars that have joined us. Peter Cunningham was here earlier today, and just great to have the community out here supporting something new here at Gridlife. And look at that. It's the drift paddock down there. It's
packed out like sardines. But yeah, everyone's getting close. Everyone's getting to know each other. Like you said last night, karaoke was just it was a completely different vibe that you can't artificially make, and it was super cool seeing everyone. Chris Forsberg went on stage.
Really?
Chris Forsberg went on stage. 3-time Formula Drift champion Chris Forsberg did karaoke last night.
And it's on video, probably.
And it was awesome. Oh, yeah. All the performances are documented. TJ, Cerise, Chris Forsberg.
Creature was up there, too. What was Creature? For those that don't know, Creatures are one of our content capture and editors. And a lot of the things that you see, most of the things that you see on our socials are Creature content, we call it.
Oh, yeah.
What was he up to last night?
He was bouncing around the crowd with the mic the entire night, going back and forth with T-Pain, which was a surreal moment, just seeing that DJ side of him come out and get the crowd involved. And I think he's part of the reason why karaoke got so packed out last night.
Yeah, really cool to see. And tonight, of course, we've got Dead Mouse on stage. 5 to 10 is when the main stage is ripping. So as soon as the motorsport stuff kind of tails away, it's going to be a pretty... I'm actually looking forward to the hour of overlap between when the things on the stage start and the tail end of the racing, because that hour of overlap between the stage and the crowd and the racing on the racetrack, that is peak Gridlife for me. It's when everything's happening at once, and it's just turn around. There's action over here. Turn around. There's action over there. It's been really cool to watch.
It turns into a surreal dream almost.
Yeah, it really, really does. And we still don't have a checker just yet. There's still some folks out there sending and using all the track time available to them.
Yeah, Ryan out here just no care.
No care.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, he's the only one ripping on track right now. Imagine you're just a grassroots driver and you get the keys to Road America. Nobody else is on track and say, go crazy.
I mean, gosh, it's such a special place. When you get the track to yourself, this is pretty unbelievable to get a lap around here. In any context, whether it's HPD or time attack or whatever, then you get the track to yourself to drift.
Yeah,
that's got to be a special moment.
Oh yeah.
And with a checkered flag out of the main flag stand, man, what a show the drifters put on for us. It has been a pleasure. Of course, there's still plenty more to go today. We'll show you some more drift from earlier in the day, followed by the tail end of our NOS Energy TrackBattle Championship battle with the NOS Energy TrackBattle Podium Sprint, and 2 more races, 1 for Rush SR, 1 for Gridlife Touring Cup. And we'll see you just after this.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
How'd I do?
Great if you're not looking at the clock.
Sure you got that? I had to be faster than that, right? 100% NOS, 0 sugarcoat. No. New NOS, 0 sugar. Get after it.
For those who demand winning performance on the track, off-road, and everywhere in between. Falken has you covered. Falken Tires, delivering exceptional performance to exceptional drivers since 1983.
All right, we have talked about how absolutely massive Road America is, and with all of this land comes opportunity to play games like disc golf. You can buy discs here at the Gridlife merch booth, and yesterday this entire bin was full. So that means there has to be a ton of people out there playing, and we're gonna try and find them, and if we can't, I'll try my hand at it and see if I'm any good. Okay, so I have been unsuccessful in finding somebody who will play with me, but I'm gonna go ahead and try this. So Cerise tries disc golfing today. I think, okay, to my understanding, you are supposed to very much start all the way back there. No shot. No shot. So I'm gonna start right here. I'm probably gonna get roasted, but you know what? First step at being good at something is sucking at it. So here we go. The other thing too is like, these are like really good discs. It's very, very nicely weighted. I think that this is gonna do really well. I think this is gonna do really well. All right. What can't she do? Karaoke, announcing, drifting, disc golf, dancing, cooking. God, what does she bring to the table? The whole freaking package. So why is the table from IKEA? Disc golf, I'm kind of good at it. Whoosh. Can't win it all. Don't put that in there. Don't put that in the broadcast. Let me have my moment. I got too cocky. Next on this food tour, we have Gridlife Paddock Pops, run by somebody very, very special to the Gridlife family. Now, ice cream at the track is obviously a hot commodity, no pun intended. But Chris Stewart, who is the brainchild, this is the brainchild of Gridlife, has his son Eames right here. I shouldn't say that. You are here on your own fruition. This is your idea. You have something special for us. You, Eames Stewart, have created a custom flavor just for the people of Gridlife. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what is the name of this flavor?
Mint chocolate chicane.
I love that. Okay, well, Mr. Eames, may I please have one small mint chocolate chicane, please? All right, so guys, the flavors that you can find here, we have mint chocolate chicane, which is what I'm gonna try. We have peanut butter potato chip, which sounds actually incredible. Orange dreamsicle, Blue Moon, which is a vegan option, and all of them are made by Pretty Cool Ice Creams out of Chicago. Thank you so much. Yo, look at the packaging. Come here, get all tight on this. Dude, that's so sick. Okay, you wanna interview me?
So what it is it's a mint ice cream base with chunks of cookie dough in it, covered in a milk chocolate shell with sprinkles.
Oh, bro. That hits the spot like I was not expecting. Incredible. Well, let me pay the man and be on our way, because you guys should definitely come and check it out. You can't miss it. Bright blue ice cream truck right here next to the Gridlife merch tent. Thank you for being here, Eames. You'll find him and his brother Jack here manning the booth. I shouldn't be talking with my mouth full. We got stuff to do, guys. It's Gridlife. Thanks, bud.
All right, everyone. Now you're joining me here at the Turn & Concepts pit. Turn & Concepts definitely has one of the best looking pit garages here at Gridlife. They got their flags up here with the corresponding numbers and names of the drivers. And for the longest time, you could say that Turn & Concepts have been street mod and club TR demons at Gridlife. Every single year, they bring multiple cars, multiple competitive drivers, and they're always here to show out. Can anybody tell me about this Cayman over here?
It's a Cayman S 2014 for GLTC, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we detuned it to 235 horse. We're at 3173 race weight.
Okay. So is it flat 4 turbo or flat 6?
It's a flat 6.
Flat 6, okay.
Yep.
Cool.
So it's got a good torque for the class and stuff. Yeah, should be good.
It looks really good, man. Looks really, really good. I like it a lot. Awesome. Thank you, man.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, behind me I got Eric Cattell, and he sadly had a crash yesterday at the end of the day. So let's take a look and see if his car is fixed up and see how he's doing. What's going on, boss?
Not much.
How'd the car fare?
I think we're good. We got it all fixed up and ready to go for race 2. It's unfortunate, you know, I've had bad luck here in the past, and that's exactly what happened yesterday, getting caught up in someone else's incident. But the car, it looked much worse than it was. You know, it was just a radiator, core support. You know, the bumper got messed up, but luckily Chase Bays, they had a spare radiator on display.
Rad.
So that's rad, yeah.
Yeah, rad.
Rad, literally
Awesome.
rad. So yeah, they were able to kind of get me that and then get me back and get on track. So
yeah,
gonna try to get a good lap this race. That's really all that matters. Gonna start from the back. So get a good lap, which will set grid for race 3, and then yeah.
How do you feel though?
I feel very fortunate. I got a lot of good friends helping me out and stuff, and good companies that help support, you know, and you know, without the radiator, I wouldn't be racing today. So I feel good. Just trying to, you know, overcome this bad luck streak here. That's my main goal here. We're having some axle issues as well this weekend, so battling multiple things, but we'll see what we can do.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Eric.
Thanks.
Hey everybody, you join me here at the Gridlife Summer Apex 2024. And right now I'm in the pit garages taking a look at all the cars here. Mainly it's the GLTC cars in this pit garage, but actually right here, we got a nice Miata right here. And then Eric Magnuson in his E46 M3. It's probably one of the loudest cars that we've got on track. And then over here, we obviously got Luke McGrew, who's our reigning champion. He's in the lead of the championship right now. And then back here, we got Matan Rosenberg. He sadly didn't get to the races yesterday. He dropped a valve coming into the pit lane. He had no problems on track or anything. It was only when he was decelling into the pit lane that he dropped the valve. Waiter! We would like to come and speak about your vehicle. You got a mahogany splitter? Bombay mahogany splitter. Stain.
You got to stain and seal your splitters. You don't want them to get wet. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We're joined here at Gridlife Summer Apex, and we got one of our premier GLTC drivers in his beautiful Honda CRX. Man, what is your name? What is the build? Let us know.
Ryan Christoph. I've been GLTCing since kind of the beginning in my crazy CRX. It's got an L15 motor, weighs 2,200 pounds with me in it, and 170 horsepower. Small car.
Right on, right on.
It's all about efficiency.
Yeah.
Saving the earth, no catalytic converter.
Oh, perfect. Guys, we are here in the middle of the Motorport Motorplex kart track here at Road America. We have drifting going on behind us. Guys, I need you to understand something. None of these drivers have done this before. The last time drifting happened here at Road America was in 2013 with Justin Pollock and Von Gittin Jr. Not even Chris Forsberg has done this. This is exceptionally special, so we're trying to stay mindful of the landscaping. We're trying to have a good time, make all the memories, and be sure that we can come back and do this again, because this is absolutely rad. We have this track, and then we also have main track drifting. Same thing, never been done before by 99% of this fleet. This is really cool. I'm stoked to be here. I'm stoked to be here! Woo. I can't do it.
Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin is the classic and historic road racing facility, but over the course of its history, it's only seen drift cars a couple of times, and today it is one of those times. Welcome to Gridlife Summer Apex Festival presented by Falcon Kyle Hire, joined by Grace Sitton for our second drift session of the weekend on the live stream here. It'll be this is going to be really exciting here to watch cars shred this 4-mile facility, Gray. This is a big place.
Yeah, and it's all super lucky for the drivers. As I spoke on yesterday, last time this was drifted in 2013, so it's not likely to see drift cars around here, and so it's a super special treat to see all these pro cars ripping out here for today. It's super great weather. Can't ask for more.
What did we learn yesterday? I think there were some drivers that were still working up to pace, but trying to figure out how their cars could handle this big place.
Yeah, yesterday was kind of slow. You see a lot of drivers feeling out their line and trying to find the best possible route for their car to take with their respective power levels, their tires, and whatnot. And so today you'll see them a little bit more settled, a little bit more daring runs, hopefully. But hopefully we don't see any crashes. Saturdays usually get pretty wild.
Through 5 and up into 6, this has been fun to watch drivers kind of sort out how that climb up to the top of the hill, the track drops away, if they can get angle here.
Oh yeah, Pollock coming down that Falcon Mustang.
Into 7.
Yeah. Moderate entry, just carrying that huge sweeper.
Just trying to get angle there. It's a fast corner.
Yeah,
so.
you can see, even seeing that a car like that, it's pretty hard to keep a speed on a track like this.
Well, let's see what happens at turn 8 and the carousel. This is what this...
Touching that outside sounds so nice.
Here we go. This has been the fun part of the track.
Yeah.
But I think Pollock is kind of knocked off a bit here.
Yeah, drifting that carousel is 100% guaranteed that your left rear tire is gone. Yeah, this is Ryan Downey, local Midwest driver. Forgot his name yesterday, but we remembered it today. Super great Midwest local driver. As you can see, he's running that same line as Pollock. We've got Vaughn Gittin in his RTR Mustang being chased by Larry Chen. Cool fact about Larry Chen Supra, it's a 47-mile brand new Supra from the dealership. He posted on his story, said, hey guys, need some help, need a camera car for Gridlife Summer Apex. And the local Toyota dealership said, come on, get it. Come on and get it.
And
so
they knew what he was going to do with it.
Oh, yes. they somehow they knew, and they were okay with it. But yeah, Larry's riding in luxury this weekend. We're super stoked to have him this weekend, getting all the super sick clips on track. Yeah, it's good. It's going to be a good one.
The Gridlife socials will have some awesome clips of this post-event.
Social media team's going to be loaded.
Look at
Vaughn
that shot.
Just ripping. Yeah, last time he drifted this, he was in an Affliction T-shirt in a 3-valve Mustang.
That was 15 years old.
I know. Just picking my boogers.
Let's see what happens down here at Canada Corner. Not a ton of folks down here watching this area of the racetrack, but is that going to stop them? No, it will not.
Yeah, usually on this part, you can carry it out to those S's right out of after that turn. It's a really great spot for spectators around there.
Robert Thorne giving it a go into Canada Corner.
All the E46 boys stacking up.
Pete Collins there as well. Comes Vaughn.
Oh boy. Larry just glued to the back.
I mean, what a fun experience to ride along in that car.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine.
And now this is when the straightaways pick back up again, so there's not really much to do, but Vaughn is not
letting
down.
off. Stoke factor's to 100 right now on that thing. Yeah, so he has the most experience out of everyone, so we should be seeing the best lines out of him today.
Yeah, looks like Thorne and a couple others will head back to the pit lane, but off into 5. Tell me more about this wagon.
Jason Farron's R31 Barra-swapped wagon. This thing is an absolute beast, as you can see right here. It's having no issue getting around all these wide sweepers, being chased by Justin Pollock. He's from Australia. He imported the car from Australia, and he just hits a bunch of drift events. And he's come out to every single Gridlife event, shredded. That's gonna be my new word. Ripped and shredded. Shripped.
That's great.
Yeah, but yeah, Jason Farron's super great driver, super good dude, cool car.
It's all part of like building the car that you want to build, right? I mean, this is a really unique car. Out wide over the rumbles at 8 and into the carousel, but yeah, building the thing you want to build and shredding with it, tripping.
Yeah, unique car, unique driving style. Like you can't ask for more. God.
Trip it.
So
Road America.
Yeah, he is letting that Barra just bang off limiter. God,
gosh, that was cool.
I think that might be the best carousel run that we've seen today.
Whoa.
Matt Kaufman, full stoke. Oh, God, another great driver who has also joined us for all of our events this year. We saw him at Midwest, link the entire track. We saw him at Laguna, link Laguna. I'm going to repeat that. He linked Laguna, which is not an easy feat. Especially if you're a pro driver.
This is the ultimate test here.
Yeah, you can just see in his driving style, he does not let off. Like, I rode along with him at Midwest, and I don't think there was a single point where he wasn't on throttle.
Look at this. This is a huge send into 8. Kaufman getting after it.
Putting on a show.
He doesn't do anything halfway. This is going to be fun.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, previous year's FD experience, now he just drives a bunch of events with us, and Yeah, couldn't be happier. Let's hopefully see him take this carousel, maybe same style as Farron.
There he is.
Oh, popping out.
Crazy. He's got the James Bond smoke screen out of the back of that thing.
Absolute smoke machine. Yeah, that car used to have a NASCAR engine in it during Formula Drift. Wasn't the best engine for it, for drifting at all, to be completely honest, but that thing sounded pretty sweet.
Well, I mean, what a crazy shot that was. Just no give up in that car, in that driver or that car. Getting after it.
Getting it.
Getting tripped. TJ Hunt's out there.
Nate Hamilton, TJ, everyone's partying today. It's party day.
Yeah, yesterday Nick Swan asked me, he's like, "Yeah, was there enough cars out there?" I was like, "You could put so many cars on this racetrack. Let's bring them out."
We want to see a 20-car train. We want to get these spectators stoked.
I heard the track needed some more rubber, so we brought some.
Yeah, lay it down. Beautiful, beautiful shot of the kart track and the main track and all of the spectators. We were talking earlier about it. Whenever Nick has to go on track on the kart track, fix a cone, all of them just turn around. Turn around and watch the race.
There's beauty at every angle here. Spin around 180 degrees. You got a whole different view out your windshield. Yeah. Matt Kaufman just came by the front straightaway doing probably $150.
Yeah, the glass vibrated a little bit.
Oh my gosh, Kaufman is in the mood right now. He's going for it.
And he's such a mellow guy if you meet him. If you met Matt Kaufman, you would not be like, this guy does $180 mile-an-hour entries.
He was doing at least that. I mean, that thing was ripping by the front stretch.
Oh yeah. Chase McMaster doing his best in that JC. Farron, a little bit of a backy right there.
Giving it a try.
A little bit of a backy. Getting cheeky with it.
Backies at Road America make me nervous.
I never thought I'd be saying backies at Road America.
No.
Ever. But I'm so glad.
What a crazy launch that was down into 5. Justin Pollock.
Yeah, it looks like they're on a cool down lap.
Where's Kaufman at?
He's we got Cole Richards in the Cobra Works FRS. There's Kaufman coming by again.
Not to make this exciting.
It's such a fluid style. Such a fluid style.
He just, the amount of commitment that he throws at this, at tracks that he's never driven. I mean, like Laguna Seca, like Road America, just no fear.
Yeah. He is definitely a purebred road course drifter. Like he's in. Oh my God, just a little bit wild on that Manji right there, but yeah, he's a full-bred road course drifter. He also throws down on the kart track, but if you could throw any track at him and he'll eat it right up.
Welcome to Speedville, a little smoky out here.
Yeah, you can just see him upshifting on that carousel, just letting that wheel speed pick up and pick up and pick up and just give us a smoke show.
Gosh, the whole carousel.
The concert's not even going to need smoke later. Nate, we're getting a little bit too saucy in it. He just freshly rebuilt that 2JZ in that GR86 Sunoco car.
Let's hope it makes horsepower.
Yeah. Love the styling out of these chassis and seeing what drift drivers can build with them. And looks like we're getting to a point where we're no return with these builds.
Well, I mean, the chassis is great. You stick a big motor in it, make 1,000,000 horsepower. It doesn't matter.
Let her eat.
Let her eat, baby.
Yeah. Super sick car. He's joined us for all the Gridlife events this year. Will be joining us for more.
Woo!
Getting a little dirt drop on there.
Using the rumbles on the right and the left.
Yeah. Oh, you can see him approaching that carousel. Let's see if he sticks to it. Yeah, you can see all the drivers are hugging that inside line, just barely trying to keep that shallow angle coming through that carousel.
Look at that. That's a thing of beauty.
Yeah. Concert's not even going to need smoke.
No, they got it.
Just send the drifters out.
If they could just bottle it up. You know?
Budget cuts, man.
Chase McMaster down into turn 1. Let's see if he's going to give it a go here.
Yeah, and that JZ E36. Not the most powerful car out here, but certainly lays it down.
Chris Forsberg.
NOS Demo Z getting saucy on that turn.
I like these Zs. I do.
Yeah. I didn't have a lot of hope for them at the beginning, and I was just like, we're Datsun front, Z32 rear, like a little bit funny of styling, but Chris has really turned it into a great car and throws it down in it too. And I think this one has the OEM twin turbo motor inside of it, and then his Pro car has a different motor.
Got it. Yeah, the NOS Energy, of course, the official energy drink sponsor of Gridlife and the NOS Energy TrackBattle Championship. And they've got tons of product they're giving away for free here this weekend as well. So big activation for them at all of our Gridlife Festival Tour events.
Yeah, we snuck some NOS into the drivers' meeting, get them amped up for full road course.
That's what they need.
It looks like it's working with Falcon letting her eat.
You know what these guys need more of? Caffeine.
Oh, yeah, yeah, totally. No mishaps yet, surprisingly.
Good bottle up bravery.
Yeah. I like that term, bottle up bravery.
Pollock into 7. Didn't send it there, but man, we're cooking now, aren't we?
Yeah, it looks like a lot of these drivers are favoring the turns around the kart track, being able to link that big carousel. Yeah, we see Pollock get a little bit of adjustment on there, but
Johnsonville might have little smokies. We got big smokies.
Oh yeah, Johnsonville population, Justin Pollock.
Yeah, exactly. Get those sausages in the smoker, baby.
Yeah. Chase McMaster letting her eat on that carousel.
Flavored with Falcon.
Farron again.
I don't think that's how cooking works. But
I wouldn't know any better. Let's see if we can get any drivers cooking up here soon.
It's quiet it's all quiet in Elkhart Lake until we have a big send down here into 5. Here we go.
Oh. They got it together in that entry. Got a little bit of a hiccup, but carrying that speed nicely through that corner.
Heard some clutch kicks there.
Yeah.
For those that are new to drift, what are they doing with the pedals in that car at that moment?
So there's a few different ways to enter, with a clutch kick being the most popular, right? So you set up your entrance, and you really want to load the weight up in the car where you want to go. And once you load up that weight, you push the clutch all the way down and bring those revs up, and then when you dump that clutch, gives you the wheel speed that you need to get through the corner. But other entries as well as handbrake entries are very popular. Feint entries, momentum, but clutch kicker is usually the go-to for most of these drivers here.
It's almost like you're hard launching, but you're already sliding and doing 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, and the abuse that these clutches take and these rear ends is insane. Most of these cars with quick changes, but yeah.
Well, we don't have a checkered, but there are a couple of cars rolling down the pit lane here, maybe putting a new set of tires on, or maybe heading back to the paddock. And we've gotten quite the show here this weekend with Gridlife Drift, that's for sure. And there is the checkered flag, so maybe we'll get a few more with some sends around the course. But Gridlife Drift at Road America. Gray, it's been a fun weekend. What's been your thoughts seeing some of the fastest drift cars in North America take on one of the fastest tracks in the world?
It's just a treat being able to come out here and see a historic track like this bring drifting to it. You know, what makes Gridlife special a lot of these times is bringing drift to historic tracks like Laguna, for example, and bringing drift culture to that and letting the mainstream see that. And so it's super cool to see all these drivers find these lines on these road courses that haven't been driven in decades almost, you know? And so it's super cool to see what these pro drivers and local drivers do on the big road course, as well as the kart track out here. We've done a few different layouts, and it's really a drifter's paradise out here, honestly.
Gridlife is all about uniting car culture. We're doing just that here this weekend. Drift, time attack, road racing, all together for all the fans to be exposed to all of it. Thanks for watching Gridlife Drift from Road America.
What is up, guys? I am here with Shannon and Sawyer from Twin Stunts. They have an entire fleet of different bikes and motorcycles and all sorts of stuff that they are going to be ripping here on this little, you know, I don't know what you call this. Would you call this a skid pad? That's what I would call it in drifting.
Stunt pad.
Stunt pad.
It's a stunt pad.
So, Sawyer, I'll start with you first. If you want to get in over here as well. How long have you guys been doing this for?
Almost a decade now.
Okay. And what brings you to Gridlife?
The good vibes, the fun, and you got to entertain the fans, of course.
Yes, absolutely. I totally agree. All right, Shannon, which out of all of these bikes here, let me count one, how many, I don't want to count, how many bikes did you bring?
I think we brought close to 10 motorcycles. I lose track myself, honestly.
Motorcycles, not bikes.
Yeah, motorcycles, not bikes. Motorcycles.
Which is your
big, mean motorcycles.
Which is your favorite one to rip on?
Probably this one here in front of me. This is my baby. This is my Yamaha MT-07. This is my favorite stunt bike that I'm known all around the world for riding. And then we also got a drift bike here. Since it is Gridlife, we're huge Formula Drift, huge drift fans. So we brought a tire-eating motorcycle out here. So I don't know if anybody out here has seen crazy sideways motorcycles, but they're going to this weekend.
That is so, I have not. This is going to be a first for me. Having them here was a surprise. I am stoked to see the adrenaline. Everything's going to be laid out here in just a moment. Guys, thank you for being here. I don't even know what else to ask you at this point other than have fun and please be safe. You guys are going to be doing front flips, yes?
We're going to be doing flips. We're going to be spurning tires. We're going to be doing wheelies. It's going to be a crazy good time over here at Gridlife.
You know what, my last question, since this is such like a labor of love for you guys, one thing I like to ask is, you guys are both twins, you've grown up together your entire lives, you're clearly at equal levels here. Who was the person that inspired you to do this crazy stuff when you were growing up? I'll ask you.
We actually were fortunate enough to watch the ex-Yamaha teammate. His name is Bill Dixon. Shout out to, we call him Uncle Bill. He actually did shows here when we were literally about 6, 7 years old. We were wrapping cheeseburgers, and we'd go down and watch him ride, and we're like, this is so cool. We got to do this someday. So big shout out to old Uncle Bill, Bill Dixon, and yeah, it's been all the gas from there.
Cool. And your parents had just enough trust in you guys to make sure that you guys could do this and not die.
Oh yeah, just enough trust, and you know, we've perfected our craft over the past 10 years, and it's quite a thing now.
I can't wait. Let's get this party started. Thank you for being here.
Do it. We gotta stay safe, but not too safe.
I like it. Be safe, don't die. Cool. What is up, everybody? I am here with the one and only Nate Hamilton, as well as Doug Vaughn, team owner of Rapscallion. We're obviously standing in one of the Rush SR cars. Nate, this is your second competition with the team, is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. So with Doug, this would be my first official day, but I did do the Mid-Ohio with the Rush AutoWorks team.
And how has it been having Nate represent your team?
Oh, great. He's killing it. So Nate's doing amazing. So jumping from like a drift car to, you know, grip racing, which is totally different, he's just loving it. So he's doing great. He represents Rapscallion, you know, so it's just awesome. It's awesome having him. Yeah.
Gridlife absolutely agrees with that sentiment. You're always wonderful in every aptitude. We were talking last night, and we were talking about the challenges of going from grip racing to drifting, or vice versa. If you were to go from drift to grip, in your opinion, you were saying that it feels a little bit easier going into a grip setting, because you can control the car if you lose control. And is that standing true for the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, I think so. Like, so being that I'm from a drift background, when the car gets a little loose, it's like no problem for me. So I think I could push that edge a little bit, but also I can't be a drifter in the Rush car because sliding them is not the fastest way. So I will say, you know, drifting and the wheel-to-wheel racing is completely opposite lines, so I got to be smart.
Yep. And what was the decision-making process in choosing a drifter to drive one of these very, very dialed-in grip cars?
So Nate and I met at our place. We were doing a Sunoco commercial, and so we met, and I have like a rule, like if you're buy a car, you got to jump in it. So I told Nate, jump in the car, see what you got. He came out, he loved it, and I said, well, let's just change it, right? Let's go from drifting, let's get into grip, and let's see how you do.
And you guys,
that's what it was.
And you got Sunoco on board.
Oh,
Yeah, that's really what happened. So like my side of the story was, hey, come have fun in this thing, and I did, and I ended up going pretty fast. Yeah. So they were like, well, hey, you could actually, you know, with Gridlife and Sunoco, connect the dot, drifting, wheel-to-wheel racing, kind of tell a story. It's cool.
And just to wrap this up too, what is going to be your goal coming out of the season? You're going to be driving with Rush SR, you're going to be driving with Rapscallion for the rest of the season. Yep. What is your ultimate goal?
I mean, personally, like, I would love to win a race. That'd be huge. I do know that I need a lot of learning experience and just kind of racecraft. But with that being said, you know, I would love to finish a top 10 overall after the whole season. But I'm more realistically just learning. I'm making a lot of rookie mistakes with the rule book and just some of the, you know, like things that happen on track. You guys would see that at race 1 yesterday. But in this, I'm just having a blast and trying to make Sunoco and Doug proud, and I think we're doing well.
I think you guys are doing a great job. I think that you guys have a really great partnership here. Big fan. Big fan.
Thank you. That's awesome.
And just from the things that I've heard in the paddock, we might be seeing more drift drivers out here because this is one hell of an ambassador, okay? So thank you both for being here. Absolutely. Thank you for the details.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, let's go fast.
Let's go fast.
It's no surprise that a place nicknamed the National Park of Speed is fast, so it's really no surprise that it's a perfect place for time attack. The NOS Energy TrackBattle Championship reaches its midpoint of the season at one of the fiercest tracks in North America. It's time now for the finale event for time attack this weekend, the NOS Energy TrackBattle Podium Sprint. Welcome to Road America, and welcome to Gridlife Summer Apex, presented by Falcon. Kyle Heyer, joined by Owen Horst for the finale of Time Attack here this weekend at the 4-mile course. This is a big event weekend for us. We're so stoked about the vibes and the energy down in the Paddock. Owen, welcome to Road America.
Thanks for having me here, Kyle. And yeah, I'm so excited. This is the finale to the competition portion of the weekend. Towards the later end of the show, we got the Podium Sprint, we got GLTC Race 4, we got Rush SR Race 4. I'm really excited, and I'm ready to see how the drivers fare under the pressure that is the National Park of Speed.
Yeah, so of course this production and the broadcast are presented by Falcon, the official tire of Gridlife Track Battle, and NOS Energy, the official energy drink sponsor of Gridlife and the title partner of the NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack. And you mentioned Road America and how important this place is to history here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, and to motorsports as a whole. And effectively, it's changed very little since 1955. Okay, this track originally paved by Cliff Tufte back in the 1950s in the big push to build permanent facilities after a crash in Watkins Glen in 1952. Just over 4 miles, and a lot of this is a scenic drive through the Kettle Moraine region of Wisconsin, but it all starts with a fast run down towards turn number 1. Passing opportunity here in the Time Attack cars, it's VMAX into turn 1. Then turn 3, setting up a late apex for this long run down towards turn 5, Owen. Biggest braking zone on the racetrack.
Yeah, without a doubt. And then turn 5, you also have probably one of the hardest corners. Turn 6, your car gets a little bit confused coming up the hill, and then turn 7 down into turn 8, all in preparation for the turn 9 carousel.
Yeah, carousel's a tricky corner. 2 turns, in fact, 9 and 10, and depending how much downforce and how much bravery you've got under your right foot, we'll see if you can handle that and the kink at turn 11. Canada corner, whistling by the trees into one of the most scenic turns in all of North American motorsport. Tight corner there, that's down to second gear, maybe third in some cars, up through Billy Mitchell Bend, and then into turn 14 to finish your lap at one of the most famous road courses in the country. This is a special place, and of course we get to bring Gridlife here again in the midsummer. The solstice earlier in the year, but this is our apex, and it makes sense. We're going to late apex here in the late summer as we get set up for the tail end of the Gridlife Festival Tour with the Circuit Legends event at Lime Rock and, of course, Gridlife Laguna at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. 8 competition classes in the NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack. Of course, the cars and classes vary in prep level, but this is a race against the clock and within your category. This is the Podium Sprint. Now, the formula usually is single car runs, you get 2 laps, and that's all you get. The formula here has been changed a little bit for today because of some time constraints. It's just the efficiency of the event. We're going to run all 5 cars in each class at the same time. So we'll pull up the ticker, and this is going to create an interesting dynamic because you'll get to see people leapfrogging each other actively. The cars will be spaced out around the racetrack, and they're going to get more than 2 laps. I think 4 is what they're aiming for. So you're going to get a couple more opportunities to go quick, but you're going to be out there with everybody else in your category. So you really don't know what you're aiming for when you head out on the racetrack.
Yeah, that's a very good point that you're going to be out there with everybody else. But this is such a massive track, 4.048 miles long. You're not going to see anybody else for, if you have, unless you have like mechanical or something, so you're going to be in good spirits with an empty and clear track ahead of you and behind you.
Fans around the facility have parked themselves up on the hillsides to watch all the action, whether it be drift or time attack or the race series we have here this weekend. But there is really no better racetrack to find and spectate. I mean, this is just an unbelievable. There's probably places at this racetrack that you and I haven't even seen yet.
Without a doubt.
And I think everyone's got their preferred area and corner, and it's so big. It's like different biomes, right? You want to go to the beach? They got a beach over there by the carousel. You want to go hang out in the woods? Fireman's Hill's perfect for you. You want to hang out in a field with all your buddies? Go down to the festival site over by turn 8 and check out the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex as well. It's a big place, lots of places to view from.
Yeah, without a doubt. And then if you want to walk some trails and feel like you're in a national park, you can do the Frisbee golf course, which just snakes its way through this racetrack, but it's all weirdly just in the forest, and it's almost hidden, the whole thing.
On track right now is the tail end of one of our HPDE sessions before we get into the NOS Energy Track Battle Podium Sprint. And this is a great way to experience Gridlife in a non-competition environment. We offer 3 different levels of HPDE, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. This is the advanced group now. But we also have what we call Sunday sessions. And tomorrow, there's a couple opportunities for fans that are here at the racetrack to scan a QR code, get themselves signed up for a session where you'll be fully instructed with a helmet. You'll go out on the racetrack, you'll follow a lead follow car and pick up speed gradually and really give you a taste and a flavor. It's like if you've ever done an intro, like Discovery flight, like with a Cessna at your local airport. It's like that, but for race cars. I think that's cool.
That's really rad. So, Kyle, what you're telling me is that I could take my Pontiac Bonneville 40th anniversary edition SSEI with a supercharged GM 3800 out there?
Take your Pontiac Vibe out there.
But
yes, you
GM
could.
3800. GM 3800. Way better.
So, yeah, the idea behind the beginner Sunday sessions is it's not a full commitment sort of thing where you need to have brake pads and you need to have brake fluid or a roll cage or anything like that. It is just take your car. We're going to put you on the racetrack with a helmet after receiving a bunch of instruction. You're going to go out. You're going to follow this lead follow car, and they will get you up to pace just enough so you can really see if you want to pursue this and then come back. And then one of our club circuit events where we have traditional beginner, where then you can run through the full program cradle to grave as far as learning how to drive on track at speed and then moving up in the groups into HPD Advanced. And if you choose, at that point, when you've got enough experience, move into something like the NOS Energy TrackBattle Championship.
Kyle, what if you have like a cracked windshield or something like that? Is there a tech inspection, or like should you be would you not be allowed to do that because of something like that?
Absolutely. So there's a tech inspection, and they'll just look over your car, make sure the battery's tied down properly, make sure that all your wheel bearings are nice and tight, make sure your wheels are bolted on nice and tight. Everything, they'll run over your car for you. There's also a tech form that you can also run through at home that you can kind of see what you need to get to do. But the idea behind the beginner sessions tomorrow is you don't need to have a race car prep. You just have to have an interest in motorsports. So that's an option. And there's also touring laps available here this weekend. It's the first time we've done touring laps at a racetrack, but that's just for people that don't want to necessarily go fast, but they do want to get on the racetrack and experience Road America from a different perspective.
That's really cool. So what, are you just going to go out for a touring lap before a GLTC race type thing? Kind of like what they do before like a NASCAR
exactly.
or an F1 race?
Yep, you'll basically get on track. You'll follow a pace car at about 50 miles an hour, and you really get to experience the National Park of Speed from a new perspective in a safe environment and not going fast, but still experiencing the racetrack. So all part of the experiences here this weekend. We've documented twin stunts, putting on a show with motorcycles in the paddock, drifting on the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex all day long. We'll have more of that tomorrow. We had karaoke with T-Pain and Hurt last night that we were talking about earlier. Disc golf tournament going on here. There's all sorts of stuff at this huge, amazing, awesome facility. It has been a pleasure to be a part of.
That's right, Kyle. And then once the sun goes down, oh my goodness, Dogma, Liquid Stranger, and Dead Mouse are going to rain down on this place. Finally. I'm so excited to hear this place filled with music and lights and hazers. It's going to be an amazing time. I can't wait to make history at Road America.
Yeah, this is very exciting. And I said earlier, what I'm really excited for is the crossover period between when the stage starts and the racing ends. There's about an hour where they'll both be active, and that's the magic hour for me, is when the stage is running, the drift cars are drifting, the cars are on track competing, and you can just swivel around and look around, and there's something for everybody. The car concourse and the show field is still down at the tail end of the paddock by the tunnel. So if you are interested in cars, even in the slightest, or just festivals in the slightest, this is your new home here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin.
Yeah, without a doubt. And then we saw earlier those people who were sitting up at the hill. I believe they were sitting up at the hill on top of the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. So they're getting a perfect view of nonstop drifting and then racing going by on turn 7 and turn 8. And then they're also going to get a view that's a little bit further away of the whole festival ground, so they're going to be able to see everything, the music, the lights, and they're going to be just not going to need to move at all.
Yeah, so it's just been a great weekend. We've been blessed with the best weather we could possibly ask for. And again, a huge thanks to all the corner workers and the track staff here that have made this such an amazing event and help keep the vibe in true grid life fashion. So huge appreciation to corner workers and these track safety staff, race control, and all of the people that run Road America, because this is a magic place, and we're so thrilled to be here. Cars are beginning to roll for the NOS Energy TrackBattle Podium Sprint, and as we said, this is a different format for this event. All 5 cars from each class are going to roll out fastest to slowest, but the classes will go slowest to fastest. So the first cars up will be Falcon Sunday Cup, but their top seed, Richard Sawicki, is already rolling to pit exit.
Yep. And
then it'll be the other 4 cars rolling out at a set interval behind them. And the idea here, be the fastest car on track in your class.
Yeah, without a doubt. We just saw Sam Dooling leave out in his Avid Auto Performance test fit, so let's see if he what kind of lap times that he'll be able to do.
Yeah, so it's going to be a little while until they get back around to start this lap. And, of course, Falcon Sunday Cup is one of our 8 competition classes, of which we'll have 7 classes represented here in Podium Sprint, the other being Super Unlimited. We didn't have enough entries to have a Podium Sprint for them here this weekend. That's a class for anything that doesn't have a VIN, basically, which we don't see a lot of here. So that's why it's just the Sunday Cup through the Unlimited group. So Richard Sawicki, Sam Dooling are out on course as well. And as far as our upcoming grid, the other cars that we have to point out as far as Podium Sprint, remind me, I have to pull up the latest results here for the Podium Sprint as we get set here for the tail end of today's action.
Yeah, Kyle. And then another thing that I was also trying to make note of, or I was trying to see, was as we could see Adam Jabay, our motorsports director, allowing cars to move. I was trying to time it on my watch, and I think it was an 18-second interval between the cars heading on track. I think that's what I was getting off my watch.
Yeah, so that's an interesting stat. So, again, we're going to see cars get spread out. The idea here is we didn't really want the Falcon Sunday Cup cars to be able to draft each other.
Yeah.
We don't want to make this a drafting fight. This is Podium Sprint. We would typically run this one car at a time, right? So you wouldn't have the opportunity to draft. We don't want to give them the opportunity to do that. It's not really against the rules because they weren't designed to necessarily be run this way, but in the interest of keeping the event flowing, that's what's going on here. And Richard Sawicki will soon pop into view here down in Canada Corner. And when they come back around, they'll be going for a couple of laps, and the fastest 3 will be awarded with the trophies and the points at the tail end of today. I hear Sawicki. This is a rear-wheel drive Mazda MX-5. It's unique in the Falcon Sunday Cup category because we see a lot or mostly front drive cars in this group, but there's, again, nothing prohibiting rear-wheel drive. You just have to be 25 pounds per horsepower, and Richard is running a restrictor to make sure that it stays in the rules that way.
Yeah, Kyle, and here comes Sam Dooling now. Going to be hard under the brakes into the Canada Corner. Even though he's in a slower Sunday Cup car, you're still going to be braking just as hard, in another car. It's just scales to the pace and stuff.
Yeah, and Sam Dooling is one of those that volunteers here in our paddock and does an amazing job in tech and registration and helps get everyone on course for the weekend.
It's one of the most selfless people that we have here.
And it's so satisfying to get to see him get on track as well. So he'll be competing. I don't know that has he had a podium before? I don't know about that.
I don't know. Let me check.
Certainly not on a stage this big. As Richard Sawicki makes his way down towards the first corner in the 528, and he's our top seed here. In theory, he should be the one that would win this Podium Sprint.
Yeah.
But we'll see how it pans out. Behind him, Sam Dooling. Again, the idea is not to have any draft. And again, this is the opening part of the lap, so no lap times on the board just yet.
Sam Dooling's best finish was a 16-point finish at CMP. So would that be fourth? Okay.
Yep. So just outside of that was a Podium Sprint run, but not a podium result.
Right.
As far as the running order.
Sam is in 5th in the championship standings for Sunday Cup right now.
Sawicki, VMAX down into turn 5 on the brakes. And again, we're running these cars in fastest to slowest order within their run group, but we're working our way from the slowest class to the fastest. So unlimited cars will be last. And I think that was Sam Dooling getting after it there.
Yeah.
Chattering the front tires.
Definitely sounded like he was pushing that thing a little harder than it wanted to be.
Sawicki with this Miata. See the little bit of aero done to the front. For the most part, OEM aero only, but you can build an air dam, which he has elected to do on the front of this car, and that's effectively a drag reduction measure.
Right, Kyle, and we were also talking about other aspects of air dams in another Sunday Cup car. He's not on track right now, but it was the number 488. It was I believe it was a blue or red.
Matt Dietland?
Matt Dietland, in his Honda Fit. He had aero discs that he had made on his rear wheels. He had cut Walmart pizza pans to the size of his wheel and then zip-tied them to the spokes. And he was claiming they were air dams, and I was so for it.
Well, here's a look at a Mazda Protege. This is car 181. That's Joseph King getting after it. He's our 4th seed here in Falcon Sunday Cup, and behind him would be Brad Smith. Ahead of him, Sam Dooling and James Smith. No relation.
It's always super great to see that Mazda Protege out here, especially because it's just It's such an unsung hero of this series for sure.
Well, and Sunday Cup is all about, getting on track for the smallest possible investment, right?
Yeah.
And while it tends to be an entry level event from a car build perspective, this is one of our most competitive classes. Yeah. So it's not just for those that are looking to get into racing. It's for those that have, they've credit card raced to death. They just want to go on the racetrack and have fun. And this is absolutely perfect for that. As the last couple of corners for our top seed, Richard Sawicki, he'll be coming over the hill soon, and we'll have times for you in the first lap of the Podium Sprint. And Sawicki sets a 2:54.679. Wow. That's the benchmark, but we've seen faster today. So I imagine that he might be at threat here. Here comes James Smith across the stripe. Smith goes slower, 2:57.079. So Sawicki, the quickest so far. And next will be Sam Dooling.
Yep, I see him just now coming across the start-finish straight.
Dooling across the stripe, and Dooling goes third quick, 2:59.376. But remember, they get more than one lap. So they'll get an opportunity to push and find some more speed. Again, had the drift cars on track earlier, so where is the grip? Has it changed? Has it shifted since you were last on track? Here comes Joseph King. King goes third quick, knocks Dooling down to fourth. And so there's our first shifter shuffle since the seed order, as Sawicki heads down into turn 5.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look and see how he fares through turn 5.
And there's James Smith, and you see, looks like Brad Smith jumped up to 4, so knocks Sam Dooling down to P5. And again, Sam was seated third, so I bet that second lap he'll push a little harder. See James Smith pushing, using all the exit curb here. The goal of these cars, from a driver's perspective, is how long can you stay with your foot pinned to the floor, and you're just going to muscle it around. I mean, these cars will have somewhere between 90 and 105 horsepower for the most part. It is all commitment. How much can you lay into that throttle without having to lift?
Yeah, without a doubt. And whenever I talk to Sam Dooling about on-track driving, his favorite thing to joke, or at this rate, I don't think it's really a joke, is braking at the 1. He only wants...
Joseph King uses the front drive in that Mazda to pull it forward, and a little oversteer from that car. Yeah. But he's getting after it. You want to know how hard these guys are driving, just have a look at the body language of that protege.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. And then also, one thing of note is that Sam Dooling, yeah, he's done a 2:59 right now, but I believe his fastest time in Q2 was a 2:55.2. So he's definitely got the pace for a P2 or even better.
Well, we'll see if anyone can get after it. I think Joseph King might have lost some time at the exit of 5, but he's willing to push. So if they can get another lap as well. We're expecting to get them, 2, maybe 3 laps at this. And for the upper groups, maybe 4, depending on how much time we have available. But the idea behind grouping the cars together at such a big track is just to make it run a little more efficiently.
So Kyle, then, for a set driver, is it a certain amount of laps that they get, or is it just a timed period?
It'll sort of both. I mean, they're going to get, we see a checkered being held at the flag stand now, so this will be 2 full laps. But the faster cars will make more revolutions, so they'll get 3 or maybe 4.
That's a good point.
But across the stripe, will Richard Sawicki improve and defend his lead? Yes, he will, a 2:53.847. But I don't know if he's safe up there yet.
No.
We've seen times that are co-requisite with that.
Yeah, and he was also faster than that time in Q2. He did a 2:52.
Here comes James Smith. Smith, 2:55.959, second for now. Can Sam Dooling jump up to the top? There's Joseph King coming into turn 14. So the battle is on in the last couple of corners. Checkered flag for Dooling as he is approaching the start line. He's down in P5. Will he jump up onto the podium? 2:58.389. He will not get up on top there. And will Joseph King defend from Brad Smith in the protege? Checkered flag for the 181 of Joseph King. And it is not a pickup, and that was probably due to that slide at turn 5. And then we've got Brad Smith in the 428. Will he be able to jump up and steal a trophy from anybody in the top 3 here? Here he comes, Brad Smith across the stripe. And it is an improvement, but it will not move him up the board. 2:57.563. And Richard Sawicki, by nearly over 2 seconds, actually, snags the win in Falcon Sunday Cup. So job well done to Sawicki. And as far as the championship is concerned, he has only run 2 events. And he won the last one at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, had a third at Midwest Festival, so he is well on his way to chasing down Ryan Mukherjee for the championship lead in Falcon Sunday Cup.
Yeah, Kyle, and I really think that that number 181 Protege, I think since Sunday Cup is such a momentum-based series, or class rather, I think that that's really where he didn't see any improvement in his time. That oversteer out of the exit of turn 5, that really messed him up.
Yeah, and you would think that normally the run to 5 to 6 isn't super long, so if you made a mistake, you could probably recover, but every straightaway is a big straightaway for a Protege, so you really have to carry your momentum, and that's the key to those cars is momentum, and that's the key to the next category as well, Falcon Club TR, which is rolling now. James Houghton is next on the racetrack. Another group of cars, it's all about carrying momentum. These cars have roughly 200 to 230 horsepower at the tall end, and they do a lot more with that horsepower than a lot of cars in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. It's all about the efficiency of the driving. It's very similar at prep level to Gridlife Touring Cup. You see a lot of times that are close, so I think sub 230 would be an exceptional time. I think 230 to 232 might be more realistic late in the day, but we'll see what James Houghton can do.
Oh, he's little three-wheeling instantaneously into turn 1.
Yeah, this car will do that. We saw this car race not only in Club TR at Gingerman a couple of events ago, but he also raced it in GLTC. It's fully race prepped.
It's such a, I mean, just James Houghton, he's going to obviously be able to build a fantastic car.
So we'll see what he can do, but in this opening lap, you're not going to use up all your tire. You're just going to get yourself warmed up. And so he's the top seed as the next car rolls at Stan Feingold. What's our gap look like?
I think that one was 22 seconds in between cars, so we're going to be increasing the interval time of releasing the cars because they're going to be a little bit faster, so we're going to want much bigger gaps for these cars.
It's all calculated by those on the grid and up in race control to try to time this out so that no one will get an advantage or a disadvantage.
Yeah.
And through turn 6 and 7 for James Houghton. Looks like the 199 of Ian Flavin's also rolling down towards pit exit. You know what you really don't want to do is speed on pit lane. If you get called for a black flag here, day over.
Oh, yeah, especially in Podium Sprint, you're going to have a not good time.
Yeah, I mean, again, you might get a chance to come back in pit lane and get back out, but by the time you get that out lap, you might see a checker. So you really need to be perfect, and that's typical here. When you only get 2 laps typically, and again, we'll see. I was told that maybe they could get 3 or 4 laps, but because the length of the track, we could, again, it's all about the time. We're trying to hit a deadline for the race groups that we have to get in by 6 p.m. in an hour and 45 minutes. So it is go time here. And typically they'd only get 2 laps, and they're still getting the track effectively to themselves because of how spaced out they are. So we're hoping for more, but you only can plan for 2.
Yeah, again, like I said earlier, I think that this track is so massive that all these drivers effectively do have their own bit of racetrack.
Yeah, you hope it stays that way.
Yep, yeah, certainly.
Mechanical failures aside, James Houghton weaving back and forth to build some temperature at his Falcon RT 660s.
Did you see how light it was in the rear? It just instantaneously just want to move around as he goes 3 wide again through three wheels it again through the final corner.
And up the front straightaway, James Houghton will begin his lap in the NOS Energy Track Battle Podium Sprint. Green flag for James Houghton in the 330 Honda, and he'll be the first driver to see Road America at speed since qualifying 3 earlier today. Peter Granberg is the next car across the stripe, seed number 2. 3-wheeling through turn 1. That right rear tire does not like the ground, does he?
That thing is ridiculous.
Now this is a Canadian market car.
Is it?
Yeah, so this is not a Civic. This would be this is called the CSX.
It's a CSX?
Up in Canada, yep. So
but they still obviously made and sold the Civic though?
I think it's effectively a Civic.
Okay, so it's just
named different.
Renamed.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
but
interesting.
Yeah, but it's a Canada market car. You see the the headlight shapes.
Oh yeah, those are a different headlight. I think that's what are those? The F82 maybe?
You might know better than I, to be honest.
I think Hondas we should stay away from. I think we should stay away from chassis codes of Hondas.
Yeah,
those are the ones that we should really stay away from.
Yeah, well, BMW is harder for me to follow, so.
I got you covered on that one, though. The Hondas, whoa.
Through turn 7, James Houghton getting after it. Now, James Houghton's season has been exceptional. leads the championship standings by 1 point over Evan McLaren, who's not here. Neither is the third-place runner in the championship. But Peter Granberg's fourth and would like to make some inroads.
Without a doubt.
James Houghton's last couple of results. They are going to be a second at Mid-Ohio, a fifth at Midwest, a win at the Rev Up, and a fifth at Carolina Motorsports Park. So when James Houghton comes back around and drops onto this ticker, you're going to see, I think, that 330 is going to be the one to chase.
Yeah, without a doubt. And also, I think if anyone is very capable of it, it's definitely Pete Granberg. All throughout qualifying, he was always improving his times. You know, he was dancing around that Corvette for the longest time during qualifying. So I think if once he gets this actual clear air, he's going to have a great time on track.
So Houghton through turn 12, Canada corner. And next time by, this will be his first logged lap. And he might just get one, he might get two after this.
All right, see if he goes, see if he three-wheels it.
Picking up that inside rear.
Yeah.
Drops it, and it's like an airplane landing. It just a little puff of smoke like the 747 drops to the ground. James Houghton trying to put himself up on top. He's going to be the first one. He'll set the benchmark in Falcon Club TR. Here he comes across the stripe in the CSX. What time is it? It's a 2:32.033. I don't think that it's infallible. I think someone can chase him down. Here comes Peter Granberg now. He'll get the green flag for his second lap. Can Granberg knock Houghton off the top step? He does!
Oh,
2:31,
wow.
2:66 for Peter Granberg.
Way to go, Pete. That's a blistering time.
That is a rock-solid time for fourth in the championship in the K-Power sponsored K-Swap BRZ, and a big slide through turn one. He is absolutely charging. These drivers have no idea where they are on the timing and scoring relative to each other. They just know that they have to push.
Yeah.
Third across the stripe is going to be Fez Bobber. Here he comes. Will Fez go to the top? He will not. 2:34.121 for Fez as James Houghton works into turn 5, and Granberg chases him down that direction.
Yeah, he does, Kyle. And also with Pete, I'm pretty sure that's a 6/10 improvement over his time in Q2. So he's, again, still improving his laps, lap after lap after lap.
He'll be excited about that.
Without a doubt.
If he can hang on. Stan Feingold goes third quick in the 326 car. Another K-Swap 86 chassis. There's Granberg through turn 6, looking actually quite composed at this stage. Turn 1, he was really pushing.
Yeah, real clean through turn 7. Not much curb either. Let's see how he approaches turn 8.
Ian Flavin will cross the stripe. Flavin goes 5th quick. Granberg, little bit of walk in the rear at the exit of 8, but I think that was a nice gradual slide, got the power down. And now into the carousel, where I think he's going to make up some ground on Houghton through this part of the racetrack.
Yeah, without a doubt.
And this would not be the first time that he's snuck up and stolen a podium sprint from somebody. But also, if he got knocked off the top step, it wouldn't be the first time that he'd had that situation happen to him either. He's always been in position.
Wasn't that, I'm pretty sure that happened at Midwest the last time around. He was sitting real pretty in a P1 position, and then James Houghton, out of nowhere, came and took that from him.
He has not won an event this season. He's run 3, and it was second, and third at Rev Up Midwest and Mid-Ohio.
Man.
Could this be Peter Granberg's win on one of the biggest stages of the year? James Houghton's going to pick up a checker this time at the end of his second lap. And we'll see if we see those positions swap again. Here comes James Houghton in the CSX across the stripe. Will it go to the top? Oh. Not quite. Houghton 2:31.421. Peter Granberg is still on top. Will he go quicker in defense? Across the stripe, Granberg stays at a 2:31.266, but ahead of James Houghton. Next, it'll be Stan Feingold. Actually, Fez Bobber, rather, in the yellow GR86. Fez is just a couple seconds away from a podium sprint. Podium, not to double word myself there, but this is the Boxer 4, the FA24 engine that actually Ian Flavin's car has as well, but Ian's is the prior gen 86 chassis. And Fez across the stripe. It is a big improvement at 2:32.683, but it's not enough to get up onto the podium.
Yeah, but that'll keep him really, really well in that P4 spot, keep Flavin away from him.
It sure will. And Stan Feingold will be next in the white Toyota 86 as Fez will work his cool down lap. Stan Feingold across the stripe. And it is a pickup, a 232.089. He'll stay third, and Flavin's the only one that can knock anybody down now. Otherwise, Granberg will steal a victory from James Houghton late in Podium Sprint. Up the hill, Ian Flavin, the 2.4-liter FA24 engine, working hard up the hill and across the stripe. Can Flavin drop anybody down the order? It's a pickup for him too, but not enough. Peter Granberg, James Houghton, Stan Feingold, your podium in Falcon Club TR.
That was a great setup right there. I'm really happy to see how Pete Granberg was able to just stay consistent that whole entire time and beat James Houghton, even with James improving his lap time by I think it was close to over a second over there.
It was. I think it was a 232.6 to a 231.4. I know James will be disappointed in that.
Sure.
But Peter Granberg, this morning, I ran into him in the bathroom, and he said, hey, man, should I throw some stickers on and go for Houghton? And I said, I think that's the whole sport, though. So, absolutely.
Yeah,
and it looks like
doubt.
he has done just that.
Yeah, good for him. Pete's going to be able to steal James's watermelon from him and smash it himself.
So Kyle McHugh is rolling to pit exit. I don't know why, to be honest, because this car is a street mod car.
And a track mod car.
And a track mod car, but none of those are the street class, which is the next group on course.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll see where this will fare. But, oh, you know why? I think they're doing this maybe to give him more time between track mod and street mod, because otherwise they'd run nose to tail.
Yeah, okay.
So, again, he did buy 2 tickets, and I guess there's nothing that really says that you have to, I mean, if you ask and you want to be placed in a different part, I don't know. We'll see. But there's Kyle McHugh running in 2 different categories, street mod and track mod.
Right now he's out there with the street class.
Yeah, so again, he's late. He's out first ahead of the rest of them, which is good because this car should be significantly faster than the rest of the street category cars.
That's right, Kyle. And just out of the window, I could see the 625 of Sam Bosnian, the Hard Times Racing 350Z. Let's see what he can do.
If I recall, didn't Sam get bumped? So maybe there was someone that couldn't make it in.
Oh yeah, that's right, because he was in 6th, right?
Yeah, and typically they don't backfill, so there must have been a situation that allowed him to move up into Podium Sprint. Either way, not complaining, he's going to have a great run in that 350.
Could you repeat that last part? So we don't backfill, so if
well,
someone
so
falls
typically
out, they don't get replaced and move up type thing?
Typically that's been the case. There's nothing that says that we can't, but typically we don't. And for whatever reason, it's got to be an earned spot, so maybe there was an issue with the way that we were stacking times in the scoring as far as the graphics, but either way, Kyle McHugh is going to lead us around for street mod, and I think we'll see the rest of the street mod cars later. And the rest of the field will be street class, and you'll see them populate the ticker once they complete their first of 2 timed laps. Now we just wait. I mean, this is the anticipation for the drivers as well.
Oh, yeah.
When you go out on the racetrack at Road America, you have 4 miles to think about your drive down into turn 1.
Seriously, 4 miles is a commute to a work for some people.
Mine is about 6, so 3/4 of my commute.
Yeah, you live like 2 miles from me, so I would say my commute's probably 4 miles.
Right, imagine that, 1 lap.
Yeah, no,
you better put fuel in your car.
It takes a little bit longer for me to do my 4 miles, but whatever.
Yeah, certainly in Chicago.
Oh, yeah.
Green flag, and the first car to reach the stripe, Kyle McHugh. This car is wicked fast. And again, 2 tickets running in 2 separate categories here this weekend in this Supra. And he just wants to get out there.
He just wants to drive.
Can't fault him for that.
You cannot fault someone for just wanting to get out there and win and race.
And he has an opportunity to win in 2 classes.
Yes, he does.
I know that it is true that we've had drivers go home with trophies in different series. I don't know if we've ever had someone come home with 2 different trophies from 1 series in different classes. That might be a first.
That would be something.
And again, because this ticker will show all the classes, you'll see their times. And the way that the ticker works on the left is it will order by class index by speed. So the fastest car of the class will move the entire class up to the top. And then they'll all be grouped together after that.
Okay, that makes sense.
So all the cars in a similar class will be sequential, but if the fastest car in a category is fastest overall, that whole group will jump up to the top. And again, we score points by class position, not by overall. So there's no point or no reason to worry that Sunday Cup is down in 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th overall. That's okay. That's by design.
You know, Kyle, and I think it's also very indicative of just the all-out pace of those new Supras, you know, especially with Jackie Ding. But if Kyle can come home and win Street Mod and Track Mod in the same event, I think it's obvious that the Supra is just a very darn good race car.
Well, we've seen that in the past, right? I mean, a lot of people have said, hey, what should I get for track use, for street use? And honestly, it's hard to root against the GR Supra as far as a choice for that, because you can hear Kyle McHugh rip by the backstretch.
He gives his opinion, too.
In stock form, they're already very good cars, and on the racetrack, they've been a very reliable chassis. And we've seen PhD Racing and others from it, or around it, take these cars to the limit. But even just in stock form, they're already fairly well-mannered cars, but the performance ceiling is so high that it's really hard to resist slapping on a massive wing and splitter and going for it.
Yeah, seriously. Like I was saying earlier, or I believe it was yesterday, when Jackie had never changed the transmission fluid in the Supra, that car just always wanted to perform. He seemingly had to do very minimal upkeep on the car.
Let's see what Kyle McHugh can do. 2:18, 2:40. If that's street mod trim, I think that's his fastest lap of the weekend so far.
I think it would be, because
in track mod he did a 2:15 or something, right?
I don't have a time for him in the track mod run right now. But in track mod he did a 2:16.9.
Yeah, so I still think this is the street mod trim. So he'll get another lap to go at it.
Yeah, and that would make sense for them to put him out with the street cars for street mod.
And Luca Barberis, the first of the street class cars, second overall, 225.792, and that's the benchmark to chase in the street category. See the purple? That is indicating that the car is a class leader, best in class lap time. If you see a green wipe, that is a personal improvement, but perhaps not better than the cars ahead.
I see.
It's the 193.
Yes, that Cayman GT4 clone. Very nice car, very well set up. Let's see what he can do.
This is Brad Moore behind the wheel of this car, and Brad will rocket across the start-finish line and go second in street class, about 2 seconds, 1.3 or so behind Luca Barberis.
It's a strong time, though.
Strong time, second seed. Landed kind of where you'd expect.
Oh, yeah. And I was speaking with him. There's only room for improvement with that car. Like any modern Porsche only has a performance ceiling that is something you cannot see. You can hardly fathom it. So I only ever see this car getting faster and faster and faster.
Yeah, just how much do you want to dump into it? How dedicated of a race car is it going to be? Next car across the stripe is going to be the 625 of Sam Bosnian. He goes third quick at 2:33.90. And that's not a bad first lap, but he'll need to find some time if he wants to land on a podium. Although, again, third seed, all these cars are dropping in right where they should line up. But again, the idea here is you come in trying to beat your seed. Unless you're first, you can't do much about that. Nick Gerder in the 654. That's a Ford Focus RS.
Yeah, that was the RS, yep.
And P4, let's have a look at the back straightaway speed board here as we get cars heading down that direction. And we'll see what we can get on the speed zone.
Yeah, I believe it'll be Sam Bosnian coming through with the speed.
135, 136, 139, and braking.
Yep. Man, that is probably just the best sounding VQ.
Can't disagree.
Like, it actually has like a great tone to it, where like it actually gives it some definition in the higher revs.
And I see a checkered falling. Kyle McHugh has not done a second lap, so he has come back to the pit lane.
Wonder if he's on a time constraint, trying to maybe change his tune. He might be happy with the time he's got. He's going to go for the track mod setup.
I think you're right about that. So, and it doesn't appear that we've got our fifth seed in street also. So
yeah, I didn't see a fifth car either.
Might just be a 4-horse fight. Only one of these drivers is going home without a trophy. And into the carousel, Sam Bosnian. That car does sound good. I'll tell you, it is a little bit of a challenge to make a VQ that sounds as good as that.
That's an actual heavenly trumpet.
Yeah, it is great. And into the kink, chasing some time. He's sitting on the podium right now. Race car. Down into Canada corner. Kind of braking center track, and here comes Moore. Moore did not pick up in the 193, and Luca Barberis, I didn't see him come back around a second time.
Yeah. Might have taken a turn 5 exit.
Could have. And Sam Bosnian, he'll be, unless the girder can go quicker, Bosnian might be the driver to sneak up there and steal a spot away from Moore or Barberis. Out of turn 14, see the checkered flag in hand. And here comes Sam Bosnian in the 625 Nissan Z across the stripe. And no pickup for Sam either. It's a big play. Second after 2 laps, your engine's hot, your tires are hot. See if the 654 Ford Focus RS Nick Aguirre can do better.
Those are really fun cars. All-wheel drive, 2.3 liter EcoBoost turbo. It was a little bit of a problem when Ford unveiled them. They put the Mustang EcoBoost head gasket on those things, and those things were blowing head gaskets, but they've got that fixed now. It's not a problem.
And Aguirre will not improve on his second lap either. So a 2:32.958, and your podium for the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship Street Class is going to be Luca Barberis in the 225. Pending if he had gotten 4 off. That's the only thing that would disqualify him, is if he had gone 4 off. We didn't see him complete a second lap, so if he went off track and then pit in, that could knock him down. But otherwise, Moore second, Bosnian third, and Aguirre fourth in the Ford Focus RS.
Kyle, would it knock him down even though... would it disqualify him,
yes,
even though it was his second lap?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
You got to keep all 4 tires on the road, and that's part of Adam Jabay's never-ending push for perfection, he calls it. He expects all the drivers to be able to keep it on the racetrack, even in the heated battle for 2 laps. When you're fighting for everything, it is the most important thing to keep the car on the road, especially a place like this. So there isn't, for better or for worse, there isn't a tolerance for going wide, off track, off course, anywhere. So that is going to be the situation. We'll update you when we know, but Street GT is up next, and Ido Waxman is the top seed in that group, and he's rolling to pit exit right now.
That's right, and I can see Andy Volkel. He's getting ready to head out as well.
So this is a fight that we've been waiting to watch all weekend long. So
Without a doubt.
The story on these 2 cars, for those that haven't been following the championship this year, Ido Waxman won the Street GT championship last year with perfect points. The format for points the last 2 years, a win is 25 each weekend, and a track record in your drivetrain and class category is an extra point. So your maximum points for the season is your best 4 events, so it's 104 points. Ido Waxman did that, and guess how many events? 4. So he did it in the minimum possible events, maxed out his points. This season, Andy Volkel has done exactly that in his C8 Corvette. 4 events, perfect score, 26, 26, 26, 26.
Wow.
Now, Andy Volkel has decided to continue racing and competing, would like to pick up more wins in the C8 Corvette. And Ido Waxman, for the first time this season, I think his weapon of choice, the C6 Corvette, might have the upper hand. Look at how slick and smooth this C6 body is. This 84 car, I think, might have the upper hand, but they have been nip and tuck in lockstep all weekend.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's such a really fun thing to see the older Corvette ethos, right? And then the new blood, the mid-engine Corvette. Like, let's see if this front engine rear drive can still show up the new kid and let him know that, I'm still fast.
And Ido Waxman has been pushing this car to the limit. It doesn't have a lot of aerodynamics from factory other than a sort of flat floor. But again, no rear aero on this car. Street GT is for 5, 6, and 8-cylinder cars with factory aero only. Now, it can come from any trim of the car, but Ido has elected to keep it very stock in formation. You can replace body panels, but they have to match or be OEM material, I believe, in certain places like the fenders and bumpers. But Ido, this car is so fast in a straight line. The challenge for him has been slowing it down. He's got Hawk brakes that are getting this thing all the way down to the speeds he needs for the corners. But when the best part of your car is the straight line speed, you have to leave the braking to the very last minute. And I think Ido is going to put on a show for us here shortly.
Yeah, I think that was definitely the way to go with the setup for Ido, was to keep the car as slippery as possible, especially for Road America. It's just super high.
Gosh, every time we got to the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex, I'm like, why are we crushing? But it's just drifting. It's all part of the experience here at Gridlife.
Perfect. Yeah, we wanted that. We liked that.
Every time, my heart just drops every time I look at it.
I was like, well, how did all these cars get so close together?
I was spacing them out. What they have happened down there on grid? No, that's the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. Drift has been happening there all weekend long, all part of the experience here. But as we cut back to the green flag for Ido Waxman, we talked about Ido And let's talk about the car chasing him, Andy Vogel in the C8 Corvette. It's the pink and black one. Again, perfect score. Very different car, though. Mid-engine platform, as you pointed out. But that car a lot more aerodynamically efficient than Ido Waxman's car as far as the downforce it generates.
Yeah, I mean, like I would also argue that not only in downforce, it's just everything about the C8, I would argue, is far more efficient than even like a C7.
It's a 2-generation leap from the C6 to the C8, and how many years? I think Ido's Corvette's an 08, so an 08 to a 2023. I mean, that's how much difference in technology we're talking about from a manufacturer who knows what they're doing with sports cars.
And I would imagine an 08 is a facelift version of that, but even then, cars like when they want to make a new generation, they start 4 years before that is unveiled. So I guarantee you, this car is really technology from the very, very early 2000s, maybe even the late 90s.
So Ido has got to work very hard. We saw that car sliding through turn 1. It's going to be sliding elsewhere, using some curbing on the inside of turn 7. He's not afraid of it.
No, he's not. He's getting the power down early and confidently.
On the brakes for turn 8 now. It's looking very solid. Other than the little slip at 1, I think this car is set up for a good lap. Now, the difference between him and Vogel, you see Vogel chasing him in the C8.
A little squirrely there for Vogel, trying to dance and skate it down.
The difference between these cars in time is not very much. It could honestly go either way. And it's been Vogel in the C8 all year long, but Ido knows there's an opportunity to beat him here and start the slugfest for the rest of the year. So we'll see what it holds on the backside of the racetrack.
Yeah, Kyle, from Q3, only around 0.2 of a second separates Ido Waxman and Andy Vogel.
It's going to come down to the driver here.
Without a doubt.
The conditions have changed since Q3. Yeah, the cars are different, but we know that these cars are on a very level playing field this weekend.
Yep.
Maybe Ido has a bit of a different weapon, but they're both good ones. So this will be the first of 2 laps. Ido Waxman entering turn 14. Tricky turn right out to the edge.
Looks like he was like pushing, maybe understeering a little bit before turn in. Oh, he lost a taillight?
Dragging it, bouncing, and it's going to find its way off track. No concern to us. Carry on, and we'll see what Waxman can do. Rockets by the start line, and it's a 2:22.498. A good lap there for Waxman. And here comes Andy Vogel in the C8 Corvette. Will he go to the top of the board? He will not. 2:23.4. It's a full second between them.
Well, Andy's got a weight reduction now.
Into turn 3. And the power that these cars generate is really the fun of Street GT. Big V8s. Let's see what Ido Waxman is carrying into the speed zone here on the back straightaway. This will get their speed right before the braking zone. And I'll bet you this is deep into the 160-mile-an-hour mark, if not faster than that. 154. I think we just caught the tail end of it there, but here he goes into the braking zone now for turn 5.
Is he off of it a little bit, maybe?
I don't know. I think he's still going for it. He's trying so hard he lost a tail light. So
yeah, exactly.
How do you lose a tail light driving so fast? I mean, he literally left it behind.
He's got weight reduction now, too. He's probably going way faster.
Well, he definitely took more curb at turn 7, so he's pushing. By the way, Magnussen, Prusenk, 3rd and 4th in Street GT. And Magnussen is in a Porsche Cayman. Prusenk is in a Camaro. Really pushing. You can hear the tires protesting there. This car's strength is not going to be the carousel.
Just waiting and waiting and waiting before he can finally put the power down with no aero.
Nick Hendricks comes across the line, goes 5th in his dark gray Corvette, 5th seed. Waxman looked great through the kink, though. If not a little conservative for Waxman.
Rips past the microphone. Oh my.
Gosh.
That was some visual pace.
Yawing through the last kink there on the backstretch.
Oh my goodness.
Ido Waxman is trying to defeat a car that's nearly 15 years newer. Up through turn 13 and 14.
Muscling that thing through.
He has been defeated thrice by Andy Vogel in 2024 at Rev Up.
You can see his taillight over on the right at pit entrance.
At Rev Up, he finished 2nd. At Midwest Festival, he finished 2nd. At Mid-Ohio, he finished 2nd. Can he improve and defend from Waxman, or from Vogel rather? 2:22.498, no pickup. Now can Vogel get past the 84? Across the stripe, Vogel he improves, but it's not enough. So Waxman is still ahead of Vogel. Can anybody touch these two Corvettes?
Not looking like it, Kyle, especially around a place like Road America where it's just all about all-out pace.
I think you're right. And in that case, Waxman has done an amazing job laying down the lap he needed to lay down. And there's still 3 cars coming, so now the question becomes who lands last on the bottom step of the podium, because Magnussen and Prusank were separated by 0.3 of a second. Here comes Magnussen, 2:26, 3:55, a pickup. Is it enough? That was the slightest of pickups. Prusank in the Camaro is next. And here he comes across the stripe. Prusank picks up, goes third. Keenan Prusank on the podium in Street GT. 2:26, 2:61 by 1/10 of a second. He'll launch himself into third. And if he can defend from Nick Hendricks in the 364 Corvette, Keenan Prusank will pick up a trophy here at Road America.
Respect the bow tie, Kyle. Respect the bow tie. Corvette, Camaro, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
And that's sort of how it's been in the championship. Vogel, Waxman, and Prusank, the top 3 in the standings as well. And checkered is displayed at the finish line for the 364 Nicholas Hendricks. And it is a big pickup, 6 seconds actually.
Oh, wow.
From his first lap, but it's not enough. And Ido Waxman wins Street GT in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship at Gridlife Summer Apex. Andy Vogel second. Keenan Prusank in the last possible moment promotes himself to third.
Yeah, well, that's that Camaro, baby.
Big power. Lots of...
Well, it's actually very close to Magnussen. Well, very close.
Yeah, I mean, only 1/10 of a second, less than 1/10 of a second.
Than.
A 2:26, 2:61 to a 3:55.
The 900ths or so?
It's very close.
Something like that, something numbers.
And there's a look at the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex in the bottom right. And Dewey DeWitt leading the Street Mod group out on the left. And making their way out towards pit exit for the next group in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. This is just a combination of everything that makes Gridlife Gridlife.
Oh, yeah.
It's all happening at the same time in different places.
Look at those people cheering Dewey on as he goes and exits pit. That's awesome.
Dewey rolling in here as a driver who is so motivated to just break records and take this Subaru to the absolute limit. You know what this reminds me of? Is like when you're watching like a Neil deGrasse Tyson clip on TikTok and there's like subway surfers going on in the background or like a GTA stunt jump. It's like,
yes,
like, look at all the action going on here while you watch this other thing.
They need us in the top right corner doing the actual talking.
I love it. It's great.
It's so good.
But this is, it's just a perfect representation of, you know, there's something for everyone and you can watch it all. You don't have to commit to one or the other. Drift is a part of Gridlife. Time attack is a part of Gridlife. Racing is a part of Gridlife. Music is a part of Gridlife. It's all here together.
Yeah, and most importantly, community is part of Gridlife.
Community. And it requires all these other things to be as good as it can be. So, let's talk Street Mod. Dewey DeWitt, 7th in the championship standings. He's only run 2 events. It was a 7th at Midwest Festival. Didn't really get a full weekend there. And it was a 2nd at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
Right, yeah.
So close.
That was a 2nd at Mid-Ohio, even though that car's transmission spent most of its weekend on the ground out of the car. And he still got a P2.
Right, so...
Great weekend for him.
Yeah, so the other thing to note is that already we've had one of our Street Mod cars lay down a time. That was Kyle McHugh. So there's already a benchmark time to chase.
Right.
So we will see if Dewey is able to do it.
But hasn't Dewey already broken a record this weekend?
I believe he has. Yeah, you're right. He did break not only the all-wheel drive Street Mod record, but also the Jackie Ding's overall Street Mod record, which was in the rear-wheel drive category. He beat that by 2 seconds, and the all-wheel drive one by 5 or 6.
Oh, my.
So he just came in hot this weekend and motivated to do better.
Well, if I know Dewey, he's going to be coming in loud.
Great sounds from the Subaru up through Billy Mitchell Bend. And this will be the start of his next lap. So chasing Kyle McHugh's 218.24. Boogeyman, he calls this. It's been a project for years. How many iterations has this car seen, Owen, over its time in Gridlife? It's seen how many different turbos and engines and aero configurations and seen Dewey develop as a driver. I mean, it has seen the gamut as far as modifications over the years. And this is, if you want a representation of time attack, this would be it.
Yeah, I think this is, all in all, I think this is version 3, because version 2 was a different livery, and then V1 was when he first kind of built up the GC, or GD rather, I think. And it was like a ridiculous looking car. Just every single panel was mismatched, but it was so fast that it just did not matter. And as the year goes on, and as we progress through the seasons, Dewey changes the livery, makes the car look better.
157 into turn 5. Cal Fortner also just started his lap. Third or fourth seed. Oh, Dewey off course at 5.
Whoa.
And I think he felt something he didn't like, and he's immediately pulled off to drivers right at the exit of turn 5 and come to a stop.
Oh, he's rolling back now.
Yeah, so he ditched off course very fast.
Yeah.
I wonder if he thought there was fluid coming out or something, but he's going to roll back down the hill, and Dewey's efforts here at the podium sprint are going to be over. That is unfortunate for him, and one of the challenges of cars that have seen modifications to the level of this car is just getting it reliable enough to make a lap at one of the fastest tracks in North America.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to try to coast backwards to the turn 5 exit.
So we'll keep going, though. I mean, it's time attack. There's only a couple cars on the racetrack. They'll have a yellow flag down there, but we're not racing, so we don't necessarily have to worry about people passing under yellow or anything of the sort. They just have to note that there's a car on exit. He's going to stay in his car, and there's Cal Fortner on his lap, bottom of the screen. He's working down towards, looks like turn 8 right now, so he's already gone by the accident zone.
Is he on his flyer, do you know?
Yes, he would be.
Okay.
Dewey was the first of the cars in the group, but Cal, it would be next. So with Dewey out, Kyle McHugh is, if we're talking about him picking up trophies, he's looking pretty good, because Dewey, I think, came in as the top seed, if I'm incorrect, right? So, or if I am correct.
You are correct.
So, you know, I'm not sure if Cal, I mean, this car is really well developed, and Cal's a great driver, but it's going to be a tall order, I think, to knock Kyle off.
Yeah, Kyle McHugh's Supra is very, very fast. But obviously we see Cal can go out there and he will want to get a better time.
Cal's used to chasing Supras. This is sort of what this car was designed to do.
Exactly.
Be a Supra killer, right?
Yep. Just a little bit longer, a little bit lower, so a little Supra killer.
Just chasing a different number now.
Yeah.
No longer 86, it's 29. Cal Fortner in the AMG GTS.
A little bit of hesitancy on his turn in right there, but quickly back onto the power.
Up the front straightaway, and he'll start his second lap now, and he'll get the green for that. Well, let's see what Cal Fortner can do. Second, it's a 2:27.256. That was slower. I wonder if maybe the yellow flag, he hadn't known what that incident was yet, if he backed it down potentially just to avoid that.
He had to have.
So we'll see how it pans out for Cal Fortner.
Yeah, I wonder if Dewey's still in that same spot now? Or what he's doing, or if he's been able to get his car moved off the track.
So Kyle McHugh still overall the quickest car. You see Cal Fortner down there 9th overall with that 2:27.256. And down the backstretch towards turn 5.
Is it still a yellow here?
It would be.
Right.
Seems a little tentative still through here.
Seems much like he's going very slow.
I guess he's trying to be responsible for the yellow, but with a known incident, I think it would be okay to maybe push a little harder through there. But
right, but I mean, honestly, he's kind of in the same spot that the number 29 Rush car was at turn 14, right at the exit of like a pretty fast corner, you know, so you don't really want them to be there. Yeah, he's not on the throttle at all.
Yeah, might be feeling something he doesn't like either.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
And I haven't seen any more street mod cars, to be honest.
Neither have I.
So Larry Moore was, because one of them was Larry Moore, the Corvette that we saw have a little bit of a Roasty McToasty underhood. Remember, down at turn 8?
Yeah.
So that might be why we're missing that car. And they're going to go get Dewey, because the only car on track now is Cal Fortner. You see some smoke from it. I think that might just be from the brakes. I don't think that's of a huge concern.
Could be an oil line too.
So Dewey stayed in the car and might just want a flat toe But he got off track so fast, it almost made me think that he had broken something like in the suspension. But, looking back, I don't know that that was the case. It was just that, I'm feeling something. He didn't have enough time to pull to the right. He'd already gone into the corner and in full commit.
Yeah. Or, with all the telemetry that these drivers have in their cars, he might have seen a value that he just did not like as the safety crew seem to be investigating the source of the smoke. I think it might be an oil line maybe somewhere in the engine bay.
Yeah, they're going to put him on the hook here, though, so they might be all right dragging him around. It doesn't appear that it's leaking anything. That was the first thing I looked for when he darted right. I was trying to see if there was a trail of something that had come from the car, because when a driver ditches off track that fast, it usually means it's on fire or they're trailing fluid that they don't want to put on the track. And it seemed to be neither of those two things. But Dewey's run for Podium Sprint here is going to end. And for Cal Fortner, again, he was not on throttle all the way around.
And he hasn't come back around either.
So he's in pit lane. So he's voluntarily come back in. And so this will give Kyle McHugh the top step in Street Mod.
Right.
Interestingly.
Where does Dewey place?
Well, Dewey,
at all.
So Cal's second.
Right.
So, all right. So this is what'll happen. And this is, again, my knowledge on the rules on this is a little fuzzy because we haven't really been in this scenario a lot. But how it should work is if cars are DQ'd or don't complete their runs, there will be those cars that didn't finish will be ordered in the Podium Sprint by their best qualifying time. So Kyle McHugh will get to keep his time, so will Fortner from Podium Sprint, and everyone after that will be ordered in order of how quick they were in qualifying. So if Dewey was quickest, which he was, he would be scored with the third.
But he was DQ'd from Podium Sprint.
Correct. So that's where it gets a little interesting because Larry Moore didn't run. So did he enter? So that's where it gets, you know what I mean? So this is where it gets a little fuzzy. We'll have to get an update on that a little later because around the circumstances under which we'll order in place.
That's some fun little things to figure out with the rules. I like that.
Because if 2 or 3 cars were DQ'd, if it's all the same level offense or situation, then they'd be ordered by queue time. But I don't think you can get on a podium with a DQ. We'll see.
Yeah. All right. Well, then in this weekend, Dewey's gonna be the first one to get a podium with a DQ, and Kyle McHugh's gonna be the first one to get 2 podiums or 2 wins from the same series.
But he's gonna have to defeat Jackie Ding to do it.
Yep.
Track Mod is on track now for Podium Sprint. Here comes Jackie Ding. Now he took the Supra all the way to its limit as far as modifications and what that car was capable of. He's now effectively retired it. He pulls it out every once in a while, so that's not really retirement.
Yeah, he pulls it out when he's bored.
It's like Mark Martin's retirement in the late 2000s. Just kept coming back. But Jackie Ding and PhD Racing have elected to support the BMW M2 chassis. And immediately, their first impressions of the car was it hides the weight really well.
Yep.
And when they took it out to their a track day at Autobahn Country Club, it was already at or above the performance of the Supra in stock form. And they share some similarities. I know this car is heavier, but I think they think the potential of this car is much higher than the Supra. And already it's in track mod form. I've been told that this car could potentially see days in Unlimited at the tail end of its life cycle with PhD. So we'll see. But I bet you Jackie's not going to leave a lot out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, and that's definitely one of the main things that people talk about with this new M2 chassis is the weight. Oh my goodness, the weight. Oh my goodness, it's so big. Oh my goodness, it's so porky. So is every car. Every car nowadays, Kyle, is massive. So of course this M2 is going to be massive. But as you said, it hides the weight well. Jackie has been able to take some 500 pounds or so out of the car, add 300 horsepower. So I think he's sitting just fine.
I think he'll be just fine, too. And I think driver mod will help as well.
Without a doubt.
Brandon Hodge is on track. We saw Justin Peachy as well in the Hawk-sponsored Corvette. There's Hodge. This car was a street GT car last year. And Hodge has elected to open up his rule book a little bit and scroll down the page a little further and start bolting some airplane wings to the tail of his car. And then it gets real fun.
I can add this? What?
Yeah.
Oh, let's take a look at the speed zone.
Off into turn 5 here. See what... This should be a warm-up lap still for some of these cars, but... earlier, folks were asking if we could just get a split screen with just the speed zone, and it's the same camera. but I would love to get a camera or just have some digital reading here. But 1:15 on a warm-up lap there for Brendan Hodge in the Supra.
That is still not slow.
No, it's not. So up the front straightaway, soon we'll have Jackie Ding popping out. And I would expect to see Kyle McHugh.
Right. Unless he exited turn 5.
I see something on the grid that makes me very excited. We'll talk about it in a minute. But Jackie Ding begins his run there across the stripe and down towards turn 1. BMW M2 at the hands of Jimmy Diggs getting after it.
Oh.
See the tire marks he left there on exit?
Wow. Fully on throttle, perfect slip angle at the exit of 1.
You were saying that he's got how much power in this now?
So now it is looking around about 740 wheel horsepower and 678 foot-pounds of torque. This thing is obscenely well tuned, and it's just a different turbo.
169, 170 miles an hour for a BMW M2.
Yeah, that's right. Kyle, we got to give people a little bit of inside baseball here at Road America and the placement of that speed cam or speed trap. It's just a little bit before the actual entrance or the actual entrance into the brake. Oh, really wide on turn 6 exit.
Whoa, he's sending it through 7.
Goodness.
Jackie Ding throwing this M2 around like it owes him money.
Wow.
And it probably does. Into turn 8 now. Jackie Ding gets the power down smoothly here, and it just, you see it carve the corner. It loads up that left front so nicely.
Yeah.
Fire on the front straightaway, Justin Peachy.
Oh, my.
Big flames on the front stretch. And he's pulled off. He's pulled his fire suppression, and he is out of the car, or getting out of the car. Door flies open.
All right, he's out. That's great.
Yep, so he's out of the car.
Hop that wall.
And he came across the line, and that car was in flames. Jackie Ding, though, will continue. So Justin Peachy out of the car. And Jackie Ding will continue his lap into turn 12. Absolutely hauling. And he's going to see this yellow, but you're going to just stay track right. He's going to see Peachy up the road, but you can't really lift, can you, right? So
full course yellow, Kyle.
Jackie Ding through the last corner here. And he's going to get back on power. We're going to have our safety car procedure. Jackie Ding lays down rubber and is going to come up the front straightaway here. And he's going to see Justin.
Oh, Peachy's working on the car, trying to see what the problem is. Get away from it, dude.
Ding to the top and swings over to the right and completes his run there as we've got the yellow flag. So
I think Peachy really scared Jackie there as he came around the car. Yeah. And Jackie, I think, was reacting to Peachy walk around the car.
Right. So
that was very, very heads-up driving from Jackie, but...
Yeah, he's got... Again, I don't think... They can't send the safety trucks here at this point, so... Again, we've got the debris flag out. And Brad Perkins to the top, 214.942 as he goes by.
Peachy putting up his hands under why there's more cars still going on track.
And there's red flags out now.
Red flag.
Yeah, can't send trucks when they're... Well, what he should not be doing is standing there by the car. Again, the first priority when your car is on fire is to get away from it. You can replace the car. You can't replace the person. So, again, his responsibility is to get out over the wall, not attend to the car.
Yeah, not tend to the car, not stay near the hood, not stay near the open hood.
I know it's a precious device,
100%.
But it's all about safety here, right? So
yeah, and especially that reactionary move that Jackie had to make.
Yeah. So red flag here on the front straightaway. And they've got it now seemingly contained, but... Again, it was underneath the car, so it wasn't, it could have been an oil line, could have been anything there, but he came to a pretty quick stop there on driver's left.
Kyle, I think that's Nick Berg, the Avid Auto Performance driver, and the purple on the far right. I can't tell if that's him, but I think that's Nick Berg, the driver of the Avid Auto Performance GK Fit. That looks a lot like him.
Yep, so the safety crews will attend to that. And I think in the meantime, we'll take a break. We'll let the Road America safety team go to work here from the NOS Energy Track Battle Podium Sprint. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome to our world. A world of dirt, drift, and dodging fate. A world where all of motorsport collides. A world of digging deep, of grit, glory, and bitter defeat. Inhabited by the strong, the fearless, the barely sane. Welcome to our world. Welcome to the world of NOS.
Blake, we need a commercial for Gridlife. Team Ibach drivers, go.
What about Ferris?
Oh, you mean Mr. I'm the fastest Corvette time attack driver in the world? He's too busy in the spotlight right now.
What about Jackie? He's pretty good on camera.
No, he's finally got an actual BMW now, so we don't have any footage.
Essa?
Nah, he's retired now, and he's super YouTube famous.
Guteel?
That guy lives under his car doing tutorials, not interviews.
I don't know, dude, fine. Just run like B-roll of coilover springs or something.
The Falcon Azenas FK510 tire is engineered for today's high-performance vehicles. Built with added tread rigidity for precise handling and an advanced rubber compound that inspires confidence, rain or shine. Get more out of your sports coupe or sedan with the Azenas FK510.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Kevin Bandy. Kevin has been our Rookie of the Year, I guess you can call it. As far as the Gridlife series, which you should check out on YouTube, goes, Kevin is our guy. So you are a rookie in racing this year. You are driving and piloting this Miata. How has it been so far? Just give people a little bit of a catch-up.
Yeah, it's been awesome. I started this plan like 3 years ago and finally got the car together end of last year and hit it hard. So I'm signed up for 8 weekends. I'm right at the midpoint of the series for me because I've got 4 more to go, and I'm having an absolute blast.
And now this is by far the longest track that you've been at. We are at the 4-mile-long Road America in a little Miata. How's she doing out there?
Awesome, but with a long track, I'm learning new things. Like my brakes are a little bit questionable at times, but they've been improving through the weekend, and I'm seeing high temps. So you see the big fan there, the hood up. I'm dealing with high temps because it wasn't a problem at Gingerman, wasn't a problem at other places. So still new teething issues with a new build.
So now that you've been halfway through this season, give us a little pulse check here. What has been the most rewarding aspect of this season for you so far?
Yeah, so I'm pretty much brand new to wheel-to-wheel racing, and it's just so fun being able to battle with somebody. And then I think the most fun is hopping out of the car and going and finding him in the paddock and just being like, what's up, that was awesome.
Do you have any drivers that are in your heat this year that you're kind of like, you got your sights set on them? You're like, dude, you're a good driver, like I want to beat you. Like anybody like that?
Oh man, that's great. Honestly, like it just keeps changing. I'm so focused on my own development that I actually get the opportunity to be around a bunch of different drivers, and so it's been awesome. I kind of feel like I find that person. It might be a different person race to race, certainly weekend to weekend.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is not every driver is able to make it to every event. So the fact that you've signed up for all 8 is absolutely commendable. It takes a lot of work, a lot of dedication, a lot of money. Okay, so we're very happy that you're here. Is there anything that Gridlife could do for you in order to support you further in this?
Man, I would love to see an expansion to the Southeast. It's a big burden to go from Atlanta to the Midwest. It's so much fun. It's absolutely worth it. That's why I've got 2 events I'm signed up for on the West Coast. I'm willing to travel to do it. I just want to see more people involved because it is so much fun.
And we're going to go out with a huge bang this year. We're hitting up Laguna Seca once again. You've got to be so stoked. Have you ever driven that track?
I have, just like DE. I drove my little Toyota 86 all the way across the country, 9-day trip just to do a track day there. So I got my one shot at Laguna. I can't wait to race it.
I'm so excited that you're going to be a part of this journey with us. Thank you so much. Thank you for repping the Miata community. Everybody knows this is a cult following right here, and we're happy you're doing so well.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
I love these things. If you haven't seen them around, I feel like these are new this year. Are they new?
They seem to be. They're like everybody's go-to now.
I'll trade you. Rig for rig.
There we go.
All right, you just press and go. It's like a scooter.
Yeah.
See ya. I'm gonna race this guy. Jesus. Oh, I love it. Thank you, man. That looks pretty tight. Does the carpet match the drapes?
And the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship Podium Sprint under a delay here for track cleanup on the front straightaway as we get a look around the facility. The Briggs & Stratton Motorplex has been a source of excitement all weekend long. Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst here. While we wait to continue our Track Battle Podium Sprint, we get a look around the facility, and the festival grounds are just electric right now. Have a look at this at Road America.
Yeah, that's right, Kyle. As you were saying, the festival grounds are starting to kick on. They're starting to come alight. You know, people are gathering around. It's going to be really great as the sun dips deeper, and deeper. It's going to look good.
Yeah, and of course, there's so many trackside fans that are going to make their way over to the festival grounds here shortly, but the first act's already on stage here as we get set for the night of action here. The next 5 hours from 5 to 10 p.m. is when the main stage is going. And you hear it in the background there. Just the energy and excitement is awesome.
Kyle, did you see that guy spinning the pillows?
No.
You didn't? Okay, so that guy, he was actually in the pit this time, but last night at the karaoke, that guy was bringing all of the energy. He was honestly rivaling T-Pain up there as a performer. He was laying it down with the pillow flips. He just took the pillows off of his mother's Davenport and said, you know what, I got some drumsticks. I'm going to spin these Johns at Road America. And he did, and people loved it.
Look at the crowd lined up on the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex fence.
Wow.
Look at that. All those people, as soon as the track has to shut down for the evening, they're all going to hang a 180 and head right over to the festival grounds, get themselves some ice cream, maybe a fun beverage or three, and then and hang out by the festival grounds. That's what I'm planning on doing after this. I'm very excited.
Right.
We've got to do our podium first, though, and celebrate those that have found success here this weekend. It's going to be a tight squeeze here, though, with the track action for the rest of the day. We've still got another group of cars for the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship Podium Sprint and 2 more races left to fit in. So it's going to be a tight fit here for the rest of the day, so we'll do our best to keep everything on schedule for you. The cleanup on the front straightaway, there is some oil dry going down, as you see on the left-hand side of your screen there, and on the right, the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. Nick Swan has been holding down the fort down there, and honestly, I'm a little jealous I haven't had a chance to get over there yet, but I think tomorrow there's still some drift on that course, and I will find myself there tomorrow morning.
Yeah, Kyle, if you get the opportunity, I was able to, my mom actually came down, and I was actually able to take her over there, and she loved it. We were able to walk around, and there's such a great spot right at the Briggs & Stratton Motor Complex, because we were standing there, and then boom, we can turn around and watch that GLTC race and watch Luke McGrew and Eric Magnuson rip down, and they're screaming V8s. It's such a cool atmosphere, such a great place to be. It's fun for everyone. Families are always going to be having a great time here.
Yeah, what a cool event here. And man, look at the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. And again, Nick Swan described this as the best little drift track ever. And maybe little isn't the best way to describe it. It's actually a pretty big course. It's a kart course designed for karting, but it is a perfect layout with all sorts of options for cars to drift.
Yeah, all that undulation and such a crazy amount of tight little space. But the whole track is like going up a hill. So these corners dip and dive and go under and down. It's very cool to watch.
Yeah, great show here. And a lot of these drivers got the opportunity to be on the full course earlier in the weekend and got plenty of that. 3 of the 4 sessions on the live stream here. And it was a blast to have Grace sitting up here chatting about all the pro drivers, those from FD that have brought either their fun car or their pro car here this weekend. Matt Kaufman was really impressing us with his big sends, as he has. If anyone's ever seen that viral clip from Laguna Seca with that big rip down towards the Andretti hairpin, that was Kaufman.
Yep.
And he has just been a real enjoyer of the full course layouts at these tracks.
Yeah, seriously. If I know for one thing, if I'm at a Gridlife event and I see a checkered roofed 240 about to do a nice little entry, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to take my time, and I'm going to watch. Because I know for a fact that Kaufman is going to lay it down.
So looks like cleanup is mostly done. They got that car picked up pretty quick, didn't they?
Yeah, wow, that was very impressive. Long strip of oil dry, it looks like.
Yeah, they had I think they had a brush out there as well to help clean that up a bit. But this is going to change the dynamics a little. I mean, it's a long front straightaway here at Road America. There's a big strip of oil dry. It's probably a few hundred feet long. But you've got time to pass it and then get back on the racing line. Yep. So even if it doesn't get completely brushed away, they might just let it soak for a few more minutes here. Even if they don't brush it away, I don't think it'll be a huge deal. What I don't really want to do as a driver is drive right through that stuff, because it'll just make a mess of your tires. So that's something that all the drivers trackside will be taking note of. And our next group on track is going to be the Unlimited category, which has some of the fastest cars in North America. And one of them, and you see it just on the left there, is Mike Dussault, who now has the Gridlife track record at a 2:04.5 and speeds over 200 miles an hour. And it had a little baby fire under the hood earlier today, but it seems like it's all patched up, and we're going to get to see this car one more time.
Yeah, don't all these cars have little baby fires under the hood, though?
Well, yeah. I mean, usually contained in the block.
Yeah, self-contained, right? Yeah.
I mean,
self-contained explosions in a little metal case.
So this is going to be a fun one to watch here when we get engines fired. And I see Kyle McHugh back out on track again, and I also see Jackie Ding out there as well on grid. I don't know if they're going to have him go again. Again, this is the beauty of the kind of the modified format we're running. We're running cars as a group today. Typically, we would run them as one at a time, but because they're in a group, we can give Jackie and Kyle McHugh another opportunity to go out there because their runs were shortened.
And because this is, again, such a massive racetrack that it's going to be perfect to have 6 of our highest horsepower cars out there. It'll be all right, even with the time interval that we set.
So in just a few moments, I think we'll have engines fired. Another look down at the NOS Energy stage down there in the carousel. And I think when you see Fiat fans getting some food by the vendors and the trackside stands here, which are unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's so awesome.
I think that was a shot of the gearbox. I'm just hungry for some pulled pork already, man.
Gearbox melt's coming my way tomorrow, man. I've been waiting. Brought Egger.
Yes, bro. The Egger. Oh,
yeah. Bring it on,
and a
baby.
nice iced coffee. That's all I need in
I
my
gotta pick
mornings.
myself up a Paddock Pop though.
You're always gonna need a Paddock Pop.
Gosh, the mint chocolate chicane, new flavor.
See, look at Pillowman. Look at Pillowman.
Oh, Pillowman's
He's spinning
rocking
pillows
it,
on a drumstick. Or yeah, I think they're drumsticks.
I mean, everyone's got a skill, right?
Exactly. Thank you, Kyle.
I didn't know that was one of them, but
maybe you got that skill.
You can't know until you try, right?
Exactly.
All right, so then you try it, and then you embarrass yourself, and then the internet sees it.
So after the broadcast and after the podium, Kyle Heyer, is going to be down in the festival grounds attempting to spin pillows on a drumstick.
That's not what's going to happen. Not happening.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Nor karaoke.
Oh.
I can only publicly embarrass myself so much. All right, well, we got cars rolling. One of them is Jackie Ding. Now, I don't know if they're going to, Kyle McHugh's rolling as well. So this will be a track mod fight here between these two. And I imagine that they might release the unlimited cars after them, but they're going to have a pretty big spacing, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Because
especially that 57 car.
Unreal.
Yeah, looks like John Raymond, one of our higher-ups in the motorsports, he's looking to send some of these cars out right now.
So just an update on your track mod running order on the left-hand side of the screen. We're in Podium Sprint. Brad Perkins has run the quickest of anybody.
It looks like the 500, the number 500 Mustang of
that's Steve Luca.
Yeah, Steve Luca. He's got his one of his mechanics in the passenger window talking to him right now on the pit wall. Hopefully his car's okay. Oh, yep. All right.
And we're good. Yeah. Jumps back over the wall, and here we go. So Jackie Ding and Kyle McHugh are on track, and the first fight we're going to get to watch is the tail end of track mod. Warm-up lap here for Jackie Ding. And
not very often you get a second chance in Podium Sprint, Kyle.
No, and unique scenario here, but he's got to find almost 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Which is a lot even for Jackie Ding. I mean, he's going up against...
I don't think it's a lot for a BMW M2.
No, and this car is so capable.
Right.
And I think, who knows how much he had to jump out of it in turn 14. Again, once you get up onto the straightaway and you can see, you had to come over the crest there, but you still don't really know what's going on. So if he had to lift even for a moment, there might be some time left in this car.
I mean, I can imagine that Jackie has so much racing and on-track knowledge that he was probably slowing, and then once Peachy or Justin Peachy started walking around the car, I really think that spooked Jackie and that made him make that move.
Steve Luca on track, and this car defeated Ferris Khartoumy's long-standing record at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if this is the track and course for this car, but if it can do it at Mid-Ohio, I don't see why it couldn't here.
Well, Cal, if there's one thing I know, one thing that's going to beat a bow tie, it's a blue oval.
And we'll see what Steve Luca can do, but he will not be the first one to trip the timing and scoring. It will be the 687 of Jackie Ding. And he's taking this out lap a little slower. Now, the other thing that you have to consider is that he's run a couple laps, he's used up some fuel, and the tires have already heat cycled. And up onto the front straightaway, turn 14. Here comes Jackie Ding. Let's kick off his second run here, up onto the front straightaway.
Yeah. I think that tail light. I think Ito Waxman's tail light got taken.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I had enough time to go out there and grab it. Hopefully he gets it back.
Might be a free souvenir for someone.
Through the speedy, well, I guess Jackie Ding will clean it up for us.
Okay.
Down the front straightaway and begins his lap. Brandon Hodge released just ahead of him, and I think he'll do his best here. And he will stay right. Nice. Finger out the window. Very nicely done, Brandon Hodge.
I think Jackie was trying to create a smoke screen for Kyle McHugh on the front straight.
Those guys are buddies. I think they'll get a kick out of that later.
Yeah.
But I was wondering if they were going to run through it, and indeed they did. So we were just thinking about how I wouldn't have done that necessarily, but I mean, maybe he's doing everyone a favor.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, he might be just trying to help out, you know.
Down towards turn 5, Jackie Ding. See that car walking over to the edge of the road. He is on the limit of the brakes here.
Yeah, but very steady at turning. You know, he didn't seem to be slicing at the wheel. The car was very compliant and wanted to make that turn.
Yeah, but then he got to the center and it pushed out wide, and I don't think he got the rotation he was looking for there.
Yeah, he's trailing it. Yep, he seemed to be understeer and then a little bit of oversteer on corner exit.
Throwing it into 7, though. I think he's feeling like he needs to find pace somewhere else. I don't think he got what he needed out of 5 and 6. Beauty of Road America is you've got a long time to get your mind back in it.
Yep, that's right, Kyle. And as we've already said, this is really 2 different tracks between 1 and 5 and 6 and 14, you know. Or 14 and 5 and 6 and 14.
Through the carousel. Green flag also for Steve Luca. Rockets by. Do we see Dussault or did he sneak by us?
I would think we would have heard him. I didn't see him.
Luca into turn 1.
I am getting confirmation that he did pass us.
Okay,
the 57 Camaro. Yep.
All right. That car's actually kind of quiet.
Is it really? Maybe he did.
Like all things considered.
Okay.
It's kind of a quiet car.
It's a quiet car that does 200 miles an hour?
You can't sneak a 2,000 horsepower car by me very often.
Yeah, that's impressive.
I'll say. Here's Jeff Gordon, not the Jeff Gordon, but Jeff Gordon.
Jackie Ding coming sliding into the shot.
And he's not going to back it down at all. Nick Gardner's out there as well, so we'll have Track Mod first, Unlimited second. Jackie on the power, up the front straightaway. He needs to improve to win this event. Across the stripe for Jackie Ding. What does he have? There's a piece of debris on the racetrack there as well. Ding improves, but it's not enough to move up and forward, and he'll back it down.
I hope that's not a GoPro on the track or something.
Well, they're going to drop kick that thing to the moon.
They're going to get a good shot if it's a camera.
Yeah, it seems small enough it shouldn't be much of a factor.
Yeah, and I think drivers can see it.
Brandon Hodge came across the stripe. He's going to get one more go at it, I think. I didn't see a checker for him. You see a lap time of 20 minutes and 22 seconds. He'll need a little better than that, I think. All right. Now who's next? Is it McHugh or is it one of our... McHugh is on pit lane, so it will not be McHugh. So the next car across the stripe is going to be one of our unlimited cars. So here's your unlimited ticker awaiting timing and scoring for some of the fastest cars here this weekend. Dussault, 207, 274. It's not a record. He set that earlier, but under 210, this car is a weapon.
That was so fast across our window. Oh my goodness, I blinked and all I heard was the car.
That's crazy, and I don't know that Steve Luca will have much for that, but
yeah.
A 207 is absolutely ripping around Road America.
Yeah, I mean, but if there is one car here that can beat it, it's Steve Luca, because Steve Luca beat Ferris's record at Mid-Ohio last time around that we were out.
He did. Is it going to be enough here, though? Different course. Look at Dussault down into 5. I think he's probably not going to be able to do more than one lap at a time. Luca across the stripe, 217, 143. Another wicked quick lap. And right by the piece of debris there.
Whoa. Real close.
So much work has gone into this car. He's record hunting. I don't think he'll be stoked about not coming away with the record, but he will be stoked that he got all the way to Podium Sprint and is looking for a trophy here today. Whoop.
Oh, sounds like a little bit of breakup.
There. Yeah. So, well, maybe I jinxed him. Commentator curse.
I think we got Adam Jabay entering the track maybe soon to grab that piece of debris.
And there's a green flag waving as here comes Nick Gardner across the stripe, 218.1. Those two cars pretty close together, actually. And Luca, I think, not feeling like he's got full power now.
Yeah. Maybe he's going to go for a turn 5 exit, I would imagine.
Yep. Yeah, fist out the window, exactly as you're supposed to do.
And for those who don't know, before most of every single race, Adam Jabay, our motorsports director, actually does a pre-track inspection in his Honda Fit. He'll go out there, just looks out for debris, so obviously he's going to grab this piece of debris on the front straight, and then there's anything else that he can find just to make sure that the surface is just as safe as possible for our drivers.
Track mod, let's see what Hodge can do. 217, 189 the second time around. And it's not going to be enough for a podium for Brandon Hodge, but good effort.
Still looks damn good doing it.
Sure does. Perkins, McHugh, Ding are your podium finishers in the track mod category. Then back to Unlimited with Luca done, Dussault done. It's up to Gardner to see if he can run a second lap quicker, or maybe Jeff Gordon get up onto that podium. But I think Gordon, this car isn't quite as taken to the max as the other three.
No, I as much as I love a nice flat six screaming 911, I don't think it's a match for Dussault.
Looks great, sounds great.
Yeah. If I'm almost positive, Jeffrey Gordon, we were having a conversation earlier on Thursday at Tech, and the reason that he elected to bring his 3RS was because his LMP3 car broke.
I had to dig out the LMP2.
Yeah.
My LMP1 was had a back-ordered part.
Yeah,
so.
well, the Ferrari Enzo had to bring that out because the Lamborghini Miura SV.
I mean, that's a guy I want to hang out with.
Yeah, right, dude? What a problem to have.
Through the carousel, and we see Brandon Hodge behind, but I don't think he might still be on a flyer. I thought he might have picked up a checker, but maybe he didn't. Jeff Gordon through the kink. On the front straightaway, there is a car approaching the checkers. We'll see if it's Gardner. And checkered is waving at the start-finish line. Nick Gardner, can he improve? He does. Second place.
Wow.
2:16, 198. Nick Gardner up to P2 over Steve Luca. And those are effectively teammates. They've worked together in the past, shared a car in the past.
Yep, and Kyle and I know this one. That's a GT 500.
Yes.
We know this one.
That one's true. They got to make him look a little different.
Yeah, seriously.
Everyone's going to yell at me because they're, well, the bumper.
Well, actually, if you take a look at the radio antenna and the way that the A-pillar comes up off of the mirror.
I'm like this with 86s. I understand it.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Oh, my. Well, the Hocone green of the GR86.
Well, it's great. Anyway, Jeff Gordon picks up to a 224, 353, checkered flag, and your unlimited podium. Mike Dussault, despite the issues earlier, picks up a track battle championship win in unlimited. Gardner and Luca second and third, with Jeffrey Gordon coming home in fourth.
Nice. That'll be a 26-point haul for Dussault.
Good send there. Nick Gardner pulls off the racetrack. Great second lap. And with that, the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship is complete. And what a battle we saw in this event. And quick look at your results. This is an overall running order. Mike Dussault gets it done in unlimited. Brad Perkins in second in overall, but in track mod wins the event. Kyle McHugh wins in street mod and actually grabbed a second in track mod as well. So he'll have a double podium on the day. Ida Waxman wins street GT. Luca Barberis in street class. And of course, Peter Granberg with that excellent run against James Houghton. He was able to win Falcon Club TR. So job well done there for Peter Granberg. And that was your run there. And then flipping over to the Sunday Cup field, Richard Sawicki got it done 2 seconds clear of James Smith in the number 130. A couple non-finishers in the track battle podium sprint. Dewey DeWitt was one of them, had an issue and was unable to finish his run. He'll still be in the top 5, but we'll have to see how things are ordered. Justin Peachy out and okay after an issue on the front straightaway, and he will not finish the track battle podium sprint. That'll do it for the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship running at Gridlife Summer Apex. More racing at Summer Apex presented by Falcon right after this.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and I want to tell you about Valvoline's Flex-Fill Gear Oil, which is designed by car people for car people. It comes in a pouch, which is specifically made to work in tight spaces, and it saves me time versus the old pumping method, so I can focus on things like keeping my drivetrain running clean. Unlike the pump, the Flex-Fill pouch leaves no wasted oil and no wasted time. Plus, it keeps my garage nice and clean from any spills. All you gotta do is put the nozzle where you need some oil, give it a squeeze, and you're ready for the road. That's why I protect everything in my garage with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Welcome to our world. A world of dirt, drift, and dodging fate. A world where all of motorsport collides. A world of digging deep, of grit, glory, and bitter defeat. Inhabited by the strong, the fearless, the barely sane. Welcome to our world. Welcome to the world of NOS. High performance, year-round traction, long tread life. It's one tire with multiple personalities. Introducing the Azenas FK460, Falcon's all-new ultra-high performance all-season tire. With an advanced rubber compound that delivers confidence through every curve, in any condition, all year long, making the seemingly impossible possible. Learn more about the Azenas FK460 at falcontire.com.
In the last 70 years, Road America has put a bunch of racing chapters in its history book, and this weekend it will continue to add chapters with fresh ink. This is Gridlife Summer Apex presented by Falcon, and welcome to an amazing race weekend, and we're getting to the tail end of Saturday, really the pinnacle of the action. And we're here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. And this Gridlife record fell earlier today. Mike Dussault is a new record holder here. But Summer Apex is our first festival at Road America. Expected weekend attendance of over 10,000 people. Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst. Owen, welcome. And we're getting now to the last two races on the day with Rush SR Race 4.
I know, and it's Race 4 of Rush SR. This is going to be an awesome one. I'm really, really excited to see if Ryan Leach can defend himself to win all 4 races for this weekend, or if Nico Bratz or Alex Chang is finally going to get up there, you know, and or are they all going to come together and have a bad time, and then are we going to see some other winners?
Well, we'll see what happens there. Of course, Gridlife's broadcast is presented by Falcon, the official energy drink of, sorry, the wrong one, the official tire of Gridlife Track Battle. Falcon Energy's not a product, but NOS Energy is the official energy drink sponsor of Gridlife and the title partner of the NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack. And big thanks to NOS Energy. They've got products here in the paddock for those that are at the event that they will just hand out to you to give it a try. And it's been a fun weekend so far. You mentioned how the top 2 in Rush SR have put on a show for us. We are getting set for more of the same here. And up front, it'll be Ryan Leach, Nico Bratz, Alex Chang, and James Wheeler, the top 4. We grid this by prior race results. But Ethan Lowe, Cole Gamma, Nick Billingsley, Michael Schneider, all in the top 10. And you mentioned that perhaps you suggested that maybe if Leach and Bratz get sort of tied up together, maybe Alex Chang could break through and win a race. That car has been on the heels of them all weekend long.
Yeah, I would say so. But also, Kyle, you could also argue that Alex Chang is the one who's just as much in the mix at that 1 and 2 spot. So he could be the one who's coming to collect and be with them in a potential collision, you know?
Hopefully we don't see that, but yeah, James Wheeler in the 49, that's that green and white car bottom of the screen. He's been slowly moving his way forward. So has Ethan Lowe, who was involved in an accident in race 1 and has done nothing but just move his way forward since then. So great weekend recovery for Ethan. Cole Gamma, Nick Billingsley, Schneider, Radman, James French are the rest of your top 10. And you know, a driver like James French, owned with so much experience in prototypes of so many different varieties. This is something new for him this weekend, and it seems like he's enjoying himself.
Yeah, I would say so. It's just a treat to get all, but it's not, I feel like it's more of a treat for us to get these types of drivers who want to come, you know, quote unquote, come down to us and like play with us, drive with us, and see how we like to have fun on a weekend. You know, it's not just driving around here. As you can see when these shots pan out, we have drifting going on, we have the music going on, we have vendors everywhere. We have our own ice cream, Kyle. I don't know how many motorsport series have their own ice cream. Please tell me which one.
Well, we've got Paddock Pops down there in the paddock, and some custom flavors, including mint chocolate chicane and limited quantity. You got to get those before they're gone. I hope that they're not all gone, though, because I want one later today.
I need one.
and I'm not just saying, honestly, this is true Kyle stepping through the fourth wall for a moment. Honestly, some of the best ice cream I've had in like 10 years.
It's good, yeah.
So I will now step back behind the fourth wall, and we'll continue with the Gridlife live broadcast here at Road America. Getting late in the day, Owen.
That was
cooking
crazy.
my brains.
Kyle just like phased through the wall and then back. It was wild.
Yeah. So the fourth wall has been broken and now unbroken. We're going to stitch it back together here as we go double file on the back straightaway into the kink and down towards Canada Corner. The excitement behind these cars with this series and the partnership here with Gridlife, this has been exciting. 1 liter, 4-cylinder engines. They make about 132 horsepower. They rev to 11,800 RPM. They're extremely affordable. They start at around $39,000. You can option in some packages that will bring it up towards, 45 to 50. But you can't get a car this fun for less than that. That is a true wheel-to-wheel racer. And with almost 50 cars on the grid here this weekend, this is a class that has exploded in popularity, Owen.
Yeah, Kyle. It's the motor is a little bit more about the motor from these from the Rush SRs. It is 2 separate motors from a Suzuki GSX-R. It is the bottom half of an older one from the I believe it's the 2008 or so, and then the top half of the motor is from a more modern one. And so I think that's where they have elected to choose the 11,000 RPM of the newer ones as opposed to 14 on the older ones.
Right, but either way, they make amazing sounds.
It don't matter, yeah.
Ripping by the microphone's trackside here. It has been a pleasure to see this field race this weekend.
Yes, it has.
And it's the final time they'll race this weekend before they join us once more at Gridlife Circuit Legends in a couple of weeks at Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut. That is the smallest track on our schedule. This is the largest. We are building an even bigger stage in Gridlife festivals. And this weekend is the final race for Rush SR, race 4. Last opportunity to snag a win here as the field is packed up, paired up, 20 rows deep. Here we go, Rush SR from Gridlife Summer Apex presented by Falcon. Green flag, and we're racing at Road America.
Wow, it's some instantaneous grid braking. Already wanted to go 3 wide. Let's see how this turns out into turn 1.
3 wide, almost 4 wide down towards turn 1. Here's a lunge from Alex Chang. Not far enough alongside to steal second or the lead, but he's got Wheeler behind him. Packed in there, Gamma Schneider low all the way through turn 1. Big wiggle on corner X as we head down to 3.
Yeah, and it looks like Alex Chang is still in the same spot, really trying to eye up a move on Bratz. And then who is that in the back behind him? Gamma, who you're saying?
Gamma's the yellow 95, and he slid himself into 5th place. Ethan Lowe was rolling off, I think, 5th, so he's dropped a couple spots at the start. Again, green flag means go. You can lose spots, you can gain spots before the start-finish line. But Leach out to a strong launch.
Oh, yeah.
Look at Schneider, center track in that red car with the Liqui Moly logos on it. And Wheeler just ahead.
Yeah, it looked like Alex Chang was losing it a little bit out of turn 5, but right back onto the power, right in front of just to fill Alex Bratz's mirrors.
Now, Ryan Leach has been unbeatable this weekend, but it hasn't been without trying. I tell you, Bratz and Wheeler have been all over him, Chang in particular in that 11. But Chang dropped to 4th. See if he can rally back past the number 49. Single file down into turn 8.
Yeah, I think that might just be the ticker, Kyle. Chang looks to be in 3rd.
Okay, so he has gone back by. Again, it was the frantic start when everyone fans out. Again, green means go. You can pass, you can lose positions after the green flag is out, but that doesn't mean that you have to stay in line until the start-finish timing loop. So that's why that is out of order. And Bratz has caught Leach again in the kink, where he seems to be a little quicker.
Yeah, they have much bigger gap now on Chang.
Through one of the most magical sections of racetrack in North America. Looks like the Nordschleife through here, doesn't it? Trees on both sides, cliffs.
Almost reminiscent of the Foxhole, if anyone knows exactly where that is on the Nürburgring. It's just a part of the track where it goes down. It's just filled with trees.
Radman had a look at James French into turn 12. I don't think he was able to get alongside fully to complete the pass. As Leach, Bratz, Wheeler, or Chang rather, in 3rd. That number 11. It's really been a 3-horse breakaway.
Yeah, without a doubt. I feel like Ryan Leach is definitely showing that he's one of the more consistent ones out there, though. But Bratz is always trying to fill his mirrors and let him know he's still there and not let him run away.
Past the start-finish line here, nose to tail. Will they push? Wow. Will there be some co-opetition? Will they go side by side down the front straightaway? No, they will not. They're going to stay single file. In the background, there goes Schneider on Wheeler there. That's for 4th place.
They were very tucked up into there for the braking zone to turn 1. A little wide for Bratz.
And here comes Cole Gamma having a look at Schneider. Look at James French up to 7th place in that number 70 with all the experience he has applied to a sports racer that's so maneuverable. That is going to be a fierce competitor here in this last race.
Yeah, certainly. And I bet every single time someone lines up next to James French, they're probably a little bit just that much extra nervous.
Under the bridge, down towards turn 5, nearing 130 miles an hour, maybe a little better than that in the draft. On the brakes, 3-car breakaway. Leach, Bratz, Chang. Using all the rumble strips. Not going to be comfortable in this car.
No, it's not. I cannot imagine, because I know I'm almost positive that these cars have solid suspension arms, so there's no real coilover stuff in this thing.
Into turn 7. And Bratz has been more patient since race 2 when he really took a lunge in the kink. And that patience might pay off. This is a chess match, right? This isn't a fist fight. You have to outsmart your opponent. You can't just knock him out of the way. So he's going to have to plan this. And you have to think 3 or 4 moves ahead, little side-by-side with Schneider. It was the 2-car that had his door opened up to somebody else, and it's just going to open the gap more. Wheeler's growing a gap there. I think that might have been French that made his way through in the 70.
Yeah, and it just appears Gamma in that bright green car is just falling backwards.
Into the kink. What a beautiful part of the country. What a beautiful area on the racetrack. And ripping down the backstretch towards Canada corner. Yellow flag waving at 12. Cannot pass here. You have to remain single file. Everyone getting in order here down here at 12. Haven't seen what it was, but I think we've passed it now. I don't see a flag anywhere else, so hopefully whatever is causing that. We don't have time to really hold this up anymore, so you got to just go.
We got to get the rest of these races done, man.
Up the front straightaway here. Under the bridge and towards the flag stand. It should probably be a couple laps to go. Here comes the 7. Bratz side by side going for the lead. He just ran the best lap of the race, and he's going to pull even with Ryan Leach down the front stretch.
Yeah, it looks like he might be able to get this job done before the corner, and he does.
And he's through. Bratz takes the lead away from Ryan Leach, and then James French muscled his way into 4th place.
Alex Chang might get a little nervous if he looks in his rearview mirror and notices a different car that he hasn't seen all weekend.
The question, and French is actually putting a gap on Wheeler and Schneider, so even if he's not draft locked, if he can get to Chang, it's like using the 11 car as a bridge to get to that lead draft. So if he can get close enough that he can get enough of an aerodynamic advantage, it's going to be a 4-horse race for first place. Here comes Leach back to the inside at turn 5. Late lunge on the binders, wiggling, wobbling, and the 7 crosses over at turn 5, but he can't get the run on exit.
Wow, he nearly got it, but I think Leach just got on the power just soon enough to really seal the deal and not let him by.
Through turn 6 now.
Bratz a little wide.
So Bratz again is going to have to figure out, where do I find my advantage? He had the lead for just half a lap, and he just got outsmarted on the chessboard. So he's going to have to try something again, right? I mean, it's slipstream, but he waited to the front straightaway last race. It didn't work. He's going to have the lead sooner than that. He almost got it done in race 2 in the kink.
Right.
I don't think he wants to have to rely on that move, though, to get it done.
No, I don't think many drivers want to. I almost suspect maybe someone might have said something to him.
Maybe. I mean, again, that was a pretty risky move.
That is a spicy move.
3 car lengths, now just 2, entering the kink. Now 1.5 car lengths. If he has to run into Canada, that's a great passing opportunity.
Certainly pulling on him.
Will Ryan Leach go defensive here? Picks center track. And he'll stay driver's left now. Doesn't feel enough pressure to have to go defensive. See, the white flag with the red cross means that there are some vehicles on track, recovery vehicles. They're just out of our view.
But no more yellow flag?
Well, good question. Interesting. So we'll stay green again.
Okay.
They might be almost off course, out of the way enough. Just know that there's vehicles moving slower than traffic.
Just to let folks know.
It's similar to when you see a white flag displayed anywhere else. It doesn't necessarily come with a caution.
Yeah.
But for the lead, here comes the 7 again. Brought side by side up the front straightaway. Chasing is Leach. White flag, last lap around. Again, we're going to have a slightly shortened race because of the time constraint. Leach tucks in line, and now the battle's on for the top spot. Here he comes again. On the brakes, Leach, really late lunge. Bratz is going to try to roll the outside. There's contact out onto the rumble strips. And Bratz muscles his way back by on the outside.
Chang, French, still in third and fourth respectively, just trying to watch and see how these first and two positions play it out, see if they need to bide their time anymore and see if they have a free position to pick up.
This is it. I mean, if Bratz can't get ahead here, it's going to be significantly more challenging.
Yeah.
See 3 car lengths between them. Heading down towards turn 5, a good passing opportunity. He's not close enough, though. He might have to do it in the second half of the lap. Will he try it on the brakes here in 5? No, not close enough.
Yeah, I don't know. And especially with the past racing we've seen, his car definitely looks more competitive and faster around this part of the track and not towards the kink and towards Canada and the carousel.
Into turn 6 now. He's within a car length and a half. Can he pressure Ryan Leach into a mistake? That was a big lunge in race 2 that got the job done yesterday. Sun setting here at Road America and on the opportunity for Bratz to get by Ryan Leach into turn 8 now. Half a lap to go into the carousel. This is nearly flat out in these cars.
Oh.
Side by side, he got there. And he's through. Nico Bratz is through to the lead. Ryan Leach is second. And he's got just 5 corners left to go.
What a move, taking it to the inside at 9. I don't think that Ryan Leach expected that at all.
Leach, big curb jump on the entrance to the kink. In that car, that's got to be a wild ride. Closing the gap, 5 car lengths, 4 car lengths, 3 car lengths towards Canada corner. Bratz feels the pressure, but he's going to stay on the racing line. Owen, 3 corners left.
Yep, 3 corners left. You got 12, 13, and 14. It's all going to matter about your exit of 14 and see if you can get the power down as soon as possible to muscle your way up that hill.
Battles behind them. But now, last time by, it was 0.06 of a second. But here comes Ryan Leach up the inside at 14. A lunge from 3 car lengths back. He's now side by side. Bratz out to the curbing. They touch. Side by side, Bratz has the lead. Here comes Chang to the inside. Up the front straightaway. Chang bangs fenders. 3 abreast to the stripe. Who gets there? Bratz, Leach, Chang. Across the stripe. And it's Leach by 27 thousandths of a second.
Oh my goodness, I think Bratz might have had a puncture from his bodywork. He's smoking a little bit from the rear right tire. It looks like I think there might have been some contact with him and Chang.
27 thousandths of a second. I don't know it for sure, but that might be the closest race finish in Gridlife history. That was close.
We need to start putting cameras on the checkers.
Car pulling off there, it's Rob Radman.
Uh-oh.
Might have a mechanical problem there.
Yeah.
Looks Chang. Almost stole one. Almost picked the pocket of Leach.
I thought he was coming up that inside. Wow.
He felt those fingers in that back pocket and slapped him away at the last second.
He knew someone was grabbing for his wallet, and he did not like that.
No, he did not. That was about as close as you could imagine. Unbelievable results here for Rush SR Race 4. Close behind as well. James French 4th. Michael Schneider in 5th, and Wheeler, Lowe, Gamma, Rosenbaum, Radman, your top 10. There's the damage to the rear of the 7. We said it was a chess match, but they got on their boxing gloves for the end of that one.
You never heard of chess boxing, Kyle?
No, that's a new sport, another one I'm not very good at.
Yeah, so you do a round of boxing, and then you play a game of chess, and you keep doing that.
Unbelievable. What a battle. Cars are heading off course at turn 5. And that was amazing.
That was awesome. That was so good. And just like that, now our GLTC cars are gridding up and getting ready to take to the track.
Yeah, we really don't have a lot of time. We probably won't even jump to break here because we have 14 minutes to get this race in from top to tail.
Are those twin Stunt bikes
they
on
could
the
be.
Motorplex track?
Yeah, they could be. Yeah.
Sweet.
Why not? Right?
They said they have drift bikes. I did want to see them drifting with the cars, maybe.
That appears to be one of them.
Are we going to get a little donut action?
Heck yeah, dude.
Oh, yeah, let's get a little. You know what? I could use a sweet treat in the midst of this race break.
Do you have yourself a... no, you don't.
Yeah, the sweet treat. Those donuts right there.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the pretty cool ice cream again. As we wait for the race to roll, I don't think we can't cut from this because we're running out of time.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a pretty tight squeeze here as they try to get Rob Radman pulled behind the wall. And GLTC is going to be up on grid here next. So,
Kyle, you know what they need to get that out of there?
What's that?
The clock.
Oh, there's another one down. Here's a look at the highlights from the last race, though. Frantic start there, and Ryan Leach out to an early lead. But the big topic of the day was James French charging from 10th to 4th.
Yeah. Wow.
And
such a great race.
Made his way forward. There's Michael Schneider popping out of line. Cole Gamma back there as well, defending from position. But the lead battle between these two, the 7 and the 56, just back and forth. And they did this all weekend long. A pass in the kink, but this was coming to the white side by side. And the 7 pulled ahead. And we thought that might have been over.
Yep.
Crossed them over down here at turn 5. And what an excellent display of driving that was.
Yes.
Actually, sorry, I think this was coming to the white, rather. Coming up the hill, and they just traded spots. See how far back Alex Chang was there?
Yeah.
He just had them in his crosshairs. And a little contact there at the exit of turn 1, chasing to the limit. The 7 Brats to the inside on the last lap, pulled through. But Owen, as you know, just getting the lead there isn't going to be enough.
No, absolutely not, and especially with the way that this race ended, with Brats actually taking home 3rd as opposed to 1st, which what he probably thought he was going to do.
Yeah, then Alex Chang sees the opportunity as these two chase each other to the road. He sneaks up, tries to pick the pocket, gets to the rear quarter panel, see the tire get cut there. Chang, 27 thousandths of a second behind the eventual winner, and that was just an unbelievable brawl up to the start-finish line there. And Rob Radman getting pointed, and he's going to get out of the car here and hopefully get this thing pulled back behind the wall so that we can roll the rest of the GLTC grid. Matan Rosenberg joins us now, and I'll give the crew a second to unmute the microphone because we're just rolling right into this with how much time we've got. Matan, welcome. This is race 4. It's going to be a tight one here, only 12 minutes. So we're going to hope that we can get cars rolling here shortly.
Yeah, did you talk about the invert yet here, Kyle?
I have not, so welcome. You can tell us.
Well, for race 4 here, we invert the field. So Luke McGrew won the last race, and he got to roll the dice. So the invert was either 4 through 16, depending on what he rolled, and I believe he rolled an 11. So that means even though he won the last race, he'll be starting 11th. And 11th place, which I believe was Tony Marchev, will be starting on pole this race. Going to make for some interesting racing here, Kyle.
Yeah, that's a pretty deep invert, 11 cars, Owen, and that's part of the fun here in GLTC is having an invert just like that. So it's going to be a pretty exciting tail end of this race here. Gridlife Touring Cup Race 4. This is our last round of this weekend before we head on now to our next event, which will be at Circuit Legends at Lime Rock Park. Single class racing here. Power, weight, and tire is how we balance cars here. Of course, sprint races, 12 to 15 minutes. Will be on the short end of that here. And, of course, we are in race 4 as we work our way here towards the tail end of the day. Of course, this has been a fun one here this weekend. It is time for the last race of the weekend. Of course, Gridlife Summer Apex broadcast is brought to you by Falcon, the official tire of Gridlife Track Battle, and NOS Energy, the official energy drink sponsor of Gridlife and the title partner of NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack. Guess what, guys? We get 10 more minutes. Ooh. And I want to wish a huge thank you to the racetrack and the track staff and to Road America for granting us a little extra time here. That is not something that you're granted often. We really appreciate the opportunity here. So big thanks to the track. That was a huge thing for us to get this last race in, Owen.
Yeah, I think that really just shows the level and skill and also care that our drivers really understand when they're driving out there on the track. They just actually love to be here, and they're not just out there to glory hunt. They want to just love driving, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, all very exciting, and again, a huge thanks. See Ayrton Grimm at the back of that shot. They've been trying to get that car running the way that it was supposed to. Matan, this is last opportunity here with that 11-car invert. For those that end up on the front row, how much anxiety do you have coming into a race with the field behind you?
Well, Kyle, I actually can tell you pretty well because last year I picked up my first win from an invert starting on pole. So it depends, with a deep invert like this, Tony had some great pace this weekend, but he's probably going to have a slight little bit of speed difference between, Luke McGrew and Tony. So Luke is starting a few rows behind him here, but, Luke's going to be on a hunt and those guys are going to be trying to get back those spots. So if Tony can run a clean race and run his lap over and over, it might be pretty difficult for people to get around. At 1 second lap difference is actually very difficult to get around because a place like this, it could be just a 10th in each corner. For those viewers at home, if you want to do a little trick Luke taught me is go on your timer app and open the stopwatch and see how fast you can do a lap, and most of the time it's actually a 10th of a second, and that'll give you a little bit more respect for how accurate these drivers are every single lap. So it's very quick to add up that second. So like I said, it's even with a second difference in lap times from say 11th through 1st, which I'm not actually sure if it's even that far apart. Oftentimes we're even closer than that. So it's pretty difficult to make these moves up, and oftentimes it comes to mistakes and if two people are side by side. So it's going to make for some great racing here, Kyle.
Yeah, really excited. Let's roll through our grid order for race 4, at least the top 20 or so. On the front row, by virtue of the invert, it's Tony Marchev in the number 17, still hunting for his first ever GLTC win. Same with Scott Heckert in the 72 with a NASCAR background. He'll be on it, starting from second.
And then in third and fourth, you got Brian Tyson and Matt Walbaum.
Dana Basinski starts better than he's finished in any GLTC race. Let's see if he can finish there or better. I think it's Robert Thorne once again in the 212 here. No, I lied. It's Andy Smedegard back in for race 4.
And then you got the 41 car of James Houghton and the 330 of that screaming Eric Magnuson.
And behind them, it's Eric Meadows and Aaron Lichty in that 5th row.
And then you got the number 7 of Luke McGrew hoping to climb his way up to the field, and then Carlos Mendez in the 83 car starting 12th.
Neil Tabb rolls off 13th just outside the invert. And Salil Shukla rolls off 14th in the 715.
And then in 15 and 16, you got Jeremy Boysen and Ryan Kristoff.
And 17th place, it's Peter Zhang in the 28 LSFRS. Eric Cattell rolls off 18th in the 82 EG.
Andrew Rains in the number 98. And in 20th place, you got 917 of Lena Chin.
Yeah, we'll just give you some highlights for the rest of the order here. Adam Ulrich, 21st. Hans Horpedal, 22nd. We've got Jason Kanakry down in 35th. And we had a couple issues earlier. Ryan Power is going to roll off 47th. And he is going to be now in the 98 car. There was a car swap between Andrew Rains and Ryan Power. So they've switched vehicles. So the 240, so Ryan Power is going to be rolling off 47th, but he'll be in the 98 car. So with all that sort of out of the way, you have to also give a congrats to Larry Luck in the 161, keeping his nose clean here, starting 36th in his first weekend baton. First GLTC weekend at Road America is a pretty intimidating place to start.
Oh, absolutely, especially with a field this big. Not our largest field ever, but still, when you're in the midst of what do we have here this weekend? 56 cars or something like that, Kyle?
58 was what we started with.
Yeah, it's a massive field, and so to be in the middle of all that, there's just a lot of action going on all the time. So, no matter where you come into GLTC, there's going to be racing for you. So that's what's awesome about it.
Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, as I said earlier, has held racing since 1950. And in 51 and 52, they raced on the streets. In 1955, they built this course as Brian Leonard is going to peel off at Canada Corner. Didn't feel something that he liked, so we'll see if he can find a way off track. And we can keep this race starting on time. I've heard that we're going to have a little bit of extra time, but that doesn't mean that we're going to have a whole lot of extra to burn here. So it's gonna be a pretty quick one.
Right.
As
looks like the pace car lights are out, so hopefully we'll go green here. Maybe he find a cutout there.
We will see how it goes. There's a few places to escape after Canada Corner. We'll hope that he can find. Well, he's just dropping to the rear. Or maybe he'll go
hanging down from the front there under the car.
Maybe we'll see if he heads for pit lane. Yeah. But with all that out of the way, it's been an exciting weekend here in Gridlife Touring Cup, and we've got one more race to go. Race 4 of the weekend is about to fire off with Tony Marchev and Scott Heckert on the front row. Corvette versus S2000. Green flag. We're racing in Gridlife Touring Cup at Road America. Here we go towards turn 1, and Heckert gets a great launch with that V8 power with Waldbaum behind him. Then it's Marchev and Tyson on driver's left towards turn 1, Owen.
Holy cow, yep, lining it up perfectly. Oh, someone's having a look down the inside. Never mind, side cutter of it. I think that was that Andy Smedegard then, right? Is he still in that 212 this time?
Yes, he is. And Marchev got a nice run on the outside of Heckert through turn 1 baton into turn 3.
Looks like Scott might pull ahead here early. The Corvette has some good strength down the straightaway, but looks like Marchev's really running the outside of that corner. It's going to be a great race here, Kyle.
Yeah, Marchev told me that Mid-Ohio, they cranked the power up. He was down on power to what he was allowed to run, so he turned it up a little bit. Had 4 top 5s at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. He feels so excited, so capable of winning a race, but he needs the circumstances to align, and he's got the lead. But here comes Heckert down the inside towards turn 5. Basinski defending from Houghton, but the battle for the lead's on, Owen, into 5.
Heckert was strong on the brakes there into 5.
Yeah, 100%. He was really trying to slice at the wheel, and he goes a little wide. Marchev's going to have a look up the inside of turn 6 and see how it goes around the exit.
Whoop, little dust kicked up in the background. We keep them all straight. Marchev and Heckert still side by side. And look at Brian Tyson in the 10 car watching from behind. Heckert's going to pull through to the lead. There's Basinski and Waldbaum door to door Matan as we head to turn 8.
Yeah, Tyson right now is probably pretty excited. He's got a little bit of room behind him, and he can watch the battle in front of him. This is a great spot for him to be in right now, Kyle.
A big lunge. I think that was Andy Smedegard on James Houghton. Got some overlap there, and we're still side by side for the lead, Owen.
Yeah, they're still like gridded up, ready for the pace car to go out.
This is amazing racing here between these two. Scott Heckert has won NASCAR races in the K&N Pro Series at road courses. He knows how to handle it. Marchev's off course at the exit of the carousel. He's going to hang on to it. But here comes Tyson to the inside. Tough line here to hold side by side.
Too wide to the kink. They touch.
Oh, Tyson hangs onto it. Big slide there, but he keeps the car straight and will continue down towards turn 12. Big scary moment, but Heckert's going to clear, and Tyson just drops 3 spots.
Yeah, thankfully both of those cars made it out unscathed, too wide through the kink. That looked a little hairy. Dana Brzezinski looking for the inside of Canada.
Eric Catil moving up through the world as well there, Matan. He's on a charge from 18th place.
Yeah, as you can see, Kyle, with this invert here, we're still side by side, packed up almost all the way through the field. Like I said, it makes for some great racing here when we stay packed up.
James Houghton on the inside of Tyson there. You see a little bit of damage. Tyson's car looks like it's struggling just a touch to get some grip. Smedegard launches on exit, and he's got Aaron Lichty behind him. Maybe he'll get a shove from that Cayman, Owen, as we head up the front straight.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. But I don't know if there's any, like, you know, Matan would be better suited at this, answering this question with a bump trap. Are you more scared when you don't have an engine in the front of your car to push your car? You know, would you rather a big Hulk and V8 in the front to be able to push a car?
I think Lichty likes his front bumper a little bit. I don't think he's prone to bump drafting here at this track.
Basinski defending from Houghton through turn 1. James in that Bullet TSX, they call it. It's designed for straight line speed. It's perfect for this racetrack as he tries to move forward into 4th place, but Basinski holding strong there. Down into turn 3, takes a look at him. Swiper, no swiping, stays 5th for now.
Dana is definitely trying to get that car out of his mirrors. I know I certainly would. I bet it fills the whole thing.
James Houghton's last race win was race 4 at Midwest Festival. Prior to that, it was at Lime Rock Park last year. Basinski passed Waldbaum for 3rd place with assistance from Houghton in the 41 baton.
Houghton's car really gets up and goes in these straights, so I'm sure Basinski appreciated that little nudge.
And here comes Houghton, 3 wide up to turn 6. This is going to be a squeeze. Waldbaum has to back out. Magnuson takes advantage, Owen into 6, and they're side by side for what's 3rd place now.
Yeah, Eric Magnuson, honestly, if you want to take a look at him, he's like just following James Houghton, following his line, following the moves that he's making, and making some of the same passes that he is.
Side by side through 7. That's dicey little brake tap there. Matan clear that brake pad knockback into turn 7, and Basinski wrapping the outside through turn 8.
Some of the rumbles at this track, Kyle, as you mentioned, are really aggressive, so it's really important to check your brake pedal, make sure the pads are touching the rotors. Definitely something you have to remember as a driver here at this track.
Great lunge there by Dana Basinski to clear. Houghton, little wiggle there. They're both off track into the dust in a big way. They're going to be straight and get back on course. Slow it down, big dust cloud, but everyone comes out pointed the right direction. Houghton slow here into the kink, though. Everyone's got to back it down here. And it seems like they've done just that.
Yeah, that was really rough looking like, but they all made it out fine. I think that was a textbook, actually a textbook racing incident. Dana just started washing a little wide, and needed, obviously James was too wide with him, and they went wider.
Yeah, it was maybe a little bit of eyes up, maybe not far up the road, but a little bit of a jam up into Canada corner. But Scott Heckert leads the way. Tony Marchev baton. We'll see if he can catch, but now that's going to clear up Lichty to take P3.
Yeah, if I were Heckert right now, I'd just be real focused, run my laps, nothing risky. If I can run consistent laps the rest of the race, I'd be pretty happy with that. You know, even if Tony's picking them off one by one, you know, it's not likely at this point that he's going to be able to make a really good move with how big of a gap Heckert has. So if he can be consistent, not make any risky moves to go off or dip a tire, that's what I would be doing right now, Kyle.
A lot of shifts and shuffles in the running order this time. Eric Catil into the top 10. 9th place after the weekend he has had. I will take that. And he's not done yet. Here's Smedegard out on Carlos Mendez into turn 1 behind Catil as he drops a tire on the curb there on the right.
Yeah, Dana Basinski's windshield is very, very dirty. I wonder if he's going to be trying to maybe hit the wipers or anything, hopefully being a little sad that he got rid of his windshield washer fluid reservoir.
Do you guys carry windshield washer fluid?
I don't in my car, Kyle.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, see if Basinski cleared his out after running in Club TR for so long. And
I would just run the fluid and just start spraying people behind me.
Maybe on the rear window.
Oh, see, now we're thinking, Matan.
Yeah, 7 of Luke McGrew past Basinski here. Catil closing up as well. See the front assembly on that 109 is a little bit torqued up. It's going to send Catil wide onto the rumbles and side by side up towards turn 6.
Yeah, seriously, 2 cars that have made ventures into the grass this weekend, but now 2 wide into 6th, keeping it clean.
I've been so impressed with Brian Tyson in that 10 car with the pace that he's had. I didn't really think this would be a top 10 run for him here this weekend, but he's doing an exceptional job. And Catil up to 9th place, and with more potentially on the horizon here. Marchev dropped some spots here, Owen, from Heckert, but battle's still on.
Yeah, Kyle, I don't know if we can see it now, but if you see the front wing or splitter of Matt Walbaum, it looks to be fluttering up and down. Might be having a bit of a mechanical there.
It's distracting, I'm sure, Matan, to have that sort of situation. But you don't really run a splitter on your car.
Well, I don't, but I still have the under tray on my car. But absolutely, if you have anything fluttering on your car, you're trying to figure out, assess, should I continue with this race or not? Sometimes if you have radio, crew on the radio, they can, let you know what's going on if they can see.
Whoa, Catil right up to the edge of the rumbles at the kink, chasing down Luke McGrew in the slipstream. Maybe lost the nose there a bit as Tyson side by side with Matt Walbaum. This is a battle for 5th, Owen.
Yep, he's looking down the inside. Never mind, has a better thought. Probably looking for passing zone somewhere else.
Andrew Rains, or actually, it should be Andrew Rains moving up forward in the 245 car. Again, we mentioned the Tolos guys swapped cars just at the back of this shot, but it's Walbaum, McGrew, Catil, and now Tyson and Basinski side by side. Carlos Mendez in the Condor car, looking for some more spots here to get him into the top 10. White flag, last lap around here, guys.
Yeah, Heckert's been running a real consistent race here. It's been looking great all race.
Aaron Lichty just pipped the fastest lap of the race. Wow. It might be too little too late. Look at all the shifting and shuffling in the order now. I think the 41 is maybe pit back in. I didn't see him roll down pit lane, but I don't see him in this string of cars. We head down into turn 1. Mendez on the attack on Basinski. That's now for 8th place.
Magnuson's definitely hungry for Lichty. I know they're real close in weekend points here, so maybe, looks like they pulled a little bit of a gap there, but Magnuson is definitely on a hunt.
Into turn 3 now, there's Tyson, and was that the 83 that he was alongside, as Catil's already cleared him and worked up the road. And now down the backstretch for the final time, the Moraine sweep into turn 5 at Road America. Here's second battle, Marchev and Lichty. S2000 versus Cayman. Marchev clings to it, but Lichty's putting the pressure on Matan.
This could make it interesting if they go side by side for a couple corners. Magnuson's not far behind. He could definitely capitalize on this.
Yeah, Magnuson would love to steal another podium here.
Oh, absolutely.
S2000, Porsche, BMW, Owen, last lap battle for second place. Heckert is looking forward to his first win in GLTC if he can just finish these last 6 or 7 corners. It's got a 3.5 second gap.
Yeah, totally. And if you look at these cars, they're the baby brothers of the other manufacturer cars. The S2000 to the NSX, the Cayman to the 911. So they're really trying to prove for their manufacturer that they can still make wins.
Whoop, Mendez and Basinski, little wiggle there, and through comes Andy Smedegaard, pushing Andrew Rains on through. And Catil still chasing the 7 of Luke McGrew through the carousel. And Basinski's got more side-by-side racing than I think he would care to say, as Smedegaard rolls the outside there, keeps the throttle in, and Tyson still tucked in behind in the yellow car. Last time through the kink. Clean through. Canada corner for the front runners.
Luke McGrew definitely going to hold out Eric Catil. Don't think he's got a chance to get past him.
No, Luke's going to power up down that front straight, I think. Hold on to that. Totally. It was funny, I was talking to Luke before this race, and he said this is the only race he was a little bit nervous for.
Really?
I told him, I said, it's fine. You'll just pass him on the front straight. But it looks like he was a little bit, he didn't take him up on that.
Scott Heckert up the front straightaway. He's won in NASCAR. Today, he's going to win in Gridlife. Summer Apex, race 4 for Gridlife Touring Cup goes to Scott Heckert in the number 72 Corvette. Then it's Marchev in second, Aaron Lichty third, Eric Magnuson in fourth, Luke McGrew fifth, and Eric Catil, after a nightmare start to the weekend, comes home in race 4 in sixth. He'll pick up 14 points from that one. Walbaum Mendez. The 245 is going to be Andrew Rains, and Andy Smedegaard come home in the top 10 as the rest of the field streams across the stripe and finishes out the 4th race as one of the BMWs has got a little bit of front end damage and is trying to find a place to hide. Is that
the other Telos car, maybe?
I can't tell. It doesn't have the mirrors that Salil Shukla's car has, but didn't catch what car that was. So checkered flag on the day. Scott Heckert brings this 72 Corvette to victory lane for the first time in his career and for the car. And we've seen DJ Alessandrini in it. We've seen Scott Heckert in it. But Matan today, the invert, and the ability to just run a handful of qualifying laps brings this car to victory lane.
Yeah, that's really a phenomenal drive by him. Not a lot of people talk about it, but it's very difficult to just run consistent lap after consistent lap, and you're looking at 60 cars in your rearview mirror. So, great job for him, and it's good to see that he was able to hold on for that whole race.
There's your race results. Scott Heckert, Tony Marchev, Aaron Lichty, Eric Magnuson, Luke McGrew. See the splitter hanging down from the 90, as Owen pointed out, but Andy Smedegaard grabs the top 10 there. But a frantic race, some good action, some good battles there. A couple drivers going for a wild ride. I don't think they would like to repeat. Dana Basinski's one of them, but he comes home in 11th. Then Brian Tyson 13th, Emil Tab in 15th. Joel Morrison salvages his weekend after some brake booster problems, 20th for the 71. Man, take a deep breath after that one. Here's the rest of your running order, 20th through 30th. Eric Meadows, didn't exactly see what happened to him.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to him, Kyle. I didn't happen to catch that either.
Yeah, so P30 for the number 3. He won't finish where he was hoping. Larry Luck, 29th in his first race 4 of his GLTC career. Joe Tulo, Andy Sundin, Matt Beck, just getting to the finish line this time. And at the bottom of the order, we should get our answer for who that car was at turn 13. Whichever M3 is down at the bottom step here. And it appears to be...
Knacker? No.
Could it have been Kyle Hale, potentially? That was a white M3 as well.
Yeah, it was the E46. It wasn't Kanakri or any of the
right. So yeah, I think it had to have been that. But here's a look at your highlights. Big launch for the 72 and the 17, and these guys raced each other. Pretty fair fight all the way down into turn 5 here. Little wiggle. You see the headlights fluttering.
Flutter.
All the aero on these cars. And then Marchev just runs himself a little wide. He was leaving space, just left a little too much. Ran himself into the dirt. Then Tyson sees an opportunity here, but too shallow of a line. He went off course for a bit and got it back on. As it came back around, Houghton, Basinski, and Waldbaum battling for a spot inside the top 5. This, at that point, was for 3rd place. They went 3 abreast. And then Houghton and Basinski went side by side into the carousel. And this is where things get tight. It's a really hard corner. And you see Basinski, big slide there. He wiggles. Nothing Houghton could do there. They just jumped out of the throttle and went for a ride. But they did a great job. And I'm so proud of everyone behind this that they checked up. They realized that the speed difference into the kink was going to be enormous. So they backed it down safe there as Catil tried to work over the 7 of Luke McGrew. And then, again, Catil's charge started deep in the field after race 1 yesterday. The collision took it all the way to the edge of the road at turn 11 in the kink. Still no fear in Eric Catil. And beaten, battered, and bruised, that car will make it back to a top 10 in race number 4. Tight quarters here on the last lap as well between Basinski and Smedegaard, but Scott Heckert picks up his first Gridlife Touring Cup win, and it is a Corvette Sweet Baton here at Road America.
Yeah, I wish my Corvette ran this weekend. It might have been a good weekend for me, but that's all right. It's a great time in the booth here, and I'm happy we ended the weekend with 2 green races. Fantastic races in racing in 3 and 4, and great to see here.
All part of the entertainment here from Gridlife, and unfortunately, that is the last racing action we're going to see here this weekend. We've got more on track tomorrow, but the live stream is complete. I want to wish a big thank you to all of the safety staff, trackside, the corner workers, and Road America for allowing us to have a few extra minutes to finish up this race. We owe them the world for that. I'm so excited to head down into the festival grounds here at Gridlife Summer Apex, presented by Falcon. A new festival, Gridlife's now 2nd biggest festival here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. And as I said earlier, a new chapter in Gridlife history, a new chapter in Road America history. But this time, this ink is teal, purple, and pink. We'll see you next year at Road America. We'll see you at Circuit Legends in Lime Rock Park for our next festival stop on the festival tour. We'll see you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
How'd I do?
Great if you're not looking at the clock.
Sure you got that? I had to be faster than that, right? 100% NOS, 0 sugarcoat. New NOS Zero Sugar. Get after it.
For those who demand winning performance on the track, off-road, and everywhere in between, Falken has you covered. Falken Tires, delivering exceptional performance to exceptional drivers since 1983.